Chapter 732, Yin Qingmei reaches core formation. Thanks to Nuanyang 1314 for the Golden Alliance. The Nine Heavens demon-slaying sect is located on Tangshan Peak, the highest peak in the Eastern Land. This place is also one of the few sixth-order spiritual veins in the Eastern continent. At the summit is a towering Tao refining tower, which is also a famous sixth-order spiritual treasure, on par with the Tay sword. Yuan Kink, the first nascent soul cultivator in the Eastern continent, has been cultivating on Tangshan Peak for a long time. After Yi Qing and Yuan Zhen returned, they handed over the mission to the sect leader, received their reward, and then came to Tangshan Peak. Greetings, Master. The two landed on the summit and stood before a 7-story tower, bowing to the top floor. Kinger, you can begin the nascent soul formation process. Are the nascent soul pill and the 3 lights divine water ready? A deep and powerful voice rang out from the top of the tower, clearly reaching Yi Qing and Yuan Zhen's ears. Reporting to Master, the position of sect leader has been handed over to me. Yi Qing nodded respectfully, took out 2 items from his storage bag, and his vast divine sense descended from the top of the tower. After checking and confirming that there were no problems, it transformed into a phantom image of a white-haired, youthful-looking boy. Did you gain anything from slaying that demonic cultivator this time? As expected, Taoist Kuan Yu possessed a scale from the 9-headed great sage. This is his storage pouch. Yi Qing presented the items, and the white-haired, youthful-looking boy took them and glanced at them, only taking out the 7-colored scale. What about the essence of the Mirage Dragon? Upon hearing this, Yuan Zhen immediately took out the Azure Mirage bottle from his storage bag. Reporting to the ancestor, the essence of the Mirage Dragon has been fully absorbed according to your plan. Yuan Kink flicked his finger, and the Azure Mirage bottle landed in his palm. After shaking it twice, the jade bottle, which had previously been mixed with some aura, became as clear and verdant as a bluestone slab after the rain. Seeing this scene, Yi Qing couldn't help but marvel at his master's immense power. In just a couple of moves, all the essence of the Mirage Dragon was refined into the Azure Mirage bottle, and all the 3rd-tier and higher demonic beasts that had been absorbed along with the Mirage Mist were also melted away. The essence that can be refined after melting will transform into a pill called True Blood Pill, which can enhance a cultivator's cultivation level. What could not be absorbed was regarded as impurities and dissipated on Tangshan Peak with Yuan Kink's 2 light shakes. Yuan Kink, stretch out your hand. Upon hearing this, Yuan Zhen, who was standing in front of him, immediately and obediently spread out her clean white hands. After shaking the bottle, Yuan Kink held it up to Yuan Zhen's palm and gently poured it out. 3 bright red pills fell out, emitting a faint fragrance. After you take these 3 true blood pills, you will be able to complete the core formation and ascend to the position of Holy Maiden. Upon hearing Yuan Kink's words, Yuan Zhen was very excited and bowed deeply to him. However, your aptitude is still somewhat lacking. During the time Kinger is forming her nascent soul, you, as the Holy Maiden, will be the representative of my 9 Heavens demon-slaying sect. If you were to embarrass yourself like the one Yuan Dao Palace, I would lose face. Yuan Kink knew Yuan Zhen's talent best, although it was outstanding compared to other disciples of the 9 Heavens demon suppression sect. However, as a saintess, she is meant to be compared to Yi Qing and the other Taoist saintesses from the Holy Lands. That's not enough. However, in the past few hundred years, the 9 Heavens demon suppression sect has indeed not had any amazing female cultivators. Among the several outstanding candidates, since there is Yuan Zhen as a descendant, then she should be selected. After pondering for a while, Yuan Kink placed the jade bottle in her hand into Yuan Zhen's hand as well. You can use this blue Mirage bottle for now. Upon hearing this, Yuan Zhen's face lit up with even more surprise and delight. After being refined by Yuan Kink, this Azure Mirage bottle has become a true 5th-tier magic weapon. Moreover, she possesses Yuan Kink's bloodline, and by burning her own essence and blood, she can unleash the power of this magic weapon. In that case, Even a nascent soul cultivator, without the means to deal with a fifth-tier cultivator, would not dare to act recklessly in front of Yuan Zhen. Go down, Kinger stays here to form her nascent soul. Yuan Kink waved her hand, and Yuan Zhen immediately withdrew. Not long after, the Nine Heavens demon-slaying sect declared that Yuan Zhen had become the holy maiden of the present day, replacing the Holy Land and traveling throughout the world, inspecting all directions. At the same time, within the Ice Heaven Palace, a beautiful woman with a cold and stern expression stepped out of the sect and headed aggressively towards the Eastern barbarians. Eastern Wilderness, Baiyuan City. After Chen Mobai finished distributing the 5 golden elixir jade rejuvenation pills, he immediately felt that all the mundane matters at hand had been cleared up. His cabinet, which he had previously built, has become capable of handling various government affairs after years of training. There are very few things that can trouble him. After giving Yin Qingmei further instructions on the details and precautions for achieving the golden core stage, Chen Mobai personally escorted her to Liujia Mountain in Han County. Because her natal spiritual plant is here, and Yin Qingmei has been cultivating here for nearly 20 years, using the jade wudong tree to become familiar with the air, earth energy, spiritual energy, and so on of Liujia Mountain. According to the theories of the immortal sect, she would find it easier to break through in Mount Liujia. Yin Qingmei trusted Chen Mobai implicitly, and after hearing what he said, she also gave up the idea of returning to Jumu Ridge. Moreover, if one breaks through to the next level by taking elixirs at Mount Liujia, Chen Mobai will be able to provide support. That's why I personally escorted her here this time. Yin Qingmei had been honing her skills at the Foundation Establishment Perfection realm for a long time, and had already experienced the insights of advancing from the second to the third stage with the help of her natal spiritual plant. If she didn't have to wait for the golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill, she could break through at any time. There was another reason why Chen Mobai escorted Yin Qingmei here this time. That is to try cultivating all 5 elements simultaneously and practicing the primordial qi again. Of course, cultivating all 5 elements simultaneously will have to wait until Yin Qingmei forms her core. Because Yin Qingmei has mastered the one leaf obscures the view technique, she doesn't need to worry about the heavenly tribulation. She only needs to be like Chen Mobai in the immortal sect, and breaking through her cultivation level is considered a success. After receiving his orders, Luo Yixuan returned from Yunmeng's. The monster frenzy there had recently subsided, but just in case, Chen Mobai still asked Zhou Shenking to go and oversee things. At the summit of Mount Liujia, Chen Mobai gave Yin Qingmei his final instructions. For cultivators in the eastern wilderness, core formation is an insurmountable barrier. No rogue cultivator has ever been heard of being able to cross this major realm. Among the major sects, they are few and far between. Even though Yin Qingmei has a heavenly spiritual root and is almost certain to form her core, she is still very nervous about this challenge. Qingmei, just take the pills as usual and try to break through. If you have any problems, I will guide you through the process with my divine sense. Chen Mobai spoke to ease Yin Qingmei's tension, and she indeed relaxed considerably after hearing his words. Thank you for your trouble, sect leader. Because Luo Yixuan and Zhuo Ming were also present, she couldn't use another name for them. After taking a deep breath, Yin Qingmei took out the golden elixir and jade rejuvenation pill, covered her face with her sleeve, and swallowed it in one gulp. In an instant, the Azure Emperor's longevity spiritual power in her dantian, which had already reached its limit, suddenly surged. The powerful and vast spiritual power impacted the solid bottleneck, causing the edges of her originally tight dantian to begin to open up. This expansion signifies that a gap has appeared in the bottleneck, which quickly triggers a chain reaction. After a few breaths, the entire dantian can no longer be held in place and is suddenly expanded. At that moment, Yin Qingmei's Azure Emperor longevity scripture had already reached the core formation stage. But the real test is only just beginning. Yin Qingmei felt as if her body had become heavy, and her spiritual power, which had been as easy to control as her own, suddenly began to stagnate. She needs to expend a great deal of energy to control and mobilize even a fraction of her spiritual power. This is because the physical body and spiritual consciousness have not yet undergone transformation, and are therefore unable to bear and control the spiritual power of the golden core. Yin Qingmei recalled the details of core formation that Chen Mobai had told her, and immediately began to enhance her spiritual sense. At first, she wanted to rely on her own strength, but she soon discovered that both her physical strength and her spiritual awareness seemed to be stuck at the very last step. She felt that if she used her resources, she could get through. But remembering Chen Mobai's instructions, she immediately divided the medicinal power of the golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill in two. One part surged into her purple mansion sea of consciousness, and the other part flowed from her Danshan Qi sea along the 12 meridians throughout her body. Soon, his divine sense also broke through the bottleneck. Yin Qingmei felt that she could easily control spiritual power, but she still needed to readjust to it before she could use it as skillfully and freely as when she was in the foundation establishment stage. Following the transformation of divine consciousness and spiritual power, the physical body also began to slowly transform under the medicinal power of the golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill. Yin Qingmei cultivates the simplest wood spirit body because, for her, as long as she masters the longevity technique, she will automatically possess a body tempering realm equivalent to the perfection of the longevity Tao body, so there is no need to waste resources and time. The wood spirit body is known for its low barrier to entry. She had consulted Chen Mobai about cultivating it and confirmed that it would be helpful for her cultivation breakthrough before choosing it. As expected, the wood spirit body, which was already at the peak of the second tier, was successfully upgraded to the third tier after half an hour, thanks to the enhancement of the golden liquid jade rejuvenation pill. The medicinal power of the golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill had not even been used up, which meant that Yin Qingmei had indeed been very diligent in her cultivation and had a solid foundation. Moreover, after listening to Chen Mobai's words, she had not taken any pills and had very few deficiencies that needed to be made up for by the golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill. After breaking through the three barriers of essence, energy, and spirit, Yin Qingmei began to practice the mental techniques and incantations of the Azure Emperor's longevity scripture at the core formation stage. Amidst the rustling sounds, the jade parasol tree, connected to Yin Qingmei's spirit and energy, sensed this and immediately began to gather the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth, pouring it into her. At this moment, the spiritual energy of the entire spiritual vein of Mount Liujia slowly surged towards this place from all directions. After being absorbed and transformed by the jade phoenix tree, it turned into pure and brilliant spiritual light, which was then slowly injected into Yin Qingmei's body. This is also the purest longevity spiritual energy, but the quality of the spiritual energy is not as high as that cultivated by Yin Qingmei herself, but it saves her the trouble of refining and absorbing spiritual energy herself. She only needs to circulate the Azure Emperor's longevity scripture to easily absorb the longevity spiritual power transformed from the jade phoenix tree. At this moment, the remaining medicinal power of the golden elixir also began to take effect. The elixir combines with spiritual energy, rapidly catalyzing the condensation of spiritual energy and its evolution towards a higher level of energy. Soon, all 100 drops of the Azure Emperor's longevity spiritual power were catalyzed and condensed by the elixir, and a brilliant light shone forth. Yin Qingmei was constantly monitoring her spiritual sense in her Danshan, but even at this moment, she couldn't see it clearly. But a surge of unprecedented joy welled up inside her. Soon the radiance faded, and a tiny rice grain-sized golden pill tinged with blue appeared in her consciousness. Golden core formation complete. But soon, this rice grain-sized golden elixir suddenly became somewhat illusory, as if it had some inherent deficiencies after its creation and was about to dissipate. Yin Qingmei immediately poured the remaining liquid spiritual energy from her Danshan into it, and the last bit of the golden liquid jade, rejuvenating pill's medicinal power, also began to surge up, helping her consolidate this golden pill that had been formed with great difficulty. Chen Mobai, who was under constant public scrutiny, noticed this and immediately flicked his finger. Around the mountaintop, he instantly activated a spirit-gathering array composed of 24 high-grade spirit stones. At that moment, the concentration of spiritual energy at the summit of Mount Rocco was almost comparable to that of a top-tier fourth-order spiritual vein. Under Chen Mobai's control, a vast amount of spiritual energy swirled around the jade parasol tree. With the help of this natal spiritual plant, Yin Qingmei only needs to concentrate on stabilizing her newly formed golden core, giving her a huge advantage compared to other core-forming cultivators. Soon, under the continuous flow of spiritual energy, the golden core, which was originally the size of a grain of rice, began to expand. Finally, Yin Qingmei felt that she was losing control of her divine sense and stopped. This means that she has pushed the core formation stage to the limit of her abilities. Rumble! At this moment, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and terrifying spiritual energy surged forth, transforming into lightning and thunder, like streaks of bright arc light, bursting into tremendous roars in the air. The heavenly tribulation is coming. In the past, this would naturally have required serious consideration. However, as the overlord of the eastern wilderness, the five-element sect now has no rivals in this area. This time, when Yin Qingmei reached the core formation stage, in addition to Chen Mobai personally overseeing things by her side, Yan Yuanhao, the garrison commander of Han County, also led the cultivators of the wood vein to form the Jiamu Dao army at the foot of the mountain, creating the first line of defense. Moreover, before this, Yan Yuanhao had already visited the major cultivators in the vicinity and informed them to leave the area within a radius of 300 miles of Liujia Mountain during this period. Some cultivators guessed that the Green Plum Fairy on Mount Liujia might be about to form her core, and they immediately packed up their valuables. To compensate these cultivators, Yan Yuanhao opened the teleportation array between Hangjun and Beiyuan City for free. Being able to see the #1 immortal city in the eastern wilderness was an incredible honor for rogue cultivators, so most people agreed. The heavenly tribulation appeared for a fleeting moment, and after a few booming sounds, it seemed about to erupt onto the earth, but suddenly it went silent and slowly disappeared. The summit of Mount Rocco. Beneath the jade-green parasol tree, a girl with a face as beautiful as jade and skin as white as snow slowly opened her crystal-clear eyes. As Yin Qingmei felt the immense power she possessed after forming her core, a look of joy spread across her face. I am truly grateful to Brother Nguyen Yang. This was my first time joining the Golden Alliance, and I will always remember it. End of this chapter. Chapter 733. After all, they are outsiders. Chapter 733. After all, they are outsiders. When Yin Qingmei reached the core formation stage, Chen Mobai led Luo Yixuan and Zhuo Ming to retreat to the mountainside. Although, according to his estimation, the success of forming the golden core was almost certain. But when she actually saw the heavenly tribulation dissipate, Yin Qingmei, radiant with health, rose from under the jade parasol tree and breathed a slight sigh of relief. Thank you for your protection, sect leader. This disciple has already formed the core formation. After getting up, Yin Qingmei naturally went to find Chen Mobai first and bowed slightly to him at the mountainside. I don't know why, but she seems to have become even more beautiful after she reached the core formation stage. Today she wore a silver-white long dress, spotless and flawless, her long hair tied up, her slender waist accentuated. As it flew from the mountaintop toward Chen Mobai, its graceful figure and elegant posture made it seem as if it were dancing, as beautiful and charming as a flower. At that moment, even Luo Yixuan, who was always proud of her appearance, was somewhat amazed, thinking that Yin Qingmei was as beautiful as a fairy. You've just broken through. Your cultivation level still needs further consolidation. When Chen Mobai saw that Yin Qingmei had just formed her core and was already eager to come down to see him, He couldn't help but shake his head and tell her not to be too concerned about etiquette. Yes, but I feel exhausted today, so my cultivation won't be very effective. I'll continue to consolidate my realm tomorrow. After achieving the core formation stage, Yin Qingmei became much bolder in her speech. In the past, she would have just nodded and said, "Uh-huh," to Chen Mobai's words without any opinion. However, she is right. Consolidating one's spiritual practice also requires a balance between work and rest. Moreover, because Yin Qingmei possesses a natal spiritual plant, she can avoid expending any mental effort in the most difficult part of a cultivator's core formation process, refining spiritual energy into spiritual power. She only needs to integrate the longevity spiritual power infused after refining the jade wudong tree into the condensed golden core. The only thing hindering her progress was her spiritual realm. Hold out your hand. However, Chen Mobai was still a little worried, so he took her pulse as usual. After hearing this, Yin Qingmei nodded gently, lifted up her thin, wide sleeves and extended her fair, jade-like wrist. After examining her, Chen Mobai found that her cultivation level was already quite stable. The effects of the golden elixir were perfectly utilized for her, and she completed the transformation of all three stages of essence, qi, and spirit, making it virtually impossible for her to regress. That's right. From now on, the Wood clan of the Five Elements sect will have another core formation cultivator. Chen Mobai's words brought an undisguised excitement and joy to Yin Qingmei's face. She looked at the sect leader in front of her, hesitant to speak, as if she wanted to say something. What's wrong? After Chen Mobai finished the examination, he saw her expression and asked a question that seemed a little strange. From now on, should I call him senior brother sect leader? Chen Mobai never expected Yin Qingmei's question. In the eastern wilderness, seniority is determined by cultivation level. According to convention, Yin Qingmei could indeed be promoted by one generation after she formed her core. But this wasn't a good thing in Chen Mobai's eyes, as someone from the immortal sect. As a righteous and prestigious sect, our five-element sect has always followed the hierarchy of seniority since the time of ancestor Yiyuan. Although you, Qingmei, have reached the core formation stage, you are still senior brother Fu's disciple. I address him as my fellow disciple, so you are still a junior. Chen Mobai was keen to change this habit, and Zhou Shenking and the others agreed. Therefore, even though Yin Qingmei had reached the core formation stage, she was still the fourth generation of the five-element sect. When the primordial ancestor was still alive, he enshrined the memorial tablet of the primordial true Lord in the primordial immortal city. Therefore, according to the rules, the first patriarch is the one Yuan true Lord. The only second-generation disciple was Li Zhangji. The third generation consists of 6 people, including Zhou Shenking. After Fu, Zhangju, and Chen Mobai reached the core formation stage, they were also promoted to this generation, making a total of 8 people. This is why Chen Mobai didn't become Zhou Shenking's disciple. Otherwise, he would only be the 4th generation. Now that Yin Qingmei has achieved the golden core stage, she is the 4th generation of the five-element sect. However, she can only be ranked second among the 4th generation. The first is Luo Yixuan. Although she formed her core improperly, the Shenmu sect had already announced it to the entire eastern wilderness. Even if she is gone now due to an accident, her status as the number 1 person of the 4th generation of the five-element sect and the senior sister of the five-vein sect is still a certainty. If Zhuo Ming and the others reach the core formation stage in the future, they will all be 4th generation cultivators, based on Chen Mobai's status. Yes, sect leader uncle. After hearing the generational order set by Chen Mobai, Yin Qingmei called out with some disappointment. Hearing this, Luo Yixuan felt smug, and her gaze towards Yin Qingmei became slightly hostile. Chen Mobai didn't understand, but how could she not understand? This guy's intentions were impure. It must be admitted that Yin Qingmei, with her heavenly spiritual root and ethereal beauty, and now that she has formed her golden core, is putting immense pressure on Luo Yixuan, making her feel an urge to form her golden core as soon as possible. Just call me sect leader. Chen Mobai waved his hand, meaning that Yin Qingmei didn't need to change her address in front of outsiders. Yes, sect leader. I also had many questions and insights when I was forming my core this time. I'll tell you about them so that you can use them to guide other cultivators in the sect in the future. Yin Qingmei's words made Chen Mobai nod in agreement. In the Tian realm, the depth of a sect's foundation is judged by the number of insights gained from breakthroughs in various major realms. As the overlord of the Eastern Wilderness, the five-element sect already possesses considerable knowledge on core formation, but in Chen Mobai's view, it is still far too limited. At the very least, one needs to have more than double digits of insights into the five elements core formation to barely meet his goal. While Yin Qingmei and Chen Mobai were discussing matters related to the formation of the golden core, Zhuo Ming listened with envy. Among everyone present, she was the slowest to progress. Yin Qingmei quickly finished sharing her insights on core formation, which were largely consistent with Chen Mobai's estimates. It was no surprise that the nascent soul cultivation technique, the assistance of her natal spiritual plant, and the profound mysteries of the jade phoenix tree all contributed to increasing her core formation success rate by at least 30%. In addition to the golden elixir and her own foundation, she was able to successfully form her core in such a natural way. After Qingmei, it's Xuan'er's turn. I have a water element profound stone here. I'll go to the end of the Blackwater later to find a suitable spiritual vein to put in it. Once the Blackwater is opened up to that point, connecting Yunmeng Marsh and Frost County Snow Mountain, it can be transformed into a fourth-order water vein. At this moment, Chen Mobai had finished talking to Yin Qingmei and said something that made Luo Yixuan cheer with joy. She was not happy that she had a fourth-order water vein, but that Chen Mobai was thinking of her. Master, since senior sister Yin has just formed her core, why don't we give her some time to consolidate and recuperate? Let's go and settle the matter of the fourth-order water vein first. Luo Yixuan immediately spoke up, and Chen Mobai thought about it and agreed, so he didn't delay Yin Qingmei any longer. Then I will await the arrival of the sect leader. To this, Yin Qingmei could only say one disappointed thing. Chen Mobai nodded and immediately left with his two disciples, Zhuo Ming and Luo Yixuan, leaving Liujia Mountain to her. Finding the location of a fourth-order water vein is not an easy task. First, it must be a place with spiritual veins. Second, it is best to be on the path opened up by the Blackwater, so that it will be easier to change course in the future. Also, it is necessary to reserve the possibility of future expansion towards the endless sand sea. Even the most outstanding geomancers need a very long time to achieve this. However, it is not difficult for Chen Mobai to rely on the power of the entire five-element sect. He had already informed Yan Yuanhao about this matter in advance. As the garrison commander of Han County, he immediately led the cultivators in the county to begin inspecting various oases, water veins, and spiritual lands along the Blackwater. In addition to himself, he also issued orders to all the immortal cultivation families in Han County and even assigned tasks to the rogue cultivators. As long as you offer a suitable water vein, you will be rewarded with spirit stones. If the sect leader ultimately adopts your offering, you will even receive a second-tier cave dwelling in Baiyuan City. The moment these generous terms were announced, the entire Rainbow County's independent cultivators went wild. The power of the masses is the strongest. When Chen Mobai escorted Yin Qingmei to form her core, Yan Yuanhao at the foot of the mountain also presented his own map of the Rainbow County's water veins and land spirits. It's even simpler with a map. Chen Mobai, accompanied by Zhuo Ming, the most outstanding geomancer, began searching along the course of the Blackwater, one by one. Among these, the first-tier and most second-tier spiritual veins were directly abandoned by them, because upgrading them to the fourth tier would require an enormous amount of manpower and resources. What remains are 5 second-tier high-grade spiritual veins and 2 third-tier spiritual veins. Upon seeing this, Chen Mobai once again marveled at the vastness and abundance of the Tian realm. If these spiritual veins were located in the immortal sects, they would already be overcrowded. They looked at each of the streets along the way. Two of these are third-tier spiritual veins, both of which are occupied by cultivators. One is the residence of the Wen family, a cultivation family in Han County, and the other is the villa of the Deng family, another cultivation family, where many medicinal herbs and spirit rice are grown. However, if Chen Mobai were to ask for it, they certainly wouldn't dare to refuse. After reading them all, Chen Mobai discovered that the best location was an oasis called Hanying Lake, located 800 miles away from Mount Liujia. This is a second-tier high-grade water vein, where more than a dozen rogue cultivators have settled. The one with the highest cultivation level is a rogue cultivator named Leyline, who is at the 9th level of qi refining. Hanying Lake is located on the edge of Han County. 80 miles away lies the boundless sea of sand. Chen Mobai envisioned that the Blackwater would need to be opened up to the border between Hangjun and the boundless sand sea. In the future, after Zhuo Ming's cultivation level increased, the oasis would be expanded outward to manage this desert that had been devoured by locusts. Although developing a fourth-order water vein would require more resources compared to a third-order foundation, Chen Mobai felt it was worth the investment as it was the core of a major project following the development of the Eastern Wilderness Plateau. Moreover, those two third-tier water veins had been cultivated by the immortal cultivation families for a long time, so it wouldn't be appropriate for him to just ask for them to be taken away directly. There are only 16 independent cultivators at Hanying Lake, so it's relatively easy to settle them down. Chen Mobai didn't speak, but Luo Yixuan took the initiative and gathered all the rogue cultivators together. She then offered them irresistible exchange conditions. First, each person in Baiyuan City would receive a second-tier cave dwelling. Second, each person would receive an additional 500 spirit stones. And third, if they wanted to live in Baiyuan City in the future, they would be given priority in being recruited for projects such as planting trees and controlling desertification in the Blackwater area. Under these three conditions, all the rogue cultivators nodded repeatedly to Luo Yixuan on the spot, fearing that she might change her mind later. Putting everything else aside, they couldn't afford a Tier 2 property in Baiyuan City even if they worked their whole lives. Who would have thought that such an industry could be exchanged for an oasis in a remote and impoverished area? It was like a windfall. After settling the matter, Chen Mobai descended from the sky. The one with the highest cultivation among the rogue cultivators seemed to know him and immediately knelt down to perform a grand salute. Leyline, greetings, immortal venerable Chen. Chen Mobai, oh, you know me. Leyline, reporting to immortal Chen, during the great battle at Water and Fire Pass, I assisted Grand Tutor Jiang along with Taoist Yuhua. When the Grand Tutor invited immortal Chen, I happened to be under his command, and it was because of this that I was able to recognize true person Luo. Taoist Yuhua is a rogue cultivator who has reached the foundation establishment stage in Hangjun County, and his reputation is quite respectable. When the five elements sect unified, Chen Mobai provided Nujiang and Sheng Jiaxi with a high-standard performance stage and personally led Luo Yixuan and others to break through the water and fire barrier. What a coincidence! After hearing this, Chen Mobai nodded slightly to the female cultivator. Since he needed someone familiar with the process of upgrading the fourth-order water vein, he let her stay. Half a month later, the heads of the Array Department and the Spirit Vein Department, who had received his orders, arrived here with their men. Chen Mobai and Zhuo Ming have already surveyed this place and provided a plan for upgrading the spiritual vein. Because it was to be built as a place for Luo Yixuan's future cultivation, Chen Mobai spared no expense. In addition to the water element mystic stone, which serves as the core of the spiritual vein, 1,000 high-grade spirit stones were also added. Fortunately, a sum of money was obtained from Kong Lingling, otherwise it might not have been enough. Seeing Chen Mobai's generosity, Luo Yixuan was deeply moved, feeling that her master was truly kind to her. That day, Chen Mobai was discussing with Zhuo Ming how to divert the Blackwater to eventually flow into Hanying Lake when she immediately brewed a pot of hot tea and eagerly sent it over. Master, it's cooled down now, please drink it. After hearing this, Chen Mobai casually picked up the bottle and drank it all in one gulp. Then he continued to discuss with Zhu Ming the matter of establishing a network of waterways connecting the entire eastern wilderness, with Hanying Lake as its core. Within the network of immortal realms, the area encompassing water sources and rivers is specifically referred to as the water scripture. It means that the major water systems on the Earth's surface are like the veins of the Earth, and water is the lifeblood of the Earth, which is of vital importance. When Chen Mobai was developing the Eastern Wilderness Plateau, he had already thought of this place in advance. After the Mo River, Beijiang River, and Haishui River were successfully opened up, they eventually converged into Hanying Lake. Their source is Yunmeng Marsh and Xiungjun Snow Mountain, which is the source that irrigated and nurtured the entire Eastern Wilderness civilization. If Luo Yixuan's cultivation level is high enough, she can stay here and use Hanying Lake to absorb the vast water veins of the entire Eastern Wilderness to cultivate the sea control profound technique, which would be quite fitting. Luo Yixuan, who was listening to her master and senior sister's conversation, understood what Chen Mobai was saying, even though she didn't understand the subject matter. In that instant, she felt that she held the highest position in her master's heart. Otherwise, why would they arrange such a good place for her to cultivate? Luo Yixuan grew happier and happier as she thought about it. In that instant, she was radiant with joy, her eyes sparkling and her eyebrows slightly raised, unable to contain her delight and delight. HMPH, Yin Qingmei is an outsider after all. End of this chapter. Chapter 734, Repracticing Hunyuan True Qi, 7K. Chapter 734, Repracticing Hunyuan True Qi, 7K. Nine Heavens Demon-Slaying Sect. Yuan Zhen, who had just become a saintess, felt extremely happy. As a genius of the Yuan family, she was instilled with the idea of becoming a saint from a young age. After all, our ancestor was a nascent soul true monarch, the #1 person in the Eastern continent. As his bloodline descendant, she should at least be a Tao child or holy maiden. In that case, the resources for nascent soul formation in the Holy Land can be prioritized. Once they reach the nascent soul stage, even if Yuan Qing ascends to immortality or encounters some unexpected event in the future, their Yuan family will still be able to maintain their core position within the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression Sect. Yuan Zhen is the third nascent soul seed cultivated by the Yuan family. However, for the Yuan family, she was merely a side effect. The eyes of the Yuan family, and even the entire Nine Heavens Demon Suppression Sect, were on Yi Qing. After all, in a power at the level of a holy land, although a nascent soul cultivator is also at the top, only a divine transformation true monarch can determine the overall situation and allocate power. For 20 years since Yuan Qing became a deity, the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression Sect has suppressed the 6 realms of the eastern region, and no one has dared to disobey. However, for the past century, there has been a persistent sense of anxiety within the organization. Because Yuan Qing, the #1 nascent soul cultivator in the eastern continent, doesn't have much lifespan left, at most about 300 years. If he wants to live any longer, he can only strive to ascend to immortality. Among the next generation of the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression Sect, although there are 3 cultivators who have reached the nascent soul stage, none of them have been able to break through to the deity transformation stage. Some are just a little lacking in talent, some lack comprehension, and some simply haven't had the right opportunity. It is precisely for this reason that Yi Qing's appearance has been highly anticipated by the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression Sect. And he did not disappoint. Now he is just waiting to form his nascent soul, after which he will impart the divine transformation Tao fruit of the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression Sect, and then wield the 6th order supreme treasure, the Te Sword, to carry out the path of killing and conquest throughout the world. When Yuan Zhen was young, he had some ambition, thinking that he could wield the Te Sword and become the 2nd nascent soul true lord of the Yuan family. But after a century of cultivation, he finally saw himself clearly. Not to mention comparing her to a peerless genius like Yi Qing, even among her fellow disciples, There are many geniuses who are more outstanding and amazing than her. Fortunately, those who were clearly more outstanding than her were male cultivators. Among female cultivators, she was considered one of the best. Although this outstanding achievement was the result of the Yuan family expending enormous resources, the investment has paid off, and she has now become the holy maiden of the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression sect. Once Yi Qing reaches the nascent soul stage, she can also obtain the nascent soul pill and the three lights divine water through the sect. Yuan Zhen was able to accept her failure to form a nascent soul once because of the three lights divine water. But I cannot accept it a second time. After 2 failures, not only would the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression sect abandon her, but even the Yuan family would give up on her. The previous holy maiden failed once, and the second time she had to prepare the resources herself. In the end, without the three lights divine water, she forcibly formed her nascent soul, her Tao body collapsed, her purple mansion shattered, and she died. Even for members of the Yuan family, being in the Holy Land presents immense competitive pressure. Especially for exemplary disciples like Dayazi and Saintess, if they cannot successfully form their nascent soul in one go, then in the eyes of all cultivators in the Eastern Land, they are not qualified. Therefore, after Yuan Zhen obtained the true blood pill, she did not consume it all at once. Instead, she took one pill first to familiarize herself with the increased spiritual power. Once her foundation was solid, she would then take the other 2 pills. Because the true blood pill had been refined by Yuan Qing, Yuan Zhen had completely refined it after taking it and meditating for 3 days. Feeling her spiritual power nearing the completion of the core formation stage, Yuan Zhen emerged from seclusion, ready to exercise her authority as the holy maiden of the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression sect, roaming the world freely. Soon, the disciples below brought up the complaint letters that had accumulated over the past period of time. There were thousands or tens of thousands of letters in a huge box. You always handled things yourself before, senior brother. When Yuan Zhen saw the pile of letters that filled the table after they were taken out, she was dumbfounded. Yes, in order to avoid wrongful convictions, Dayazi personally reads every letter of complaint and then orders his disciples to investigate and handle them. In some urgent cases, he even goes out in person. Such a large sect as the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression sect naturally cannot rely on Yi Qing to handle everything. The sect has experienced and senior cultivators within it. But Yi Qing was a workaholic who did everything himself, and even so, he didn't neglect his cultivation. Yuan Zhen used to wait for instructions, because when Yi Qing personally handled matters, he would call her along to help her gain experience. On the first day, Yuan Zhen was able to force herself to be as diligent and conscientious as Yi Qing. But 3 days later, she couldn't hold back any longer. These little devils can be dealt with by the disciples guarding the various regions. Don't send them to me again. And these things, without any evidence, they wrote a short article and said that the Jinghua sect is harboring demons and cultivating demonic arts. Aren't they just trying to use our Nine Heavens Demon Suppression sect as a weapon? Arrest the person who wrote the report and bring them to the Jinghua sect so they can confront them face to face. And this too, there's this. Someone is slaughtering living beings and cultivating a bloodthirsty demonic art near Thousand Saint Lake in Dongli. Does he even need to report that? That's the ancestral home of the demonic path. Demonic offspring who have achieved some cultivation like to go there to worship their ancestors. It's not unusual for them to kill a few while they're at it. Our Nine Heavens Demon Suppression sect doesn't interfere in matters within Dongli's territory. Doesn't he know that? Yes. Yuan Zhen couldn't understand how Yi Qing in the past could tolerate reading these idiotic complaint letters. From now on, you should go through all these letters first. Only those that require my personal attention, the Holy Maiden, should be sent up for my review. Yuan Zhen felt that she should not waste her precious time on these trivial matters, so she gave the latest instructions to her disciples. Yes, Holy Maiden. Upon hearing her say this, a female cultivator in a blue dress closed the box she had just opened, which contained the hundreds of complaint letters received that day. After giving his instructions, Yuan Zhen immediately left the main hall. The 7 disciples inside the hall looked at each other, then skillfully sorted through all the complaint letters and began their long-awaited busy work. In fact, this is the normal state of the 9 Heavens Demon Suppression sect. Previously, because Yi Qing was full of energy, the disciples who were assisting him were much more relaxed. Yuan Zhen is simply restoring everything to the state it was in before Yi Qing became the Taoist. Around midnight, one of the disciples saw a letter of denunciation from the eastern wilderness. After glancing at it, he found that it was incomplete, without any evidence, and was anonymous. After reading it, he simply put it in a box that didn't need any further processing. The next day, when Yuan Zhen arrived, he only needed to face the 13 complaint letters selected by the 7 disciples, which were deemed to be in accordance with the requirements for dispatching disciples from the 9 Heavens Demon Suppression sect. All of them were based on facts and evidence, and were reported under their real names with a willingness to confront the other party in person. Yuan Zhen responded to all 13 letters of complaint in just half an hour. 2 of them might require her, the Holy Maiden, to personally intervene, while the rest should be handled by the other disciples of the Hall of World Travelers. However, she was all alone, and the 2 whistleblower letters contained serious allegations, so Yuan Zhen needed to make a choice. She hesitated for a moment. This was her first official mission to travel the world since becoming a saintess, and she couldn't afford to mess it up. So she decided to go back and ask her elders for advice. The Yuan family's ancestral land is located on the north side of the Dangmo Mountains, only a dozen miles away from Tangshan Peak, where Yuan Qing is in seclusion. After Yuan Zhen landed at her doorstep, 2 disciples standing with swords on their backs immediately bowed respectfully to her, the Holy Maiden. She nodded and was about to step through the gate when she saw the patriarch, her great uncle Yuan Huang, a powerful cultivator in the late nascent soul stage, walking out from inside. "Greetings, master of the family." Yuan Zhen immediately bowed to him. The Yuan family had a rule that flying was forbidden within the clan's territory, so one had to walk out of the gate before flying was allowed. That's why the 2 of them were able to meet at the gate. After becoming a holy maiden, instead of focusing on accumulating sect merits in the Hall of World Travelers, why do you have time to come back? When Yuan Huang saw Yuan Zhen, he scolded him with a stern face. "Report to the head of the family." Yuan Zhen explained the purpose of her return and then took out the 2 letters of complaint. After Yuan Huang scanned them with his divine sense, he handed her a storage bag. Dayazi is about to begin his seclusion to form his nascent soul. The ancestor instructed us to send some items for fasting up to him. Why don't you ask Dayazi about this matter? You can also make this trip for me." Upon hearing this, Yuan Zhen immediately and respectfully accepted the storage bag. Only after Yuan Huang turned and entered the house did he fly up and head towards Tangshan Peak. "Junior sister, you've come at the perfect time." On Tangshan Peak, Yi Qing received the storage bag from Yuan Zhen and handed her a message talisman. "Senior brother, what is this?" Yuan Zhen took the document with some surprise and raised an eyebrow. "A letter from sect leader Chen of the 5-element sect in the eastern wilderness says that they have discovered that Kong Lingling, a core formation cultivator from the Snowfall Palace, murdered a foundation establishment cultivator from their sect." Yi Qing briefly explained that he had received this last night, but unfortunately, for him, forming his nascent soul was definitely the most important thing right now. Chen Mobai said in the message talisman that he had already dealt with Kong Lingling, so Yi Qing thought he would deal with this matter after he finished his nascent soul cultivation and came out of seclusion. But now that Yuan Zhen has come up, it's perfect to leave it to her, the Holy Maiden, to handle. "Then I'll go myself." Yuan Zhen was originally worried about which mission to choose for her first journey across the world as part of the 9 Heavens Demon Suppression sect. But after seeing Chen Mobai's message talisman, her worries suddenly disappeared. "I'm not going to either of them. I'm going to the eastern wilderness." "Junior sister, this is only sect leader Chen's side of the story. According to procedure, we need to send someone to investigate first. After hearing this, Yi Qing gave a somewhat unexpected reminder. I'm also in charge of investigations. I've found that I still prefer the feeling of wandering outside. I just took a true blood pill, and after a trip to the eastern wilderness, I should be able to completely refine it. After hearing Yuan Zhen's words, Yi Qing didn't say anything more. Sect leader Chen is a decent person. It's just a pity that he cultivates in the eastern wilderness. If he were in the One Yuan Dao Palace, he might be able to discuss the Dao with me. Yi Qing had a decent impression of Chen Mobai. After all, he had mastered the primordial chaos true qi, and his cultivation was only at the mid-stage of core formation. Even within the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression sect, he was second only to Yi Qing in talent. Senior brother, you should go into seclusion. Leave the task of traveling the world to me. Yuan Zhen handed the storage bag to Yi Qing and hurriedly went down the mountain. Upon returning to the Hall of World Travelers, she instructed her disciples to select all the reports concerning the eastern wilderness and the eastern barbarians, intending to deal with them all on this trip. The Nine Heavens demon-slaying sect has its own flying magic weapon. Yuan Zhen took 2 female disciples with foundation establishment cultivation and left the demon-slaying mountain range, heading towards Guangwu Immortal City. The large teleportation array there leads directly to the Golden Crow Immortal City of the Eastern Barbarians. Dongyi. When Master Bingyun stepped out of the large teleportation array alone, everyone present was filled with undisguised shock. In the land of Dongyi, nascent soul cultivators are the absolute rulers. Where is Bai Wu? Tell him to come see me. As Master Bingyun stepped out of the teleportation array, he called out to a young disciple dressed in a golden robe embroidered with a great sun. Reporting to the senior, the ancestor recently led several elders out to join the Golden Wind ancestor of Xuanxiao Dao Palace in responding to the call of the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression sect and heading to Kongseng Valley to cleanse the remaining traces of the demonic path. Before the young disciple could answer, a golden ray of light appeared and landed in front of Master Bingyun. A true person, clearly at the core formation stage, spoke respectfully. Not here. Never mind then, I'll go to the eastern wilderness myself. Send someone who knows the way with me. Master Bingyun gave instructions to the handsome core formation cultivator, who immediately nodded. Soon after, all the cultivators in Golden Crow Immortal City who were most familiar with the eastern wilderness were summoned by Yu Rihai. I'm in a hurry, everyone keep up. Master Bingyun waved his sleeve, sending out an ice boat. A gust of cold wind blew up, carrying all the cultivators present onto the ice boat, which then flew towards the eastern wilderness. Meanwhile, the people from Tianqinlu had already used their own channels to spread the news towards Beiyuan City. Chen Mobai was unaware that Master Bingyun was already heading aggressively towards the eastern wilderness. He was overjoyed that the water veins of Hanying Lake had been upgraded to the 3rd level. With him and Zhu Ming in charge of the overall situation, the sect's spirit vein department and array department have experienced many upgrades to the spirit veins in recent years, so building the spirit veins here is a familiar and efficient process. After reaching the 3rd stage, the process involves continuously dispersing the buried high-grade spirit stones to merge with the original spirit veins. It can even open up several nearby spirit veins to enhance the main spirit vein of Hanying Lake. This is the watermilling process, because it requires upgrading a 3rd-tier low-grade product to a 4th-tier low-grade product, which cannot be completed in one go. Moreover, when Chen Mobai and Zhu Ming designed it, they also reserved the possibility that Hanying Lake would eventually absorb all the water veins of the eastern wilderness. All of this needs to be prepared in advance when upgrading the spiritual veins. Although the design is now complete, turning it into reality will be more difficult and will take more time. Chen Mobai did not make things difficult for the spirit vein department and the array department, allowing them to complete the project before the Blackwater was opened up. Chen Mobai also entrusted Luo Yixuan with supervising this project. After all, this will be her training ground in the future, and she is also in charge of the Blackwater, so it's good that she doesn't have to bother two masters with one thing. Luo Yixuan was also very excited, wishing she could immediately have a fourth-order water vein training ground for her to cultivate. At this point, Chen Mobai estimated that Yin Qingmei's cultivation level had been consolidated enough, and prepared to take them back to try the 5 elements cultivation method again. Before leaving, in order to ensure that she could keep track of the progress of Han Ying Lake, Luo Yixuan left Li Lanting, a rogue cultivator, behind and offered her 100 low-grade spirit stones every year to help look after it. Li Lanting was naturally more than willing. We returned to Mount Rocco. Before Chen Mobai's colorful clouds even landed, Yin Qingmei had already flown up to greet him. Soon, around the jade phoenix tree atop Mount Liujia, the 4 humans and 1 ghost sat in a circle, beginning their 5 elements cultivation under Chen Mobai's guidance. This time it was definitely different from before. With the primordial true qi as his foundation, Chen Mobai found that he seemed to have a backbone in cultivating the primordial Tao fruit. Using it as a reference, he absorbed and refined the 5 elements of spiritual power one by one. Gradually, that primordial true energy began to increase slightly. Under the combined cultivation method, the spiritual power of the 5 elements flowed continuously into Chen Mobai's middle danshan, and soon the second primordial true energy began to take shape. Just as Chen Mobai was about to press on and condense a complete spiritual energy, he discovered that the spiritual energy of water and earth was starting to weaken and could not be supplied. Under the guidance of his fellow practitioners, he quickly realized the reason. Since Zhuo Ming and Luo Yixuan had not yet truly formed their cores, their spiritual power was insufficient when cultivating the primordial chaos true qi. However, Yin Qingmei, who had just formed her golden core, had her newly formed golden core dimmed somewhat due to his extraction of Hunyuan true qi. On the contrary, Granny Ming, that old devil, had no problems at all. Once Chen Mobai realized this, he immediately stopped the 5 elements cultivation method. The second strand of primordial true qi was about 1/10 of its original strength, which Chen Mobai incorporated into the first strand. When he opened his eyes, he saw that both Zhuo Ming and Luo Yixuan looked pale. It's clear that the foundation establishment realm was insufficient to help Chen Mobai cultivate Hunyuan true qi. Yin Qingmei's expression remained unchanged, but Chen Mobai sensed that the jade parasol tree beside her was constantly refining the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to grow its life force, which was then injected into her body to help replenish it. The Tao fruit that the Holy Sun is cultivating should be just the right amount of true energy if 5 newly formed core cultivators cultivate the 5 elements together at once. Granny Ming, being an observer, had a clearer perspective. Chen Mobai, needing to focus on his cultivation, asked her to help observe the situation. After the cultivation session, she shared her assessment. I see. This was Chen Mobai's first complete attempt at cultivating Hunyuan true qi, and he succeeded. This also made him understand why Zhou Shenking and the others were unwilling to help Zhou Yi cultivate. If one overdoes cultivation, it will not only hinder the improvement of their spiritual power, but may even damage their very essence. Given Zhou Shenking and the others' situation, as long as they help Zhou Yi cultivate, there is basically no possibility of him reaching the nascent soul stage. After understanding this, Chen Mobai decided that he would no longer use the 5 elements simultaneous cultivation method to have Luo Yixuan and the others help him cultivate Hunyuan true qi. After the hidden dangers of the Snow Palace were completely resolved, the method of condensing the 5 elements essence was promoted on a large scale in the eastern wilderness. However, before that, we can start small-scale pilot programs in some places to try them out. Where should we begin with this, and who should handle it? Baiyuan City is too crowded with people. As for Jumu Ridge, Yue's Yudo, a direct descendant, is definitely busy forming his core right now. Or should we give Zhou Wangshan a chance? Chen Mobai thought of this sect's foundation establishment cultivator, who was very efficient in his work. Over the years of training, Zhou Wangshan's abilities and character have been unanimously recognized by the sect. In addition, Zhou Shenking has now formed his nascent soul. Although it is a Dharma body nascent soul, he will definitely support one of his descendants in the upper echelons of the sect. Perhaps Chen Mobai should take the initiative to train him first. With this in mind, Chen Mobai decided to entrust the pilot project of the Five Elements essence to Zhou Wangshan. If this matter is accomplished, since he no longer needs the sap and dew of the immortal tree, these resources can be transferred to him to support his cultivation of the immortal body. If Zhou Wangshan can cultivate a third-order longevity body at the foundation establishment stage, then with the help of the golden elixir and jade rejuvenation pill, he may be able to form a core in the future. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai wrote a message talisman to Zhou Wangshan, instructing him to go to Baiyuan City to await orders. After finishing the 5-element simultaneous cultivation, Chen Mobai gave Zhuo Ming and Luo Yixuan a high-grade spirit stone to restore their spiritual power. However, Zhuo Ming shook her head, indicating that there was something better. She dug out a jar of spirit wine buried beneath the roots of the jade parasol tree, first scooping a cup for Chen Mobai, then using a small spoon to scoop a spoonful for herself and Luo Yixuan. Chen Mobai took a sniff and smelled the delicate fragrance of peaches, instantly understanding the origin of this spiritual wine. At this moment, Luo Yixuan and Zhuo Ming had already drunk the liquid, sat cross-legged on the ground, and began to circulate their internal energy to refine it. About an incense stick's time later, the two women opened their eyes, their cheeks slightly flushed, as if they were drunk. However, the spiritual energy that had been absorbed by Chen Mobai during his cultivation of the primordial chaos true qi, when he was cultivating the 5 elements simultaneously, was completely restored. Master, this is the spirit wine I brewed using that 4th-tier immortal peach. 1 spoonful a day is equivalent to the result of 10 days of meditation and cultivation. As Zhuo Ming spoke, Chen Mobai had already finished the cup she had scooped up. After the spirit wine entered his stomach, it transformed into a pure and powerful energy that spread out, and he easily refined it into pure yang spiritual power. Previously, when cultivating the primordial true qi, he, as the one in charge, actually consumed the most energy. But after drinking this cup of spiritual wine, not only was he fully replenished, but there was even a tendency for it to overflow. With this spiritual wine, it seems that Minger will be able to reach the peak of foundation establishment in just a few years. This is also good news for Chen Mobai. Thanks to this spiritual wine, the disciples under the sect were able to shorten the time it took to accumulate spiritual power. Unfortunately, he had already consumed a 4th-tier immortal peach, so this spirit wine could only replenish his spiritual energy. He could forget about improving it. I must thank my master for bestowing such a divine fruit. Zhuo Ming thanked Chen Mobai for his kindness. Luo Yixuan, who was standing to the side, knew how potent this spirit wine was and was itching to ask for a pot. However, she was always obedient in front of Chen Mobai, so she didn't say anything. King Mei should also drink half a cup, then rest for half a day, and then the heavenly tribulation of this jade parasol tree can be triggered. As Chen Mobai spoke, Zhuo Ming had already scooped out a small half-cup for Yin King Mei. In the heavenly river realm, forming a core formation inevitably involves a heavenly tribulation. The idea of being blinded by a leaf is too outrageous. If it gets out, even the Holy Land might be tempted. So Chen Mobai plans to try and find out. When the jade phoenix tree advanced to the next level, the heavenly tribulation was obscured. Now that Yin King Mei has reached the core formation stage, we will use her heavenly tribulation instead, treating it as the core formation heavenly tribulation. With Yin King Mei's current strength as a true core formation cultivator, Biyu Wudong's chances of surviving the heavenly tribulation are practically guaranteed. Moreover, Chen Mobai has also lent her the Hayashan mirror. If Biyu Wudong advances to a higher level in the future, or if Yin King Mei forms a nascent soul, then release her core formation heavenly tribulation and apply it again. In any case, The cycle will continue until their five-element sect has the strength to suppress the entire eastern continent and even the heavenly river realm. At that point, this blinding the view with a leaf technique will no longer need to be concealed. Yin Qingmei had actually recovered almost completely with the help of her natal spiritual plant, but she was still very curious about the spiritual wine brewed from the fourth-tier immortal peach. So when she took the drink, her snow-white cheeks flushed red, and she was even more drunk than Luo Yixuan and Zhu Ming. She had planned to rest for half a day, but it turned out she didn't sober up until the next day. Chen Mobai had not expected that Yin Qingmei's constitution would be so sensitive to the spirit wine. Fortunately, nothing serious was delayed. Above Mount Raku, amidst the rumbling sounds, the momentum of the heavenly tribulation reappeared. Some of the independent cultivators who hadn't yet moved away saw this scene, and were reminded of the legends of core formation and tribulation transcending, which filled them with longing. If only I were the one undergoing the tribulation. At the foot of Liujia Mountain, the five-element sect cultivators led by Yan Yuanhao were extremely tense at this moment, and they even used their Jia Wood Dao soldiers, fearing that they might encounter some reckless cultivators who might interfere. However, the five-element sect's current reputation is enough to intimidate all cultivators in the eastern wilderness. The sky began to darken, becoming a heavy, oppressive black. A series of chilling golden winds, like sharp blades, slashed down from the black clouds in celestial atmosphere. The golden wind tribulation, which occurs when a spirit tree advances to the next level, and a wood attribute cultivation technique reaches its core stage, appeared in the sky above Mount Liujia. Like a knife, the cold wind, carrying a blinding golden light, scratched the bark of the jade parasol tree, but immediately bursts of azure spiritual light flashed, melting away the golden light and smoothing the wounds. But under the relentless golden wind, the leaves of the jade-green parasol tree and some of its delicate branches were all cut down. Upon seeing this, Yin Qingmei, who was sitting under the jade parasol tree, immediately closed her eyes and used the Azure Emperor's longevity scripture to replenish her natal spiritual plant with her own spiritual power. Soon, the jade phoenix tree shone brightly, blocking the golden wind calamity outside the tree trunk. A day and a night passed. The golden wind calamity began to dissipate, but streaks of bright, luminous lightning continued to flash and roar as they struck down toward the top of Mount Liujia. 1, 2, 3. After 3 attacks, Biu Wudong was already struggling to withstand the onslaught, and Yin Qingmei also felt that most of her spiritual power had been depleted. She immediately looked at Chen Mobai, who was not far away, and received a nod from him. Soon, the Haitian mirror was held in Yin Qingmei's hands. Her graceful, ethereal figure soared over the jade parasol tree and into the sky amidst the heavenly tribulation lightning. Rumble! The fourth glittering bolt of lightning struck down, but was easily blocked by the Haitian mirror. The mirror surface even seemed to be cleansed of impurities by the power of the tribulation lightning, becoming brighter and brighter as bolts of lightning fell. A sun shone brightly in the sky. In the eyes of Yan Yuanhao and his companions at the foot of the mountain, it was as if they saw a fairy holding the rising sun, dispelling the dark clouds and shattering the tribulation lightning. After the sun rose, the cold wind disappeared, and a warm and gentle light shone on the earth. As the heavenly tribulation passed, Yan Yuanhao and his companions at the foot of the mountain all had the same thought when they saw this scene. In an instant, the joy of the sect gaining another core formation cultivator made them all invigorated. End of this chapter. Chapter 735, The Spirituality of Magical Artifacts, 7K. Chapter 735, The Spirituality of Magical Artifacts, 7K. At the summit of Mount Liujia, Yin Qingmei activated the Haitian mirror to shatter the heavenly tribulation, signifying that the jade phoenix tree had survived the tribulation. Subsequently, Chen Mobai saw that most of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that had gathered for the heavenly tribulation began to dissipate into the world, while a small portion of the purest energy surged toward the jade phoenix tree on the mountaintop. The wounds on the branches of this spiritual plant, which had been severed by the heavenly tribulation, immediately emitted an extremely dense, clear light and began to slowly sprout new buds, displaying a vibrant and thriving appearance. So, there are benefits to overcoming tribulation. Seeing this scene, Chen Mobai couldn't help but mutter to himself, but he didn't know whether it was because of the spiritual plant or because the cultivator was undergoing tribulation. It seems we need to observe again when someone in the sect undergoes tribulation next time. He thought back to the tribulation he experienced when he formed his core last time, which seemed to have been completely swallowed up by the purple lightning sword. Chen Mobai noted this down. Seeing that Yin Qingmei was still in midair, he immediately sent her a telepathic message, instructing her to come down and use the Azure Emperor's longevity scripture to share the pure spiritual energy refined by the heavenly tribulation with the jade Wudong. Upon hearing this, Yin Qingmei hurriedly flew down. Chen Mobai immediately took her place, remotely controlling the Hayashan mirror to capture the dissipating spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Then, with his powerful divine sense, he slowly refined it into the Hayashan mirror. Since he mastered it, this natal magic weapon has mostly been in Yin Qingmei's hands, illuminating spiritual plants and condensing purple energy. 3 years ago, thanks to the endless solar energy here and the mysteries of the Hayashan mirror, it had already been condensed into a complete form. Chen Mobai planned to use it to break through to the 7th level of the Golden Core stage, because the pure Yang spiritual power he had at the 5th to 6th level of the Golden Core stage was all obtained by consuming the immortal peach fruit. His foundation was not very deep, and the success rate of breaking through on his own would not be very high. Resources should be used where they are most needed. This is the principle that Chen Mobai has come to understand most deeply over the years. It took nearly 30 years of accumulation to create this pure Yang purple energy. If it could help him break through to the 7th level of the Golden Core stage, then it would be the best use of his abilities. 3 days later, the Hayashan mirror absorbed and refined all the spiritual energy of the heavenly tribulation, and its originally bright and shiny surface began to become more subdued. Like a great sun, which in the blink of an eye turned into a moon. Chen Mobai waved his hand, and the Hayashan mirror immediately flew down from the sky and floated in front of him. Chen Mobai gently placed his right palm on the mirror's surface, feeling the power of this natal magic weapon. A moment later, he withdrew his hand with a mixture of joy and regret. After being tempered by this heavenly tribulation, the Hayashan mirror has become a peak 3rd-tier magic weapon. Unfortunately, the original body of this magical artifact is the 6 Yang Divine Fire Mirror of the Immortal sect. The raw materials used are only of the 3rd rank, and some scraps are even of the 2nd rank. The crafting style highlights the thriftiness of an immortal sect. This time, it was all thanks to Chen Mobai, who used 4th-order longevity wood to make the frame when he was refining the Hayashan mirror. The longevity wood forcibly propelled it to the peak of the 3rd order. In other words, this natal magic weapon is now at its peak. If you want to improve it further, you can only nurture it with spiritual power over a long period of time to cultivate the spirit of the magical artifact. Alternatively, higher-grade materials and advanced refining techniques could be used to replace the original low-grade materials on the mirror surface. Chen Mobai wanted to try both methods. However, since the Hayashan mirror required Yin Qingmei to condense the pure Yang purple qi, Chen Mobai wondered if he could have his adopted daughter do the work and help him nurture it. After all, he's so busy that he doesn't even have enough time for cultivation, and he also has to handle various government affairs. The second method requires at least a 4th-level weapon refiner to intervene. It's not some abstract concept like the heavenly river realm, but the real, substantial stuff from the immortal sects. This was not a difficult task for Chen Mobai. Because the weapon-making academy he graduated from is the ancestral home of the entire immortal sect's weapon-making tradition. The 5th-order weapon refiner, Master Chengshuan, was his principal, and the former head of the weapon refinement department, Hong Mengqi, was also his nominal teacher. There is one problem. He and Hong Mengqi had discussed the Haitian mirror before, and Chen Mobai now needs to find a way to explain, using the terminology and excuses of the immortal sects, why his natal magic weapon suddenly upgraded to the peak of the third tier. Fortunately, he had considered this point beforehand and made 2 frames. In addition to the 4th tier everlasting wood, there is also the 3rd tier spirit wood of Yumu City. However, if you really want Hong Mengqi to help upgrade the Haitian mirror, you will need to prepare 4th tier materials, which can only be from immortal sects with a clear origin. Because within the immortal sect, everything of the 4th rank is assigned to a specific position. We can't just open another empty blind box, can we? As Chen Mobai was thinking this, Yin Qingmei on the mountaintop opened her beautiful eyes. Her fair skin glowed with a radiant light, and she looked radiant. Thank you for the reminder, sect leader. After finishing her practice, Yin Qingmei immediately flew to Chen Mobai's side, gave him a slight bow, and thanked him. After absorbing the pure spiritual energy refined by the heavenly tribulation along with her natal spiritual plant, her golden core became completely stable and even slightly larger. Cultivate diligently. When the time is right, I will hold a core formation ceremony for you. Chen Mobai was very satisfied with Yin Qingmei. After all, even at the peak of the ancient longevity sect, there were very few people who could cultivate the Azure Emperor longevity scripture. It might only appear once every few generations. Without her cultivation of this nascent soul technique, Chen Mobai would have been unable to access many of the longevity sect's great techniques obtained from the divine tree secret realm. The disciple's successful formation of the golden core is a fact. Whether or not the golden core formation ceremony is held is not important. Yin Qingmei, however, felt that Chen Mobai might be waiting until Luo Yixuan truly formed her core and confirmed her status as the number 1 person of the 4th generation of the 5 Elements sect before making amends for her. Therefore, she spoke up very obediently, not wanting to put Chen Mobai in a difficult position. Upon hearing this, Luo Yixuan, standing nearby, frowned slightly. She was an expert at feigning innocence and naturally saw through Yin Qingmei's current demeanor at a glance. Let's talk about this later. By the way, Qingmei, after you reach the core formation stage, you can refine your natal magic weapon. Do you have any ideas? Chen Mobai simply felt that the conflict between the Snowfall Palace and the returning Heaven Valley was not yet resolved, and the Eastern Wilderness was not completely unified, so it wasn't the right time to hold the event. However, he thought that since he was going to refine a natal magic weapon embryo for Luo Yixuan, he could also refine one for Yin Qingmei if she needed one. Yin Qingmei has already formed her core, and cultivating a 2nd tier embryo into a 3rd tier, one will waste some of her cultivation time. However, Chen Mobai never intended for her to be a combat type. The sect leader can decide, but if I had a choice, I would prefer a flying sword. Chen Mobai nodded in agreement with Yin Qingmei's words, and then asked Luo Yixuan beside him. Master, I want a flying sword too. When Luo Yixuan said this, her eyes were fixed on Yin Qingmei. They all need flying swords. Chen Mobai hadn't considered this point. It wasn't that it was impossible, but he had always advocated for diversity. Master, as your successor, I will naturally inherit your flying sword path. Luo Yixuan spoke first, expressing her thoughts. I have admired the sect leader's ability to suppress the 19 kingdoms of the Eastern Wilderness with a single sword strike since I was a Foundation Establishment disciple. Therefore, I regard the sect leader's supreme swordsmanship as my goal. Although Yin Qingmei's words were different, the underlying meaning was similar to Luo Yixuan's. So they all admire my swordsmanship. Hearing this, Chen Mobai couldn't help but smile. He happened to think of the 3 Yin-Su bamboos he had obtained from the desolate ruins, and nodded in agreement. All right, I understand. I'll let you know once I've finished refining the flying sword embryo. Hearing this, Zhu Ming looked on with envy. However, her myriad virtues cauldron was enough for her to strive for her whole life, and Chen Mobai had no intention of giving her a 2nd natal magic artifact embryo, which would only add to her burden. Kingmei, this Hayashin mirror has become much more powerful after being tempered by this heavenly tribulation. You can use it as your own magic weapon for now. Later, I will teach you a technique for nurturing magic weapons. If you manage to cultivate a spirit for your magic weapon in this way, you can also use this natal magic weapon of mine as your own natal magic weapon. As soon as Chen Mobai finished speaking, Yin Qingmei's beautiful eyes lit up, and she happily reached out to take the Hayashin mirror. This third-tier magic artifact has been with her for 20 years, and she is already very familiar with it. In fact, during the 20 years of condensing pure yang purple energy, she feels that this magic artifact is like her own, and her essence, energy, and spirit can resonate with it. It was precisely because of this that, when Bu Wudong underwent her tribulation, she was able to easily unleash the power of the Hayashin mirror with her newly formed core strength, thus dispelling the heavenly tribulation. Chen Mobai asked her to nurture the magical artifact, which made Yin Qingmei extremely happy. He felt that the sect leader valued him. After all, he had not even bestowed a third-tier magic weapon upon his disciple Luo Yixuan. Thank you, sect leader. I will certainly live up to your expectations. A fifth-tier magic weapon possesses a spiritual power comparable to that of a nascent soul cultivator. This is precisely why immortal sects begin cultivating the spiritual power of their magic weapons before they reach the fifth tier. The purple lightning sword is a prime example. The fourth-grade high-quality purple lightning sword possesses a spirituality akin to that of a child. If it were to be upgraded to a fifth-tier sword someday, its spirituality would be just like that of a young boy. The Tian realm is slightly behind, with most of its artifacts being crafted from materials to create fifth-tier magical artifacts. These materials themselves possess powerful spiritual qualities, so if a magical artifact is successfully crafted, it can easily develop spirituality after a period of nurturing by the cultivator. On the other hand, due to the demanding nature of materials, most immortal sects first cultivate spirituality, and then let the spirit of the magical artifact lead the transformation after the spirituality is fully developed. Chen Mobai taught Yin Qingmei the tricks and methods for cultivating the spirituality of magical artifacts. These were considered the simplest knowledge in the immortal sects and did not have specific intellectual property rights, so teaching them to her did not violate his oath of Tao. Because on the immortal sect side, when many cultivators have no hope of advancing, the higher-ups will guide them to try some very time-consuming things, especially golden core cultivators. For example, cultivating the spirit of a magical artifact. There was once a Foundation establishment cultivator who cultivated his second-tier flying sword to possess spirituality. However, due to the limitations of the materials, the flying sword cracked the moment it gained spirituality because it could not bear the weight of the material. However, materials of the third tier can generally withstand the spirituality of magical artifacts. Especially since the Hayashin mirror has a fourth-order longevity wood frame, Chen Mobai has no worries. You can use this to pass the time when you have free time, but don't put too much effort into it. Your own self-cultivation is the most important thing. Chen Mobai was afraid that Yin Qingmei would treat his instructions as a task, so after giving her the Hayashin mirror, he immediately emphasized one point. Yes, sect leader. Because the Hayashin mirror also had the task of illuminating the purple rice of the great sun, Chen Mobai also gave Zhu Ming a few instructions. The upgrade of the Hayashin mirror's grade may cause its daily radiance to become even more intense, so they should be more careful next time they try it. Of course, Chen Mobai also took out about 1/6 of the pure yang purple energy stored inside. With the Hayashin mirror's power increased, the progress in condensing pure yang purple qi should also increase. Based on Chen Mobai's own experiment just now, it might take about 15 years to condense a complete one. This made him very satisfied. Because the pure yang treasure realm of the Yuan Yang Temple on Wufeng Immortal Mountain, a fourth-grade superior level, takes 10 years to condense completely. However, this is also because the pure yang treasure realm is not driven by any cultivators and relies entirely on itself. Moreover, the immortal sect is shrouded by a celestial canopy, so the solar energy falling above the Yuan-Yang temple is limited. Unlike here, where as long as one's appetite is big enough, the essence of the sun and moon of the entire eastern wilderness belongs to Chen Mobai. It's a pity he didn't have time to refine it. Chen Mobai stayed at Liuji Mountain for another 3 days. He gave some of the Panlong spirit rice and fire crystal rice he had obtained to Zhuo Ming. Both kinds of spirit rice could help her refine the nirvana pill as soon as possible and raise her 9-ren body to the 3rd level. That day, having confirmed that Yin Qingmei had mastered the method of cultivating the spirit of a magical artifact, Chen Mobai left with Luo Yixuan, satisfied. Of course, before leaving, he didn't forget to inform Yan Yuanhao at the foot of the mountain. He was very excited to learn from Chen Mobai that Yin Qingmei had successfully formed her core and was stabilizing her cultivation after surviving the heavenly tribulation. This means that the golden elixir of jade rejuvenation is, indeed, as described, an incomparably precious elixir for forming a nascent soul. Although Yin Qingmei is a heavenly spiritual root, it is normal for her to be able to form a core. However, she was able to defeat the heavenly tribulation right after forming her core, which means she had the strength to spare after forming her core. It is conceivable that this was due to the effect of the golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill. Upon hearing the news of this success, the Foundation establishment cultivators within the 5 Elements sect felt a deep sense of empathy and hoped that they too could obtain the golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill. This naturally includes the Zhou King God. He diligently cultivated in Zhao County, hoping to reach the Foundation establishment stage as soon as possible. At the same time, he quietly cultivated his own power and frequently took on tasks from the Spirit Treasure Pavilion to accumulate contribution points, striving to avoid failing the Golden Elixir Jade Rejuvenation Pill when the sect put it on the shelves again, unlike Zheng Deming and Luo Zuer who failed this time. After receiving Chen Mobai's message, he didn't dare to delay for a moment, and even abandoned a Lingbao Pavilion mission that he was almost finished with. When Chen Mobai returned to Baiyuan City, Zhou Wangshan had already been there for 7 days. This was mainly because when Chen Mobai left Liuji Mountain, he also took Luo Yixuan to see Hanying Lake again. After that, he also took Luo Yixuan to inspect the progress of the Blackwater development. The operation was temporarily halted because Yin Qingmei, whom they had taken over, had reached the core formation stage. Now that Luo Yixuan has returned, she can lead the sect cultivators and external laborers to catch up on the progress, so as to avoid the situation where the 4th-order spiritual vein of Hanying Lake is successfully upgraded while the Blackwater is not. I've kept junior nephew Zhou waiting. Upon returning, Chen Mobai immediately received Zhou Wangshan in the main hall and spoke to him in a gentle tone. Zhou Wangshan, somewhat flattered, bowed and said that it was only right for him to wait for the sect leader. I asked you to come this time. Just as Chen Mobai was about to talk about the 5 Elements essence, he suddenly sensed someone waiting at the door. He immediately recognized Yi Yun with his divine sense and ordered Gu Yan beside him to bring him in. If Chen Mobai suddenly came over when he was in trouble, it must be something important. Sect leader, this was urgently sent from the Eastern barbarians. As expected, after Yi Yun entered, he handed over a letter with a solemn expression. Chen Mobai glanced at the cover and realized it was from Tianqinlu. He immediately knew what it was about. Although Shen Shanking took Liu Wenbai to Dongwu, he instructed the manager of Tianqinlu in advance to immediately send any news from the Dongyi Jinwu Immortal City branch to the 5 Elements sect. Once Yi Yun received it, he didn't dare to delay at all. They've come after all. Upon seeing the news about Tianqinlu, Chen Mobai nodded slightly. Faced with the pressure from the nascent soul cultivator, he felt a surge of fighting spirit and wanted to see if the 5 Elements sect, with its current strength, could contend with the nascent soul cultivator. After reading it, he folded the letters from Tianqinlu and put them back in. Have Qi Rui travel day and night to deliver this to the Nujiang master in Fengyuwu. Chen Mobai had Zhou Shenking's message talisman, but the talisman also needed to fly. It was fine for short distances, but over long distances, it was easy for the message to fail to be delivered or to be intercepted. For this reason, each sect has its own special communication talisman, in order to ensure that it can be delivered to the intended recipient. Among these, the messenger talismans from the Holy Land are clearly visible, and virtually no one dares to intercept them. They are also the fastest. The 5-element sect's communication talismans were not very effective, so Chen Mobai sent Chi Rui to make the trip. It only takes a dozen or so teleportation array changes to get from Baiyuan City to Fengyuwu. With a little extra effort, Chi Rui can get there in half an hour. After reading the letter, Nujiang will naturally give it to Zhou Shenking. Only those who are at the nascent soul stage can fight against nascent soul cultivators. Given the uncertainty of whether or when the 9 Heavens Demon Suppression sect would arrive, Chen Mobai needed Zhou Shenking to oversee the situation. After informing Zhou Shenking, Chen Mobai wrote 3 more letters, one each to Fu Zhanju, Mo Duguang, and Sheng Jiaxi. I just don't know if Mo Duguang has come out of seclusion yet. But he notified all the combat forces that could be mobilized. In addition, Meng Hong, who was in seclusion at Jumu Ridge, was also brought along by Fu Zhanju. As for Luo Zuer, it's best to let her stay at Fengyuwu. After all, if Nujiang is the only one there after Zhou Shenking leaves, Chen Mobai might not be able to withstand the sudden surge of monsters. There are also Yin Qingmei and Luo Yixuan. Although the former has just formed her core, she is still a force to be reckoned with at this time. Yi Yun took a large stack of letters and hurriedly went down to send people to distribute them. Zhou Wangshan watched from the side with a puzzled look on his face, but since Chen Mobai didn't say anything, he didn't ask either, standing there like a statue. Nephew Zhou, have you encountered any difficulties in your cultivation recently? After dealing with the troop deployment, Chen Mobai sat down with a calm expression and asked Zhou Wangshan gently. Reporting to the sect leader, my progress in cultivating the longevity scripture and the longevity body has slowed considerably. Since Chen Mobai took the initiative to speak, Zhou Wangshan naturally wouldn't let go of this rare opportunity to ask for advice, and immediately voiced all the doubts he had accumulated in his cultivation. It's normal for the longevity scripture to be slow in this regard. This is how this technique is, easy to learn but difficult to master, and it gets slower and slower as you progress. Moreover, its combat ability is not strong. If it weren't for the fact that each breakthrough in a major realm could increase one's lifespan by 60 years, the primordial ancestor would not have designated it as the main cultivation technique for the wood vein. It can only be said that fair skin covers up 100 flaws. Chen Mobai used the formless puppet to help Zhou Wangshan deduce the process of his cultivation to the peak of foundation establishment, answering all his doubts about cultivation. For the longevity body, the second level of cultivation requires longevity dew, but you've only reached the first level, and the effects of longevity dew are a bit too strong for you. You can dilute 1 drop of longevity dew with 10 drops of longevity tree sap and refine it monthly. As Chen Mobai spoke, he nodded to Gu Yan beside him, who immediately took out a jade bottle from her sleeve. This is the longevity dew that I had left over from my cultivation of the longevity body. There should be a few dozen drops left. Junior nephew Zhou, please take it. Since Chen Mobai achieved the 3rd stage of the longevity Dao body, he has put all the longevity tree sap he extracted and accumulated from Gu Yan on the Lingbao Pavilion to avoid wasting resources. Furthermore, with the opening of the Divine Tree Secret Realm, many Foundation Establishment cultivators have obtained the longevity tree sap. Therefore, although the longevity tree sap is still precious in the 5-element sect, it is no longer in a situation where it cannot be bought even with spirit stones, as it was before. Zhou Wangshan is the Foundation Establishment cultivator who has purchased the most longevity tree sap. Over the years, relying on sufficient resources and diligent cultivation, he has barely managed to cultivate to the 2nd-tier upper-grade body tempering realm. But having reached this point, he also felt that he had hit the limit. Because the next step is the 3rd stage of body tempering, a realm that can only be reached by those who have formed their core. He had given up hope, but today, Chen Mobai gave him a chance to cultivate the second level of the longevity body while still in the foundation establishment stage. Thank you, sect leader, for bestowing such divine due. Zhou Wangshan thanked him excitedly. He knew that Chen Mobai meant what he said, so since he had already given it to him, he would not refuse. Remember, never exceed the limits of your physical body to absorb the dew of longevity. I will then teach you the precious fire body tempering technique. Since Chen Mobai has already passed on the knowledge, he certainly won't only pass on half of it. He also hopes that Zhou Wangshan can, like Zhuo Ming, cultivate the third-level body tempering technique before forming his core. In that case, the chances of forming his core with the golden liquid jade rejuvenation pill would be very high. Yes, sect leader, this disciple will definitely not pass it on to anyone else. After receiving the secret technique, King Zhou made the customary vow of Taoist faith. Junior nephew Zhou, I have a very important task for you. I have thought about the foundation establishment training within the sect, and I think you are the most suitable. As soon as Chen Mobai finished speaking, Zhou Wangshan nodded solemnly, indicating that he would go through fire and water without hesitation to give the sect leader's orders. This is the method of the 5 elements essence, which is crucial to my cultivation of the primordial Tao fruit. Chen Mobai told Zhou Wangshan about the matter. The 5 elements essence Qi method could greatly increase the progress of Hunyuan true Qi cultivation, so it was best to try it in secrecy, and at the very least, it should not be spread to the world. After all, although the 5 elements sect has now suppressed the eastern wilderness, there is still the holy land of the One Yuan Tao Palace in the eastern land. Once they learn about the 5 elements and Qi theory, they will definitely become restless. The sect leader trusts me so much, I will certainly not let him down. Upon hearing that it was a secret method related to the primordial Tao fruit, Zhou Wangshan was shocked. He felt that Chen Mobai was truly cultivating him as a confidant, and he was also very excited. If they were both confidants of the sect leader, he felt he would have a chance to surpass Yi Yun when competing for the next sect leader position. I need a massive amount of the 5 elements essence to cultivate the primordial Tao fruit, but it's best to keep this a secret from many people. These 2 requirements are contradictory, so I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you. After Chen Mobai finished speaking to Zhou Wangshan, the latter had already thought of a good idea and took the initiative to propose it. Sect leader, among the 5 lineages of our 5 elements sect, there are many former disciples who failed to establish their foundation. They are all at the peak of Qi refining, and their future is already ruined. I think we can gather these people together in the name of the sect, and then choose a secluded place to teach them the 5 elements essence Qi method. Zhou Wangshan's words made a lot of sense to Chen Mobai. Condensing the essence of the 5 elements would delay cultivation, so cultivators who were in the process of ascending would generally not be willing to do so. But these former disciples who failed in their foundation-building stages are different. Perfect. If they could be given the hope of building a foundation again, they might be highly motivated. Moreover, these cultivators of the 5 elements and 5 meridians are relatively easy to manage. After making a vow of Tao heart, it can be basically ensured that they will not leak the essence of the 5 elements. Giving foundation establishment pills would be too much. There will definitely be a lot of cultivators who condense the 5 elements essence by then. To ensure fairness and impartiality, and to provide them with phased motivation and goals, Chen Mobai thought of the 3 treasures for foundation building in the immortal sects. I'm entrusting this matter to you. Once it's completed, I guarantee you'll receive one of the next core formation elixir once you've made enough contributions. The more Chen Mobai thought about it, the more he felt that Zhou Wangshan's idea was right, so he immediately started to promise him a rosy picture. The sect leader has been incredibly kind to me, and I will certainly not let you down in this matter. After hearing this, King Zhou was indeed full of motivation. Chen Mobai asked Gu Yan to bring out a pen, ink, paper, and inkstone, and then personally wrote a letter authorizing Zhou Wangshan to select the former true disciples of the 5 elements and 5 lineages to complete an important task. To motivate these former disciples, Chen Mobai directly instructed Zhou Wangshan to obtain 5 genuine Foundation establishment pills in advance from the Lingbao Pavilion. After all, if the 3 treasures of Foundation building from the immortal sects are to be restored here, various medicinal materials need to be constantly adjusted, which will take some time. Sect leader, the 5 elements essence chi method is of paramount importance. I need to concentrate all my attention on it. I'm afraid I'm unable to take on the post of guarding Zhao County. Hearing Zhou Wangshan say this, Chen Mobai was even more satisfied, feeling that he had not made a mistake in choosing the right person, and then followed up by asking, "Do you have any suitable candidates for succession?" Wu Ziyang and Zhou Bingyan are both good. They have been under my command for many years and are familiar with the major families in Zhao County. Then let's go with Zhou Bingyan, my junior apprentice. End of this chapter. Chapter 736, The Crown of Heaven and Earth, 7K. Chapter 736, The Crown of Heaven and Earth, 7K. The main reason for choosing Zhou Bingyan was that Chen Mobai was more familiar with her, and she was also a member of the Zhou family. The Zhou family has invested a lot in the construction of Xiaojin over the years. Now, Zhou Wangshan is going to resign from his post as the governor of Xiaojin because of the matter of the 5 elements essence. In order to put his mind at ease, Chen Mobai will naturally promote someone from the Zhou family to take over. Half a day later, Zhou Shenking also arrived in Baiyuan City. Chen Mobai told him about this, and he agreed. Although the Zhou family, as his bloodline descendants, has many Foundation establishment cultivators, only one person has reached core formation. Zhou Wangshan is the most likely one, and resigning from his position as the governor of Xiaojin might actually be a good thing. Senior brother, would you like to meet Zhou Wangshan? He will be on my orders to select disciples from the 5 elements and 5 meridians the day after tomorrow. Chen Mobai asked a question. He was only 1 step away from the 7th level of the Golden Core stage. Once he broke through, he could start preparing the resources for nascent soul formation. Among these, the primordial Tao fruit is of paramount importance. Therefore, after Zhou Wangshan proposed a good solution, he acted swiftly and ordered its implementation as soon as possible. If he knew I had reached the nascent soul stage, his will to fight wouldn't be so strong. The experience of carrying the Zhou family on his shoulders and working hard all these years might be the key to his future core formation. Let's hone him a little more. After Zhou Shenking said that, Chen Mobai went along with it. Although Zhou Wangshan's talent is not bad, whether he can form his core still depends on luck. If he follows his plan and cultivates the 2nd level of the longevity body, coupled with Zhou Shenking's training, his chances of forming his core will be greater. This Baiyuan city only has a 3rd-order grand formation. If we were to fight with Master Bingyun here, this immortal city would probably be destroyed. After discussing the Zhou King God, the two began to talk about the greatest threat they faced. Then stop her at the desolate ruins. Junior brother, how many people did you call? Zhou Shenking thought of the battlefield he had prepared to deal with the Xuanxiao Dao Palace army. If he rearranged it, it could still be used. I called out to all the core formation cultivators in the sect. Xuan'er's strength shouldn't be revealed to outsiders, so let her stay in Baiyuan City to oversee things. On the 5 elements sect side, besides Zhou Shenking, who is a nascent soul cultivator, there are 6 core formation cultivators. Chen Mobai, Fu Zhangju, Yin Qingmei, Meng Hong, Sheng Jiaxi, and Mo Duguang. Junior brother Mo should still be in seclusion and may not be able to come. Zhou Shenking brought some bad news, but Chen Mobai wasn't upset. After all, the main thing in dealing with Master Bingyun was whether they could negotiate and turn hostility into friendship. If negotiations truly fail, then a fight will suffice. Zhou Shenking was the key force, and besides him, there were also the 5 elements sect's trump card 5 elements Dao soldiers. During this trip to the desolate ruins, Chen Mobai had become basically familiar with this war formation. Although we can't gather 10,000 cultivator formations yet, we can still gather 10,000 cultivators with the 5 elemental soldiers. Chen Mobai and Zhou Shenking discussed it, and decided that the latter would negotiate with Bingyun Shangren first. If they couldn't reach an agreement, Chen Mobai would then mobilize the Five Elements Dao army. Because he has mastered the primordial chaos true qi, he can absorb the power of the Five Elements Dao soldiers into his body. At that time, he will probably be considered half a nascent soul cultivator. This is also a good opportunity to experience the realm of perfected Hunyuan true qi. As the two were talking, Fu Zhangju arrived. After confirming all the details, they didn't waste any more time. Zhou Shenking went to the desolate ruins first to see if he could have a rational negotiation with Master Bingyun along the way. Chen Mobai and Fu Zhangju began to mobilize troops, drawing elite cultivators from the Five Elements and Five Veins to the Eastern Wilderness Plateau to prepare for large-scale Five Elements Dao army drills. Because they had entered the desolate ruins with Yi Qing and the others before, the Five Elements Dao army this time was also based on the team from that time. Soon, Foundation Establishment and Qi refining cultivators of the Five Elements and Five Meridians began to flock to Baiyuan City. However, due to the large number of people involved, it will take some time to mobilize them. Moreover, since the other four branches are not directly under Chen Mobai's command, even if the seriousness of the matter has been emphasized, they cannot respond as quickly as the Wood branch. Because there were already many cultivators from the Wood vein on the Eastern Wilderness Plateau, 3,000 cultivators were mobilized within a single day after Chen Mobai issued his order. Among them, there are 50 people who have just reached the Foundation establishment stage. Fu Zhang, you led this group of people to the battlefield in the desolate ruins. Chen Mobai waited here for the cultivators from the other four lineages to arrive. Jin Mai was the second to arrive, and to Chen Mobai's surprise, Mo Duguang also came. Has senior brother Mo already broken through in cultivation? Chen Mobai did not use his spiritual eye technique to investigate, but asked with great delight. It's still just one step away, but the realm is already established. These are all things that need to be accumulated with spiritual energy, and it will be perfected sooner or later. Mo Duguang shook his head and, without hiding anything, explained his current situation. If it were anything else, he would definitely be in seclusion at Golden Light Cliff until he reaches the peak of core formation before coming out. But since it is a nascent soul cultivator attacking, he must come to provide support no matter what. Brother Mo is so righteous. Chen Mobai thanked Mo Duguang with a solemn expression. With Mo Duguang's support, the Five Elements Dao army formation would be even more powerful when practiced, giving Chen Mobai greater confidence in his fight against Bingyun Shangren. After the Gold Vein, the army of cultivators from the Water Vein also arrived. However, because Feng Yuwu was also defending against the attack of the demonic beasts, there were not many people who came, only 1,000 cultivators. Chen Mobai expressed his understanding of this. He even ordered the cultivators that the Wood Vein had gathered to support Wind and Rain Dock, under the leadership of Yi Yun. After the Water Veins come the Fire and Earth Veins, which are the furthest apart. Zhou Yi still didn't come, but after hearing about the seriousness of the situation, Sheng Jiaoxi personally led a team over. Xuaner, I'm entrusting Baiyuan City to you. After leaving Luo Yixuan behind, Chen Mobai led the cultivators from the other four lineages directly towards the desolate ruins. The sight of dozens of flying boats soaring into the sky caused the rogue cultivators of Baiyuan City to change their expressions in astonishment. The last time there was such a commotion was when the Southern Profound Sect was destroyed, and preparations were made to start a war with the Xuanxiao Dao Palace. Could it be that the nascent soul sect of the Eastern Barbarians has come to attack? With this question in mind, Chen Mobai has led his army of cultivators to the desolate ruins. Fu Zhangju and Meng Hong, leading the Wood Vein cultivators, have set up camp here and mobilized the spiritual veins. Although the number of cultivators of the Five Elements and Five Meridians is uneven, Chen Mobai, who possesses the primordial true qi, can mediate between them. The method is similar to the Five Elements cultivation, And it is precisely this that made Chen Mobai certain that the One Yuan true Lord must have obtained the inheritance of the longevity sect, which enabled him to create the primordial Tao fruit. Unlike when he controlled the 5 elements Tao soldiers in the desolate ruins before, this time, because there was also a core formation cultivator in the main formation, the power of the Tao soldiers was unimaginable. Chen Mobai had to spend a lot of energy to fully control them. Furthermore, the lack of a core formation cultivator to lead the formations of the water and earth veins makes the situation even more difficult. However, with the help of Fu Zhangju, Mo Duguang, and Sheng Jiaxi, he managed to absorb the power of the 5 elements Tao soldiers into his body. Above the desolate ruins, Chen Mobai stood in the center, with 5 enormous Tao soldiers transforming into a mighty torrent that surged toward the external avatar that appeared behind him. Under the immense essence of the 5 elements, the avatar instantly manifested a complete, gigantic humanoid skeleton. Then, the internal organs emitted a misty spiritual light that spread throughout the body, forming a 5-colored robe of radiant light covering the entire body. With a clenched right hand, a 5-colored light sword condensed. Chen Mobai used his external avatar to activate the primordial chaos true qi to absorb the 5 elements Tao soldiers into his body, and the effect was unexpectedly good. To the 5 elements sect cultivators below, a phantom of a celestial being, shimmering with 5-colored light, stood above the desolate ruins, like a giant looking down upon the vast expanse. At this moment, Chen Mobai felt that the power of his external avatar had reached the nascent soul stage. However, if he were to truly face a nascent soul cultivator, he would definitely be no match. Because his power comes from the cultivators of the 5 elements and 5 meridians below, it is estimated that he can only use a few moves before it dissipates rapidly. Hopefully, if a real fight breaks out, we can cooperate with Zhou Shenking to pose a sufficient threat to Master Bingyun. As Chen Mobai was thinking this, he took out the purple lightning sword again. The avatar already had a light sword condensed from the 5 elements sword aura in its right hand, so it held it with its left hand. Master, I feel you can now barely satisfy me. The purple lightning sword conveyed this message. Chen Mobai couldn't help but chuckle. As a 4th-tier superior grade sword, the purple lightning sword was indeed somewhat wrong to be with him. This opponent is quite formidable. You'll need to go all out. Do you think I can unleash a few sword strikes if I hold you in my avatar form? Chen Mobai first tried to persuade the purple lightning sword, which pondered for a moment and gave an uncertain answer. Normally, the most ordinary 4th-tier sword light can unleash 30 strikes, but if one goes all out, one can barely manage to unleash a peak 4th-tier strike. After hearing this, Chen Mobai finally understood what the purple lightning sword meant by barely satisfying him. Before, I was always going along with him, and never really had a chance to relax or stretch my muscles. We'll see when the time comes. Chen Mobai didn't know the details of the negotiation with Master Bingyun, so he only offered 5 high-grade spirit stones for the purple lightning sword. If the battle became intense, he would increase the price afterward depending on the situation. Upon hearing about this unprecedentedly high price, the purple lightning sword instantly became full of fighting spirit. However, he had absorbed a lot of spiritual energy from spirit stones over the years, making him more spiritually intelligent, so he asked Chen Mobai another question. Master, is this opponent that formidable? Why are you fighting head-on? This is, after all, another world. Wouldn't it be better to retreat back to the immortal sect? Chen Mobai tricked Zedianjian by saying that he had infiltrated a small force in another world in order to start a war, and the latter naively believed him. However, such undercover missions to initiate wars can be withdrawn at any time if danger is encountered. Because the original owner of the purple lightning sword had experienced this. Retreat. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai turned to look behind him. Although he was isolated by mountains, the sky of the eastern wilderness still came into view. I have been in this world for nearly 60 years. It could even be said that he spent more time on the eastern wilderness than he did in the immortal sect. Over the years, he has unknowingly built up his reputation, and has come to regard himself as the leader of the five-element sect, and even the entire eastern wilderness as his own backyard. This is his territory. No one is allowed to enter without his permission. At this moment, Chen Mobai's thoughts suddenly became incredibly clear. This eastern wilderness is not only the eastern wilderness of the five-element sect, but also Chen Mobai's eastern wilderness. He said he would bring eternal peace to this region. Anyone or any force that could undermine his rule over this region is an enemy he must expel. Just then, Chen Mobai suddenly sensed that from the eastern wilderness not far behind him, a power of thought from all living beings, which was usually imperceptible, began to surge continuously toward his avatar. Above the head of the avatar, the thoughts of all living beings seemed to have found a place to attach themselves, slowly condensing into a jade-colored crown. The moment the jade crown was put on, the previously blurry face of the avatar outside the body also lit up with a crystal-clear radiance, and the facial features faintly emerged. This is... Chen Mobai looked at this scene with some surprise, but soon a realization dawned on him. He felt that after the jade crown was placed on his head, he vaguely discovered that as long as he activated his divine sense, he could see through everything about himself and understand his true nature. After introspecting oneself, if one consumes more spiritual energy, it seems that one can observe the natural world and all things in the eastern wilderness. The crown of all living beings under heaven. This is the crown bestowed upon him by all living beings in the entire eastern wilderness. This was also the merit gained by Chen Mobai after unifying the eastern wilderness. If he hasn't formed his core yet, he can use this heaven and earth all beings crown to introspect himself, observe the world from the outside, and comprehend the Tao to form his core. It was at this moment that Chen Mobai realized that enlightenment and core formation required not only merit, but also a clear understanding of one's own Tao heart. His Tao heart is his cherishing, or rather his greed for this land of the eastern wilderness. Once the Taoist mind is formed, merits will have a vessel to which they reside. Just like Mo Duguang, one can only achieve the perfect formation of the core after reaching a certain level of cultivation. It was at this very moment that Chen Mobai's phoenix, rising to the sun painting, suddenly advanced to the second level. His divine sense increased by more than 2 times in an instant. In his purple mansion sea of consciousness, the phoenix phantom perched on the parasol tree sang a clear cry, and an even richer and more wholly auspicious aura surged forth, filling everything and causing each green parasol seedling to sprout and grow. At this moment, Chen Mobai also sensed where the residual poison from the pills remained in his body after he had taken them. With a bout of dry heaving, he spat out a mouthful of thick, dark red phlegm. These are all the substances in his body that are bad for his health. After mastering the second level of the phoenix, rising to the sun painting and gaining immunity to all poisons, all of them were expelled by his body. Chen Mobai was also a very hygienic person, so he snapped his fingers and used the Qingyang fire to burn away the thick phlegm completely. Before he could even experience the other wonders of this crown of heaven and earth, he already sensed 2 incredibly powerful energies colliding and roaring in the distance. One of them was Zhou Shenking, whom he knew very well. The other one, needless to say, is the Ice Cloud Master. It seems the 2 of them couldn't reach an agreement. I beg everyone to lend me a hand. Chen Mobai knew it was time for him to make his move, and he shouted to the 5-element sect cultivators in the 5 formations below. Mo Duguang and the other core formation cultivators immediately mobilized the power of the 5 elements Tao soldiers, which began to surge forward in an endless stream. Within the formation, all the foundation establishment and qi refining cultivators sat cross-legged, holding spirit stones in their hands, striving to supply their spiritual power as quickly as possible. Chen Mobai's true body remained here, but his avatar was already under his control, riding on colorful clouds, rushing towards Zhou Shenking and Bingyun Shangren, who were fighting. After breaking through the Phoenix Rising Sun diagram, Chen Mobai's divine sense became even stronger. The powerful force that was previously somewhat uncontrollable was now under his control, flowing continuously into the purple lightning sword. A world-shattering sword move can be unleashed at any moment. Ruins. Zhou Shenking unleashed his domain, arranging the 3 golden sun spirit trees to form the 3 talents formation. He then released numerous spirit leaves, creating a powerful defense that blocked the falling snowflakes. Given Zhou Shenking's current level of cultivation, only a 4th-order longevity wood, refined into a tree seed, could truly complement him. Unfortunately, the wood vein lacked a 4th-tier spirit plant master, so there was no way to condense the longevity wood into a tree seed. Therefore, Zhou Shenking could only compensate for the quality with quantity. In fact, he initially used 6 golden sun spirit trees to set up a 6 harmonies grand array. However, after several rounds of fighting with Master Bingyun, 3 of them were pierced by the icy sword light and turned into ice shards, which were scattered all over the mountain. If it weren't for Zhou Shenking's protection by the 4th-tier golden orchid pearl, he probably wouldn't be able to hold on any longer and would have to start retreating by now. You mere nascent soul cultivator dares to block my way. I'll give you a chance. Surrender now, or I'll wipe out the entire 5-element sect after I kill you. Master Bingyun had a cold and aloof face. Although his tone was arrogant, he showed no emotion whatsoever. Her skin was as white as snow, and her eyes were cold and indifferent, exuding a chilling aura that made people afraid to approach her. As she spoke, she wielded her snow-white flying sword, slashing rapidly around Zhou Shenking like a pristine white dragon. While dodging the golden orchid pearl, she unleashed white ice lightning, once again severing and freezing a golden sun spirit tree. Fellow Taoist, our sect has already reported the matter of Kong Lingling of the Snowfall Palace practicing demonic techniques to the 9 Heavens Demon Suppression Sect. If you continue to make trouble, when the Holy Land's world traveler arrives, the charge of protecting demonic cultivators will likely fall on your head. After exchanging 2 blows, Zhou Shenking realized that he was no match for Bingyun Shangren, but relying on Jin Lanju, he could hold her off, so he spoke up again to persuade her. HMPH, if Kong Lingling were to cultivate demonic arts, I would naturally wipe out the entire Snowfall Palace lineage myself. But her cultivation of demonic arts has no necessary connection to my being an enemy of your 5-element sect. Although Master Bingyun was aloof, she knew that the 9 Heavens Demon Suppression Sect was someone she could not afford to offend, and she did not want to give anyone in the Eastern Wilderness a reason to criticize her. So she directly used Raven as a reason to oppose the 5-element sect. Moreover, she also became attached to Zhou Shenking's Dharma body and nascent soul. 5th-tier soul-nourishing wood is a rare treasure even in the Eastern lands. If they could obtain it, then their Ice Heaven Palace would have one more nascent soul cultivator. Originally, I just wanted to take back one of the disciples I had left here after Kong Lingling died, but I didn't expect to get this much. Tell me where you got this 5th-tier soul-nourishing wood. Master Bingyun asked one last question, but how could Zhou Shenking possibly tell her that? He simply shook his head and activated the power of the golden orchid pearl in his hand even more. Then go die. After I kill you, I'll go to the 5-element sect and question each of your core formation cultivators one by one. I don't believe they're all as stubborn as you. At this point, Master Bingyun no longer intended to negotiate with Zhou Shenking. She intends to take over the entire 5-element sect with absolute power. I am Chen Gixian, the sect leader of the 5-element sect. There's no need for Venerable Bingyun to come. I'll come myself. But at that moment, a majestic and deep voice rang out, followed by a huge figure wearing a jade-colored crown and with indistinct features, riding on auspicious clouds and wearing a robe of 5-colored light, which came into the sight of the 2 combatants. Junior brother, you finally arrived. Although Zhou Shenking had never seen such an avatar before, he was very familiar with Chen Mobai's spiritual fluctuations, and with his own primordial true energy, he naturally recognized him immediately. Please forgive me, senior brother, for being a little late. Chen Mobai's enormous figure bowed to Zhou Shenking, But at that moment the ice cloud immortal waved her hand, and snowflakes, carrying an extreme chill, covered her avatar. However, the five-colored robe gently rippled with rainbow light, which was formed by the condensation of a huge amount of primordial true energy. As long as it was within the scope of the five elements magic, it was impervious to all magic. Soon, the snowflakes that had covered the entire mountainside in a frozen white expanse fell onto the five-colored robe of light, and suddenly melted into drops of clear water, merging into the frozen, vast earth. Primordial Qi. Master Bingyun was also a cultivator with some of the Holy Land's inheritance. Seeing this scene, he naturally knew what kind of divine power Chen Mobai was using. His eyes narrowed and his brows furrowed. If you truly wish to fight to the bitter end, then don't blame my senior brother and me for outnumbering you. As he spoke, Chen Mobai threw out the five-colored light sword in his right hand. It was like a long spear that swept up the spiritual energy in the sky and landed on the brow of Bingyun Shangren in an instant. A transparent ice wall appeared in midair, precisely blocking Chen Mobai's five-element sword aura. But then, with a snap, the five-element sword fiend, infused with some of Chen Mobai's primordial true qi, pierced the ice wall formed by the condensation of ice spiritual power. A crack appeared in the ice wall, which then spread in all directions like a spider web. It eventually crumbled completely into pieces of ice. But at this moment, Master Bingyun had already left the original spot. Her figure appeared abruptly in front of Chen Mobai like a ghost. With her keen eye, she could naturally see that Chen Mobai's strength was only at the core formation stage. He had merely used a secret technique to temporarily gain the strength of the nascent soul stage. Such strength is full of flaws. Under her divine sense, the snow-white flying sword burst forth with a bright white light, like the extreme yang slash of ice attribute, and directly pierced into the five-colored robe. The primordial true qi played its due role, completely dissolving the ice spiritual power attached to the flying sword. However, the sharpness of this powerful fourth-order flying sword penetrated it without any hindrance. This is also the way the Eastern lands deal with the primordial chaos true qi. After all, as one of the four holy lands, the Yiyuan Dao Palace is attracting worldwide attention. The primordial chaos true qi can neutralize all the five element spells in the world, but it has no effect on physical magical artifacts. Although Chen Mobai's avatar possesses the power of a nascent soul, it was not cultivated by himself and can be described as cumbersome. Without the five-colored cloud robe, he would probably have been frozen by Master Bingyun in the very first move. Now, facing the thrust of the snow-white flying sword, Chen Mobai dared not be careless. The purple lightning sword roared. A deep purple sword light flashed with a sharp gleam as it burst forth from his left palm, stabbing swiftly toward Master Bingyun. Master Bingyun was naturally unwilling to perish together with an avatar. She snorted coldly, rode her snow-white longsword back, and stood in front of it to clash with the purple lightning sword. Bang! The two swords clashed, unleashing a massive burst of sparks. The surrounding frozen earth, trees, and mountains cracked and spewed out a chilling aura. Both of them were at the true nascent soul level in this sword strike. Chen Mobai knew that the power of his avatar could not last long and had huge flaws, so he was determined to decide the outcome with one sword strike. As a nascent soul cultivator, Master Bingyun was naturally very confident in his own strength. She felt that Chen Mobai's nascent soul avatar, enhanced by a magic array, could at most block her attacks, but couldn't possibly harm her. But the moment the two swords clashed, her expression changed. Because her prized natal flying sword had developed a tiny chip. This means that the quality of her flying sword is actually inferior to that of Chen Mobai's. That's impossible. How could such a powerful flying sword of such quality exist in the remote countryside of the eastern wilderness? In disbelief, Master Bingyun immediately used his sword technique, no longer engaging in a direct confrontation, but attempting to neutralize and evade the power of the purple lightning sword that was constantly erupting with electric arcs. But at that moment, a golden storm descended from the sky, forming a powerful restraint that froze her entire figure in place. Zhou Shenqing seized the opportunity and made his move at the crucial moment. This forced Master Bingyun to take the full force of Chen Mobai's powerful purple lightning sword. "Is this your strongest method?" Although Bingyun Shangren was bound, her expression remained unchanged. She directly opened her mouth and spat out her essence blood, which landed on her flying sword. In an instant, the crystalline light of this snow-white flying sword shone to its fullest extent, like a bright white sun rising in the desolate ruins. Chen Mobai hadn't expected Bingyun to possess such power. It could only be said that the cultivators of the heavenly river realm all had unexpected, desperate, and life-saving techniques. But by this point, it was a one-way street. Chen Mobai shouted, and a five-colored robe of light flew out from his body, suddenly enveloping the snow-white flying sword. The primordial true qi erupted, annihilating together with the crystalline light of the flying sword. Then the blade of the purple lightning sword slashed down, and Master Bingyun could only forcibly control his flying sword to block it. The two swords clashed again. The snow-white flying sword, which already had a slight nick, was struck by the blade of the purple lightning sword once more, and a crack appeared with a crisp snap. Master Bingyun's face suddenly turned pale. End of this chapter. Chapter 737 Yuan Zhen arrives. Nascent Soul Bows 7K. Chapter 737 Yuan Zhen arrives. Nascent Soul Bows 7K. The near breakage of his natal flying sword caused Master Bingyun to experience intense pain that he had not felt in over 100 years. This long-awaited pain also caused her survival instinct, which she had cultivated over the years, to erupt completely. A round, white sphere as smooth as jade appeared in her palm, and then burst forth with a dazzling, crystalline cold light in an instant. Having felt the immense power of the ice lightning, Chen Mobai, having exhausted his primordial true qi, could only throw out a spirit leaf talisman given to him by Zhou Shenqing. At the same time, he continued to slash rapidly with the purple lightning sword, which was unleashing its full power, hoping to seize this opportunity to kill Ice Cloud Venerable, a nascent soul cultivator from the eastern lands, in the desolate ruins. However, a snowflake suddenly appeared in midair, blocking the purple lightning sword. The snowflakes, a cold white color, shimmered with pure frost light, seemingly possessing the power to freeze the void. The once unstoppable purple lightning sword was suddenly frozen in front of Ice Cloud Master's neck. Then the power of the ice lightning erupted to its limit, but without making a sound. It was like a silent cold wave that spread in all directions, forcing Zhou Shenqing, who wanted to attack, to retreat. The spirit leaf talisman in front of Chen Mobai dimmed continuously under the impact of the cold wave, and it looked like it was about to completely shatter and disappear. A golden gust of wind descended, protecting Chen Mobai's avatar within it. "Thank you for your help, senior brother. If this avatar is lost, even with sufficient resources, Chen Mobai estimates it would take 1 or 2 decades to recreate it. It's a pity that Master Bingyun escaped." Zhou Shenqing shook his head, using the golden orchid pearl to protect himself and Chen Mobai, blocking the ever-surging cold waves. Chen Mobai and the purple lightning sword were of one mind. Through the sword's perspective, he also saw that after Ice Cloud Master used snowflake-like talismans to freeze the void, he put away his nearly broken natal flying sword, transformed into a snow-white escape light, and disappeared from the spot. Nascent soul cultivators are truly difficult to kill. Chen Mobai sighed, but even if Bingyun Shangren didn't run away, he had no way to deal with her anymore. At most, Zhou Shenqing could only rely on Jin Lanju to block him for a while. At this moment, the cold wave reached its peak, bringing with it the gathering of dark clouds and rolling thunder in the sky. It seems that the extreme cold here triggered the change in the weather. After a series of thunderous booms, Chen Mobai and his companions finally survived the icy storm that had erupted before Master Bingyun left. Looking around, the once barren ruins with their green hills and clear waters were now a vast expanse of white, everything frozen and covered in a blanket of frost and snow. Seeing this, Chen Mobai couldn't help but sigh. The primordial chaos true chi was truly incredibly powerful. When he has the primordial chaos true chi within him, he can ignore these things. Even the various ice attribute techniques that Master Bingyun was most skilled at were useless against him, and he could only fight him with the purest form of his flying sword. Without the primordial chaos true chi, the cold wave triggered by the ice and lightning almost froze his avatar. Zhou Shenking took back the golden orchid pearl. He also expended a lot of energy in this battle with Master Bingyun and was almost always on the defensive. If Chen Mobai hadn't come to his aid in time, he would probably be retreating by now. The two arrived at the place where Master Bingyun had disappeared. The purple lightning sword was frozen in midair, and a layer of frost appeared on the surface of the blade. What she just used should be the frost flower talisman of the Ice Palace. It is said that after it is used, it can freeze a piece of void, and it cannot be broken by anyone below the 5th rank. Zhou Shenking recalled the scene from earlier and couldn't help but speak. The Ice Palace was originally a sacred place. Although it has now been scattered like stars, some good things must have been left behind. This frost flower talisman is one of them. It is a top-tier 4th-order talisman, combining offense and defense. If a cultivator is hit by it, they will be instantly frozen and left at the mercy of others. Chen Mobai immediately summoned the sword spirit of the purple lightning sword, which responded with a trembling voice. "Master, I'm a little cold." Chen Mobai was heartbroken to hear this, as it was the first time he had seen the sword in such a state since he acquired it. They immediately offered 10 high-grade spirit stones as compensation. The moment the spirit stone was placed on the blade, it instantly transformed into wisps of pure, luminous light, like smoke and dust, which were continuously absorbed by the purple lightning sword. About 15 minutes later, the effect of the frost flower talisman began to wear off, and the frost on the surface of the sword blade slowly melted away, turning into drops of clear water that dripped from the tip of the sword. A drop of water falling to the ground instantly transforms into a towering pillar of ice. One can imagine how terrifying it must have been for the purple lightning sword to directly withstand the icy spiritual power of the frost flower talisman. Chen Mobai reluctantly covered the purple lightning sword with a high-grade spirit stone, then put it back into his storage bag to let it recover slowly. Having learned his lesson, Master Bingyun will certainly not appear so recklessly again. Moreover, the cracking of her natal flying sword would severely damage her vital energy and even harm her very essence. Based on Chen Mobai's understanding of the cultivators in the heavenly river realm, Master Bingyun should not reappear until his injuries have fully healed. It's even possible that they might turn around and return to the Ice Palace in the east to recuperate. However, it's also possible that Master Bingyun is petty and secretly hides away, trying to cause trouble for the 5-element sect. Even with her nascent soul cultivation level, and despite her current severe injuries, she is still capable of dominating the eastern wilderness. So after discussing it with Zhou Shenking, Chen Mobai decided to stay in the desolate ruins to see if they could find the injured Bingyun Shangren. Chen Mobai returned to continue leading the cultivators of the 5 elements and 5 veins to block the entrance to the desolate ruins. Once they discover the ice cloud immortal, they can use the 5 elements Dao soldiers to hold him off for a while. However, this method is not a panacea. After all, the so-called entrance to the desolate ruins is only for ordinary cultivators, because this road was opened up the most by cultivators from the eastern wilderness and the eastern barbarians, and the powerful demonic beasts have long been cleared away. For nascent soul cultivators, any desolate wasteland bordering the eastern wilderness can be traversed as if on flat ground. However, those places also have third-tier demon beast groups. If Master Bingyun were to attempt to pass the trial, it would definitely make a sound. They will be able to sense it immediately. Whether to continue fighting or avoid fighting, we can decide based on the situation. After discussion, Chen Mobai's avatar transformed into a streak of light and headed towards the camp of the 5 Elements army. "Junior brother, I sensed intense fluctuations in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Did you fight that guy?" In the camp, Mo Duguang, who had the highest cultivation level, flew in midair and saw his avatar return and merge back into Chen Mobai's main body. He couldn't help but ask, "Well, after a fierce battle, I shattered her natal flying sword and temporarily forced her to retreat." Chen Mobai was speaking the truth. Master Bingyun was the most powerful opponent he had ever encountered in his cultivation. Although the previous Master Huakai was also a nascent soul cultivator, his cultivation level was still at the golden core stage. Upon hearing his words, the core formation cultivators from the Five Elements sect who had flown up and surrounded him all gasped in shock. That's a nascent soul cultivator. They actually lost. Yin Qingmei, who had just formed her core, was even more dazzled by this news. Is this the true power of my godfather? Mo Duguang and the others knew that Zhou Shenking was also there, but even so, they were still very shocked by Chen Mobai's achievement. The enemy may not give up. I ask that you all continue to lend me a hand. Chen Mobai gave a brief account of the battle situation, which was that Master Bingyun was seriously injured, and it would be best for them to retreat if they knew the difficulty. But they couldn't gamble on this. They could only assume that Master Bingyun was still clinging to hope. After all, the Eastern Wilderness is already the territory of their Five Elements sect. If it were to be invaded and ran rampant by a nascent soul cultivator, it would definitely shake their foundation. In particular, Chen Mobai had just received the crown of all beings of heaven and earth, bestowed upon him by the beings of the Eastern Wilderness. He now considers the Eastern Wilderness his home, and will not allow anyone to come in and cause trouble. After hearing Chen Mobai's words, Mo Duguang and the others nodded in agreement. It was at this moment that a thought suddenly popped into Sheng Jiaxi's mind. This junior brother, who is the sect leader, might actually be capable of forming a nascent soul. Led by Chen Mobai, everyone flew down. Many chi-refining cultivators were pale-faced, clutching spirit stones as they tried to recover the spiritual energy that had just been drained by the Five Elements Tao soldiers. The same applies to foundation establishment cultivators, and even those with weaker cultivation levels. In fact, Mo Duguang and the others also expended a lot of energy, but since they were core formation cultivators, they also had 60–70% of their spiritual power extracted. What they had left was enough to overwhelm foundation establishment cultivators, so it was not noticeable from their appearance. It seems that only 5–10,000 cultivator formations can truly unleash the power of the Five Elements Tao soldiers. Chen Mobai thought to himself, but there was still a long way to go to achieve this. The entire Five Elements and Five Meridians combined number less than 20,000 cultivators. I only hope that, after resolving the matter of Master Bingyun, we can slowly develop the entire Eastern Wilderness human race and use the spirit rice that has already begun to be planted all over the Eastern Wilderness Plateau to cultivate a better next generation. As Chen Mobai thought this, he also began to hold the spirit stone and close his eyes to recover his energy. Although he absorbed the Five Elements Tao weapons into his external avatar during his fight with Master Bingyun, his own power was also a crucial factor, especially the intense consumption of his divine sense. However, this time, wielding the power of the nascent soul has also brought him tremendous benefits. Although he couldn't directly comprehend the mysteries of the nascent soul realm, he at least had some intuitive understanding and experience of the power of this realm. The next step is simply to gradually transform this experience into insight, which will be very beneficial for his future nascent soul stage. 7 days passed quickly. Master Bingyun was even more cautious than Chen Mobai had imagined, and had not shown himself at all. Zhou Shenking goes without saying. A nascent soul cultivator who intends to hide is difficult to find on his own unless a massive army of the Five Elements and Five Meridians is mobilized to search for him. Chen Mobai, however, did not change his approach. He continued to have the five formations conserve their energy and practice the Five Elements Tao soldiers from time to time to increase their proficiency and experience the strength of the nascent soul realm. Although so many cultivators from the Five Elements and Five Meridians are here, consuming a huge amount of spirit stones every day, resources can be earned back. However, if one is not careful and the ice cloud venerable seizes a weakness, the loss of any core formation cultivator will be irreversible. Mo Duguang and others agreed with this. However, good news soon followed. On the 8th day of their solemn preparations, Yuan Zhen's message talisman fell into Chen Mobai's hands. She indicated that she had arrived at Golden Crow Immortal City and would soon be coming to the eastern wilderness. Upon receiving this news, Chen Mobai breathed a sigh of relief and quickly took out the communication talisman she had given him, writing down the details of his battle with Master Bingyun. In terms of content, he naturally emphasized that Master Bingyun disregarded the prestige of the Nine Heavens demon-slaying sect, and even knowing that his disciples were involved in demonic activities, he was still arrogant and unreasonable, trying to force the Five Elements sect to submit with his overwhelming strength, etc. Although he added a little something extra, Chen Mobai assured that everything he wrote was based on facts. Next, we just have to wait for Yuan Zhen to arrive. Hopefully, nothing unexpected will happen during this time. With this thought in mind, Chen Mobai became even more tense. After sending the message to Zhou Shenking, he also asked him to come back immediately and guard the vicinity. After all, this Five Elements formation represents the elite of the Five Elements sect. If anything goes wrong, it could take 100 years to recover. The closer the time got, the more nervous Chen Mobai became. On this day, a golden flying boat landed above the Five Elements sect camp. Chen Mobai immediately absorbed the Five Elements Tao weapons into his body, creating a massive, godlike phantom that caused the flying boat to sway violently, seemingly unable to withstand his terrifying pressure. Sect leader Chen is so imposing. Yuan Zhen's slightly teasing voice rang out, and then he flew out with 2 female disciples and 2 cultivators wearing the sunbathing sea Dharma robe. Please forgive me, Master Yuan. Our opponent is far too powerful. We are weaklings and dare not make any mistakes. Chen Mobai said modestly, then dispelled his avatar and greeted Yuan Zhen and the others. You know Yu Hai, this is Zhu Yun Zhenren from Yu Rai Hai. Knowing that I was in a hurry to come to the eastern wilderness, he specially used the magic artifact golden boat to send me here. With bright eyes and white teeth, Yuan Zhen smiled and introduced the 2 cultivators from the Bathing Sun Sea beside her to Chen Mobai. Zhu Yun was a female cultivator with a very serene temperament. Her appearance was as beautiful as a flower, and she stood tall and graceful. She wore a light gold sunbathing fairy robe and had gorgeous hair ornaments. She was as calm as a deep pool. Standing in midair, she had a unique aura that was no less than that of Yuan Zhen from the Nine Heavens demon-slaying sect. So it's Master Zhu, I've heard so much about you. Besides the nascent soul cultivator, old ancestor Beiwu, there are 10 core formation cultivators in the Bathing Sun Sea, known as the 10 true essences of bathing in the sun. Among them, the most famous is this true person Zhu Yun, who is the head of the 10 true ones. His cultivation had already reached the peak of core formation at a young age. He was on par with Xuan Shu of Xuanxiao Dao Palace and was a genius of the Taoist saintess level. However, Zhu Yun debuted earlier than Xuan Shu. During the last Beidu conference, the White Crow ancestor spent a lot of money to obtain a portion of the 3 lights divine water, which was said to be obtained for her. Since then she has been in seclusion, clearly preparing to form her nascent soul. Now she has suddenly appeared here, and judging from her appearance, she is clearly still at the core formation stage. It seems the nascent soul formation attempt failed. The thought flashed through Chen Mobai's mind, and a hint of smugness appeared in his eyes. When the White Crow ancestor of the Bathing Sun Sea split up the sect, he coveted the primordial Tao fruit of the Five Elements sect. He was an enemy, not a friend. If there were another nascent soul cultivator, it would definitely be bad news for them. Greetings, sect leader Chen. Zhu Yun spoke in a somewhat aloof tone, but a hint of surprise appeared in her eyes. The power with which Chen Mobai absorbed the Five Elements Tao soldiers into his body just now reminded her of the past. When the 3 nascent soul cultivators joined forces to suppress the poison dragon demon beast, she happened to be with ancestor White Crow, and witnessed the same moves of ancestor Hunyuan. She thought that only nascent soul cultivators could do this. Unexpectedly, Chen Mobai at the core formation stage was also able to absorb it, as expected of the legacy of the Holy Land. Recalling the origins of the Five Elements sect, Zhu Yun believed it was because of the power of the Five Elements Tao soldiers that even core formation cultivators could unleash the power of their nascent souls. I have already sent an order to the Ice Heaven Palace in the name of the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression Sect, asking Master Bingyun to come to the Eastern Wilderness to see me immediately. At this moment, Yuan Zhen, having finished her introduction, also told Chen Mobai why she had come so late. After receiving the message talisman, she felt an inexplicable anger rising within her. The mere impoverished Ice Heaven Palace dares to disregard the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression Sect. Do you really still think this is the sacred site from back then? Instead of seeking out Master Bingyun, she directly sent a strongly worded letter of inquiry to the Eastern Ice Heaven Palace in the name of the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression Sect's World Traveling Hall. The Ice Heaven Palace definitely has a way to contact Master Bingyun. They usually use this method to deal with cultivators who have sect ties to them. I won't bother with you, I'll just put pressure on the sect. If you don't come out to explain, it means you're admitting it. The Nine Heavens demon-slaying sect has been passed down for tens of thousands of years, and it has destroyed more than one or two sects. Its fearsome reputation resounds throughout the eastern lands, and it is even renowned throughout the 5 continents and 4 seas of the heavenly river realm. Therefore, in the current 6 regions of the eastern lands, except for Dongli, which is too far away to reach, the major sects in the other 5 regions will immediately explain when they encounter the questioning letter from the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression Sect. If they were low-ranking disciples, the Patriarch would often personally capture them and send them to the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression Sect to be slaughtered at will, just to avoid implicating the sect. If this were the sect's Patriarch, the disciples would all beg, "Patriarch, please explain. If you don't want to explain, at least give us a response so we can divide the spoils and run away early." After hearing what Yuan Zhen said, Chen Mobai could only marvel at the supreme status of the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression Sect. When Yi Qing went to Kongsang Valley with his core formation cultivation, he was able to suppress the 2 nascent soul cultivators, Mukin and Kuzhu, and even make them give up resistance and endure the punishment of being pierced by 7 swords. And now Yuan Zhen is in the same situation, but it is unknown whether Master Bingyun will give in. However, Chen Mobai soon realized that he had overthought things and underestimated the infamous reputation of the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression sect in the eastern lands. Shortly after he brought Yuan Zhen back to Baiyuan City, a snow-white, feather-like communication talisman fell into the hands of a female disciple beside Yuan Zhen. It's immortal ice cloud. She's currently outside the immortal city. After reading the contents, the female disciple presented it to Yuan Zhen with both hands. Then let her in. Considering she's a nascent soul cultivator, I'll give her a chance to explain. Yuan Zhen's calm words made Chen Mobai turn his head in surprise. When Yuan Zhen first came to Baiyuan City, he was so arrogant that he left a deep impression on him. Unexpectedly, he was no longer arrogant in front of me, but he remained the same in front of other cultivators. A moment later, a beam of snow-white ice light descended from the sky and landed in the main hall of Baiyuan City. With pale skin and a cold, beautiful face, she was none other than the ice cloud immortal. "Greetings, holy maiden." As soon as she entered, she bowed to Yuan Zhen. Apart from Yuan Zhen, neither Chen Mobai nor Zhu Yun, who was sitting to the side, could elicit any change in her gaze. Sect leader Chen reported that the core formation cultivators of your Ice Heaven Palace branch in the eastern wilderness were engaging in demonic practices, absorbing the essence and spiritual power of the foundation establishment cultivators of their 5 elements sect to cultivate demonic arts. As the master of Ice Heaven Palace, he had already told you about this when you came here, and also told you that our 9 Heavens Demon Suppression sect would be coming, but you still attacked them. Why is that? Please explain. Yuan Zhen took out Chen Mobai's letter of complaint and asked Bingyun Shangren with a cold expression. Master Bingyun frowned. As a nascent soul cultivator, she was extremely displeased to be questioned like this by Yuan Zhen in front of juniors like Chen Mobai. Even if you are the holy maiden of the Nine Heavens demon-slaying sect, you are still just a core formation cultivator. The previous holy maiden failed to form her nascent soul and passed away. You should have some respect for me, a nascent soul cultivator. Just as Master Bingyun was thinking this, Yuan Zhen took out a jade bottle from his sleeve and placed it on the table beside him. When Master Bingyun saw the azure mirage bottle, his pupils suddenly contracted. A fifth-tier magic weapon. After the ice and snow dissipated and the stars and clouds dispersed, it transformed into 3 lineages of inheritance. The most powerful lineage inherited a fifth-tier magic weapon, which Ice Cloud Venerable had the good fortune to comprehend once after he formed his nascent soul. She wouldn't mistake a fifth-order fluctuation. This holy maiden of the Nine Heavens demon-slaying sect is truly favored. Thinking of this, Master Bingyun gritted his teeth and had no choice but to lower his head. Holy maiden, please forgive me. I was blinded by the news of the death of the core formation cultivator from the branch sect, so after leaving the eastern land, all I could think about was avenging her. But I really didn't know she cultivated demonic techniques, and this matter is only his side of the story. I am his enemy, so it's impossible for me to believe everything he says. As she spoke, Master Bingyun pointed at Chen Mobai, indicating that in a hostile situation, anything Chen Mobai said could be a lie to her. Her reason was something that Yuan Zhen could barely accept. After all, she was a nascent soul cultivator. Although she had the azure mirage bottle, she couldn't be too pressured. We'll go and find out the truth of the matter. The Nine Heavens demon suppression sect's method of handling matters has always been for both parties to confront each other face to face, and then present evidence to prove themselves. Chen Mobai's report this time was even simpler and clearer. There was a crime scene with a large number of corpses as evidence. Please, Master Yuan. Chen Mobai immediately invited everyone present to head towards the cave. Come aboard my golden sunbathing boat and hurry up. Zhu Yun, who had been silent all along, spoke up, and Yuan Zhen immediately nodded in agreement. The 5-element sect's flying boats are at most second tier, and their speed is truly slow. If Chen Mobai were to use the Crimson Cloud silk robe to carry everyone there, the journey would be long, and the spiritual energy consumption would be unbearable. So he didn't object, and even thanked Zhu Yun. In the Heavenly River realm, magical artifacts that allow flight are extremely expensive, as they can sometimes help cultivators escape a calamity. This sunbathing golden boat is a peak-level 3rd-tier flying magic artifact. It was originally used by the White Crow ancestor. Later, when he was stationed in Golden Crow Immortal City for a long time, and Zhu Yun had the hope of forming a nascent soul, he bestowed this magic artifact upon her. Chen Mobai and his group all sat down, but Master Bingyun refused. She stated that she could keep up with the flight speed. Yuan Zhen let her have her way. The sunbathing golden boat was indeed fast. It departed from the sky above Baiyuan City and arrived at the mysterious cave between Xiongzhen and Zuzhen in just one day. Meanwhile, Fu Zanju, who had gone back ahead to prepare, was already waiting there with the heavenly demon Holy Embryo. Besides him, Mo Duguang was also there. After Yuan Zhen arrived, Sheng Jiaxi had already led most of the Fire Vein disciples away. She still needed to upgrade the magical artifacts of Nujiang. If it weren't for the urgency of the situation, she wouldn't have come at all. It does indeed have the characteristics of demonic cultivation techniques. Yuan Zhen frowned slightly upon seeing the heavenly demon Holy Embryo. However, it is too early to draw any conclusions. Soon they entered the deepest part of the cave. This is. When Master Bingyun saw the ice wall blocking their way, his eyes widened slightly in disbelief. This should be the formation of a 5th-order spell in the icy and snowy world. It was because of this that I was able to force my way into the ice wall with my vacuum magic body, that I was able to save my disciple. Chen Mobai casually unleashed a blazing sun slash, slashing down at the ice wall to demonstrate its power. Oh, sect leader Chen has actually mastered the vacuum body technique, which is the body forging technique used by the Taixu Misty Palace to select disciples. However, after hearing this, Yuan Zhen mentioned something else that surprised her. Is the vacuum Dharma body, the palace of the great void, and the misty sky? Chen Mobai really didn't know this. However, now is not the time to investigate this matter, and besides, this is not a vacuum body but a netherworld formation, so he immediately changed the subject. Kong Lingaling can freely enter and exit this ice wall, and even bring that heavenly demon holy embryo with her. She cultivates the ice heaven technique, so I suppose Master Bingyun should also be able to do this. As expected, as soon as he finished speaking, Yuan Zhen and the others all turned their gazes to Master Bingyun. This is the 5th tier, silver armor jade inlay technique, truly a sacred inheritance of our sect. Master Bingyun let out a long breath, nodded in acknowledgement, and then formed a hand seal. A chilling current emanated from her palms and made contact with the ice wall. In an instant, a portal, identical to the handprint on her palm, appeared on the ice wall, allowing people to pass through. "Who is it?" Yu Lion's alert voice rang out from behind the door. "Don't panic, nephew Yu, it's me." As Chen Mobai spoke, he invited Yuan Zhen to step inside together. To avoid any suspicion of destroying evidence, Master Bingyun was the last to enter. When she came in and saw the scene inside, her eyes widened in disbelief. End of this chapter. Chapter 738, 5th Order Azure Ice Heart Rope, 7K. Chapter 738, 5th Order Azure Ice Heart Rope, 7K. After stepping over the ice wall, Master Bingyun saw corpses scattered all over the ground. But for her, a nascent soul cultivator, these things were just minor matters. What truly widened her eyes was the locust mother in the very center, which had already turned into an empty shell. Unseen by Chen Mobai and the others, transparent ice crystal chains extended from the walls on all sides, binding the locust mother's joints. Master Bingyun had heard of this magical artifact. It was one of the 5th-tier magical treasures of the Ice Heaven Palace, the Azure Ice Heart Rope. When the Holy Land was still at its peak, covered in ice and snow, this 5th-tier magic weapon was in the possession of the Holy Maiden Qingyao. When the pioneering cultivators were opening up the eastern wilderness, they encountered the mother of locusts and were unable to proceed, so they had to seek out the Holy Land. The divine transformation realm of the ice and snow Holy Land led the Taoist saintess to the eastern wilderness, where they suppressed the 5th-order locust queen and 17 4th-order locust mothers. After dealing with the most powerful locust monsters, the Holy Land's nascent soul cultivator and Taoist returned to the eastern land, leaving the Holy Maiden Qingyao to continue dealing with the remaining locust monsters. This Master Qingyao is the founder of the Snowfall Palace. At this thought, Master Bingyun realized why the Azure Radiance Ice Heart chain was here. It seems that Master Qingyao encountered a powerful locust mother later on, and was unable to penetrate its powerful body. He could only use the Azure Ice Heart Rope to seal it here, and deal with it later when he had a better way. Unfortunately, after returning to the Eastern Holy Land, Master Qingyao thought he had the merit of opening up the Eastern Wilderness and tried to break through to the nascent soul stage, but failed and passed away. After her death, the Holy Land inventoried her storage bag, but did not find the Azure Ice Heart Rope. They asked all her disciples and verified it with their Taoist vows, but there was still no trace of it. The disappearance of the Azure Ice Heart Rope has become a great regret for the icy and snowy land. After all, that's a 5th-tier magic weapon. Master Bingyun never expected to see the Azure Ice Heart chain here in the Eastern Wilderness. It is said that when this magic weapon was forged, an invisible divine crystal was added. When not in use, it will become invisible and intangible. If Master Bingyun had not cultivated the Ice Heaven technique, which is in the same lineage as Master Qingyao, he probably would not have been able to see this Azure Ice Heart Rope. Master Yuan, this corpse is Fu Xingzhu, who disappeared from our sect decades ago. He was once an exceptionally talented individual, hailed as having the potential to form a core formation. If he hadn't been captured and killed by Kong Lingling, his achievements would probably be no less than mine. Chen Mobai's words made Fu Zhangju, who was standing to the side, feel a little embarrassed. That's an overstatement. Throughout the entire history of the Five Elements sect, apart from the primordial ancestor, no one's talent has ever been comparable to Chen Mobai's. Now that this is the crime scene, let's proceed according to the rules. Sect leader Chen, are you willing to make a vow of Tao heart? Seeing the corpses scattered on the ground, and Yu Lion, whose body hadn't fully recovered and was just skin and bones, Yuan Zhen confirmed what Chen Mobai had said. But the proper procedures still had to be followed. Of course I'd like to. Chen Mobai nodded righteously. Please invite Master Bingyun over. If there are any problems, let him confront sect leader Chen face to face. Yuan Zhen nodded and called out to Bingyun Shangren, who was staring at the empty shell of the giant locust mother, but the latter simply shook his head. There's no need for a confrontation. Let's just assume that Kong Lingling has engaged in demonic practices. The words of Master Bingyun surprised everyone present. How could she have given in so quickly? It should be noted that Kong Lingling, as a core formation cultivator of the Snowfall Palace, is also registered with the Ice Heaven Palace. If she is confirmed to be practicing demonic cultivation, it will cause great damage to the reputation of the Ice Heaven Palace. According to the rules of the Nine Heavens Demon Slayer sect, the Ice Heaven Palace must remain closed for at least the next period of time, and is prohibited from recruiting disciples from the eastern lands. However, Chen Mobai noticed that Master Bingyun only mentioned the demonic practices, and did not approve of Kong Lingling's cultivation of demonic methods. Practicing demonic techniques and engaging in demonic acts has definitively confirmed his guilt. At the very least, it would be the punishment of 7 swords piercing the body. Master Yuan, I believe that Kong Lingling has also practiced demonic arts, and this demonic fetus is the most direct evidence of that. Chen Mobai naturally wanted to kill Bingshan Palace and even Bingyun Shangren with one blow. Since they had already fought fiercely, he pressed his advantage when he saw Bingyun Shangren back down. After hearing this, Yuan Zhen looked at the heavenly demon Holy Embryo, which was being bound and led by Fu Zhangju with wooden strips, and frowned slightly upon seeing its strange appearance. Master Bingyun, what's your opinion on this matter? The heavenly demon refining embryo transformation technique falls into an ambiguous category, as it was originally transmitted from the 10,000 Spirits sect of the Central Plains Holy Land, and the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression sect dared not directly define it as a demonic cultivation method. Therefore, in the Eastern continent, although it is also explicitly prohibited, only those who cultivate the beast-gathering demon sect will be recognized as demonic arts by the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression sect. Although Kong Lingling has fallen into the demonic path, she has not joined the demonic sect. I implore the Holy Maiden to see the truth of this matter. Master Bingyun would naturally not admit to this. She didn't want to suffer the punishment of being pierced by 7 swords. If sect leader Chen has no objections to this matter, I am willing to give you face. Yuan Zhen thought for a moment, then said something that made Master Bingyun frown. This is to let her talk to Chen Mobai. If the two of them reach an agreement, then they will only pursue Kong Lingling for her demonic behavior. Under any other circumstances, it would be absolutely impossible for Master Bingyun to bow down to Chen Mobai, a core formation cultivator. But the current situation. Master Bingyun glanced at the azure ice heart chain, which was out of sight of others, and could only calm himself down, force a smile, and bow to Chen Mobai. Sect leader Chen, please feel free to make any requests. I'm willing to compensate for the mistakes Kong Lingling made. After listening to Yuan Zhen and Master Bingyun's words, Chen Mobai was also deep in thought, wondering how to resolve this matter. Clearly, fighting to the death with Master Bingyun would not be a good thing for their 5 Elements sect. Without the 9 Heavens demon-slaying sect intervening, they cannot suppress a true nascent soul cultivator. Even if it is now confirmed that Kong Lingling practiced demonic techniques and caused Master Bingyun to suffer the Seven Swords punishment. The Nine Heavens Demon Suppression Sect will definitely not let Master Bingyun die here now that the matter has been made public. Otherwise, the Holy Land will feel that it has been used as a scapegoat again and will be very unhappy. Without the help of the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression Sect, the Five Elements Sect has no way to deal with Master Bingyun. Therefore, reconciliation became the final answer. It remains to be seen how much benefit Chen Mobai can gain from this reconciliation. This was Yuan Zhen's last act of help. Realizing this, Chen Mobai returned the greeting to Master Bingyun and then began to state his conditions. The Snowfall Palace has been ruled by Kong Lingling for over 100 years, and there is probably a demonic aura inside. If it is left in the eastern wilderness, it will become a hidden danger, and it may even taint the pure eastern wilderness with demonic energy. Chen Mobai's words were intended to make the Snowfall Palace disappear from the eastern wilderness, clearing the way for their five-element sect to completely unify the country. After I return to the eastern lands, I will issue a notice in the name of the Ice Heaven Palace to remove the Snowfall Palace from the list of branch sects. At that time, if you want to kill or punish them, sect leader Chen's five-element sect can take action. However, Master Bingyun's response gave Chen Mobai a headache. What he liked most was that the Ice Palace would take away the entire power of the Snow Palace, so that their five-element sect could occupy the territory without fighting. But upon closer reflection, without Kong Lingling and having been purged by the Ice Heaven Palace, the Snowfall Palace couldn't possibly hold onto its vast spiritual veins and mineral resources. At most, it would just be a waste of time, and they could only take things slowly. Our five-element sect is a sacred lineage, and will not take the initiative to destroy the sect and exterminate the clan. Our sect will only kill the cultivators in the Snowfall Palace who are related to the demonic path, but will not exterminate them. After clearing away the demonic atmosphere, we will seal the Snowfall Palace for 60 years and prohibit it from recruiting disciples in the eastern wilderness as a form of punishment. Chen Mobai spoke with righteous indignation, but he had already made up his mind that during the 60 years that the Snowfall Palace was closed, he would send cultivators from the five-element sect to manage and safeguard the spiritual veins, spiritual fields, mines, and other assets outside. After all, it's a huge waste to leave these things idle. Chen Mobai, who comes from a cultivation sect, is most upset about this waste. Ice Heaven Palace can give up all of Snowfall Palace's properties in the eastern wilderness, but I will send people from the eastern lands to manage that medium-sized spirit stone mine. But at this moment, Master Bingyun said something that made Chen Mobai frown. The most valuable thing in the entire Snowfall Palace, besides the fourth-order water vein where their palace gate is located, is that medium-sized spirit stone mine. Chen Mobai didn't particularly want the spirit stone mine. His goal was to ensure that no other forces besides the five-element sect were stationed in the eastern wilderness. If the Ice Heaven Palace sends people over, wouldn't that be the same as those 10,000 acres of Panlong spirit rice? At that time, there will be two thorns in our side throughout the entire eastern wilderness. This is something he cannot accept. Then why don't we discuss this heavenly demon holy embryo again? Chen Mobai subtly expressed his disagreement. That medium-sized spirit stone mine should still be able to yield tens of millions of spirit stones. Sect leader Chen can replenish me with 3,000 high-grade spirit stones at once. In that case, it wouldn't be a bad idea to give it to you. Chen Mobai sneered at Bingyun Shangren's words. He didn't want to spend a single penny. Then please invite the fellow Taoists from the Ice Heaven Palace to come to the eastern wilderness. Upon hearing this, Master Bingyun frowned slightly. She hadn't expected that Chen Mobai, a mere core formation cultivator, would dare to be so defiant towards her. Sect leader Chen, if you agree to one thing, I can guarantee not to reveal that your five-element sect has a nascent soul cultivator. Suddenly, Chen Mobai heard the voice transmission from Master Bingyun. Yuan Zhen pretended not to know about this. Chen Mobai frowned slightly. Although the matter of Zhou Shenking's Dharma body and nascent soul would be exposed sooner or later, delaying it would obviously be better for their five-element sect. After all, this means they have obtained a fifth-tier soul-nourishing wood, which is a rare treasure in the eastern lands. If their small five-element sect in the eastern wilderness were to be targeted by the major powers of the eastern lands, they would likely find themselves in a state of turmoil. After all, the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression sect only stands up for them when it comes to matters related to the demonic path. As for the Yiyuan Dao Palace, which is nominally the backer, it was almost removed from the ranks of holy lands after such a shameful incident 100 years ago, and it is unknown when it will send out its envoys to the world again. What Master Bingyun mentioned is a spirit stone mine. Chen Mobai softened his tone slightly and began to communicate telepathically with Master Bingyun. I can give you the spirit stone mine and all the businesses that Snowfall Palace has operated in the eastern wilderness for thousands of years. However, I have a successor in Snowfall Palace whom I must take away. She is Kong Lingling's disciple. If she is truly involved with demonic arts, please be lenient. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai's expression turned to surprise and doubt. Kong Lingling's disciple. Unexpectedly, he was actually the successor of the nascent soul cultivator from the Ice Heaven Palace. Who is it? Although there are many Foundation establishment cultivators in the Snowfall Palace who are all considered Kong Lingling's disciples, those who are valued by the Ice Cloud Venerable must be exceptionally talented. After thinking it over, he already had someone in mind. It must be Bai Si, who is hailed as one of the 5 immortal seeds. He had seen this girl when he was traveling throughout the eastern wilderness, and he found her to be very outstanding, which caught his eye. Things related to the demonic path must certainly be handled impartially. However, since the Venerable One has said so, if it was due to youthful ignorance and being seduced by Kong Lingling, I will definitely step forward and discuss the matter with Master Yuan. Even if Bai Si were to reach the nascent soul stage in the future, he certainly wouldn't be able to catch up with Chen Mobai's progress. So after thinking about it, Chen Mobai nodded in agreement. Of course, there's no guarantee. After all, if Bai Si really did cultivate demonic arts, even unintentionally, according to the rules of the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression sect, that part of his cultivation would be abolished. After the two discussed it, they nodded to Yuan Zhen at the same time. In that case, let's go to Fubuki Palace and see if there are any remnants of the demonic path. Seeing that her first mission as the traveler of the world had been completed so easily, Yuan Zhen was extremely happy. The two parties reached an agreement, and the cultivator who committed the demonic act was dead. For the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression sect, this was the highest level of mission completion evaluation. When everyone left, Yu Lion was also taken along. For him, this was a stroke of good luck, as he had originally planned to spend his time in jail. Fu Zhangju also collected Fu Xingju's remains, and apart from that, the rest were sealed behind the ice wall by Master Bingyun. Although this matter has been resolved for now, it will only be truly concluded once Yuan Zhen returns and places it in the records of the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression sect. Once the higher-ups of the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression sect have reviewed the case and found no problems, Yuan Zhen will send a message instructing Chen Mobai to dispose of the corpses, which will serve as evidence. Upon hearing this, the Ice Cloud Immortal who was sealing the ice wall showed some fluctuation in his eyes. With her back to the crowd, a smile appeared on her lips. Her previous negotiations with Chen Mobai were merely an attempt to prevent the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression sect from thoroughly searching the cave behind the ice wall. Although the Azure Ice Heart Chain is incredibly powerful, the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression sect is, after all, a sacred place. If it were discovered during a search, the 5th-tier magic weapon might be used as evidence and taken away directly. Even if Master Bingyun possesses various sect records to prove that this is the magic weapon of their Ice Heaven Palace's founder, the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression sect would probably use the excuse of investigation to delay it. This is not without precedent. As a local, Master Bingyun knew very well that a fifth-tier magic weapon could potentially make the Holy Land set aside its pride. Once this is all settled, I'll find a way to sneak back, break the seal, and take the Azure Ice Heart. HMPH, with this magic weapon in hand, what chance do those mere nascent soul cultivators of the Five Elements sect have? As Master Bingyun turned around, his smile had vanished, and his expression remained as cold and aloof as frost. Seeing that she had resealed the ice wall, Chen Mobai didn't think much of it. Since both sides had reached an agreement, it was impossible for them to take action next. So he asked Mo Duguang to stay behind and take Yu Lion back to Beiyuan City to recuperate. He and Fu Zhangju continued to follow them to the Snowfall Palace. Yuan Zhen, Master Zhu will have to work hard again. Since the Snow Palace was located in the nearby Snow County, the group quickly arrived aboard Zhu Yun's sunbathing golden boat. Upon seeing Chen Mobai and his group disembark from the golden boat, Zhu Jinyu, the sect leader of Chuixu Palace, immediately activated a fourth-order mountain-protecting formation without saying a word. But this formation was set up by people sent by the Ice Heaven Palace. Upon seeing this, Master Bingyun snorted coldly and pointed her index finger. A bright, cold white lightning bolt burst from her fingertip, piercing through a node in the entire array's operation. Then, as if in a chain reaction, the massive array that enveloped the Snow Palace stopped functioning. Master Bingyun landed on the array's light barrier, and with a gentle wave of his sleeve, a huge opening appeared. He then made an inviting gesture towards Yuan Zhen and the others. As the defendant, she certainly couldn't be the first one to go in. With the Azure Mirage bottle on her person, Yuan Zhen was not afraid of a mere fourth-order grand formation. He immediately led his two female disciples into it. Zhu Yun and Yu Hai immediately followed. Chen Mobai hesitated for a moment, then followed Fu Zhangju and the bound heavenly demon Holy Embryo into the room. Zhu Jinyu and the other Foundation establishment cultivators from the Snowfall Palace turned pale when they saw Chen Mobai leading so many cultivators over and easily breaking their fourth-order formation, which they relied on for survival. "Do you recognize me?" The last one to fly down, Ice Cloud Immortal, shouted at Zhu Jinyu and the others with an icy expression. But Ancestor Bingyun, Lan Lingping, the outer gate steward elder of Chuixu Palace, stepped forward with some hesitation and bowed to Bingyun Shangren. 90% of the high-grade spirit stones they mined in the spirit stone mines of the eastern wilderness were sent to the Eastern Ice Heaven Palace. Sometimes Kong Lingling went herself, and sometimes Lan Lingping did it on her behalf. In the Ice Palace of the Eastern Land, Lan Lingping had seen the Ice Cloud Immortal behind the ice curtain. Kong Lingling committed acts of demonic cultivation. If Lan Lingping recognized him, then Master Bingyun would not introduce himself again. He immediately unleashed the powerful pressure of a nascent soul cultivator, causing everyone in the Snowfall Palace to kneel down. She then began to pronounce Kong Lingling's crimes. "This is impossible." Zhu Jinyu and the others could not accept that their master had been involved with the demonic path. After hearing the news, they shook their heads repeatedly despite the pressure from the nascent soul cultivator, saying that such a thing was impossible. This is Saintess Yuan Zhen, the world traveler of the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression Sect. The matter of Kong Lingling has been settled. If anyone in your Snowfall Palace is also involved with the demonic path, take this opportunity to turn yourself in, and I may be able to give you a quick death. Having gained the Azure Radiance Ice Heart chain, Master Bingyun is now single-mindedly focused on severing ties with Snowstorm Palace as soon as possible and ending this matter. Even the excuse of discussing succession with Chen Mobai could be abandoned if necessary. Reporting to the ancestor, we really didn't know that master, Kong Lingling, was engaging in demonic practices. I only heard her say that she had contracted a gifted humanoid spirit beast that, once it grows up, will be at the 4th rank, no less than a nascent soul cultivator. The name of the Nine Heavens demon-slaying sect frightened Zhu Jinyu, and she immediately revealed what she knew, even making a Dao Heart oath to prove her innocence. Upon hearing this, The remaining Lan Lingping and the others all came to their senses, realizing that only a vow of Taoist faith could save them. They all swore oaths, stating that they knew nothing about Kong Lingling's involvement with the demonic path. In the end, only one person remained who had not sworn an oath. Chen Mobai looked over and saw a beautiful girl with delicate eyebrows and eyes, and long, light blue hair that reached her waist. It was Bai Si. It seems that junior nephew Bai knows that your master has ties with the demonic path. As Chen Mobai spoke, he glanced at the ice cloud venerable beside him, whose brows were indeed furrowed. Clearly, Bai Si was the successor she had mentioned earlier. I dare not hide it from the ancestors. When I delivered the Bigu pill to my master, I saw the heavenly demon holy embryo. She also revealed the heavenly demon embryo refining transformation technique to me and wanted to teach it to me. Under the watchful eyes of all the nascent soul and core formation cultivators, Bai Si was somewhat overwhelmed, but because she knew about the heavenly demon holy embryo, she dared not directly make a Tao hard oath. Did she teach you the heavenly demon refining embryo transformation technique? Yuan Zhen immediately asked, while Chen Mobai observed the various expressions of the people in the room. He didn't see Zhu Ting, but she was always sent out to farm, so she just happened to have escaped this time. However, according to the rules of the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression Sect, all key cultivators from the Snowfall Palace and its affiliated sects, families, and other forces will need to reaffirm their oaths before they will be allowed to leave. Master Shi only revealed this technique to me, but did not teach it to me. When answering, Bai Si raised his hand and swore to ensure that every word he said was true. Then do you know that she is engaging in demonic practices? Yuan Zhen asked again. I have looked up the heavenly demon embryo refining incarnation technique. Because the heavenly demon holy embryo looks strange, I feel that something is wrong, and I have this guess in my mind. Bai Si's words caused Master Bingyun to sigh and close his eyes. Chen Mobai also shook his head. In that case, Bai Si's crime of concealing the truth would be confirmed. Master Bingyun had finally severed all ties and distanced himself from the relationship, so he certainly wouldn't let himself get involved again because of a mere disciple. Failure to report what you know constitutes the crime of covering up and protecting someone. According to the rules, you will be punished with 7 swords piercing your body. Do you have any objections? Yuan Zhen showed mercy since Bai Si, though aware of the situation, did not practice demonic arts, so he intended to spare her life. If 7 swords pierce the body, at most it will only cause serious damage to one's vital energy. No comment. After hearing this, Bai Si gave a bitter smile. Then, just as Yuan Zhen was about to make a move, his face suddenly turned pale and blood flowed from his 7 orifices. This is the backlash of the Tao hard oath. Upon seeing this, Yuan Zhen was startled. After hesitating for a moment, she finally watched as Bai Si's life force faded and he walked towards death. When my master told me about this matter, he made me make a vow to uphold my Tao heart. If I broke it or revealed it, I would bleed from all 7 orifices and die. Bai Si coughed incessantly, her beautiful face pale and her body collapsed to the ground. Blood gushed from her 7 orifices, instantly staining her white dress and the ground red. Seeing this, Chen Mobai couldn't help but sigh. After learning about Kong Lingling's situation, Bai Si was essentially doomed. Even if she becomes a disciple of Master Bingyun, this vow of Tao will weigh on her heart for the rest of her life, causing her to be plagued by inner demons when she tries to break through cultivation realms in the future. Even if she advances to the core formation stage, or even the nascent soul stage in the future, the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression Sect will always be a sharp sword hanging over her head. Therefore, Kong Lingling's possession of demonic possession has truly caused great harm to people. Not only did he destroy himself, but he also dragged a promising disciple into the abyss. Those who have colluded with the demonic path deserve to die. At this moment, Master Bingyun snorted coldly, extended a finger, and the cold white lightning directly pierced through Bai Si's brow and sea of consciousness. Chen Mobai watched this scene in silence. He had made up his mind that he would avoid making this vow of Tao heart in the future if possible. We still need to build a society based on integrity, and vows of faith should only be used when there is no other way. Summon all the disciples and followers of the Snowfall Palace. Have them all swear an oath of faith to verify it. When Yuan Zhen saw that Bai Si was dead, she couldn't help but shake her head. Although she felt sorry that this talented and good-looking cultivator had been dragged down and died because of his master Kong Lingling, as a member of the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression sect, she had long been used to it and gave orders to the remaining Zhu Jinyu and the others. Make sure all the relevant people are here within 3 days. Anyone who can't come will be considered to be involved with the demonic path, and I will personally kill them. Master Bingyun seemed to be truly angry this time, and he directly shouted at Zhu Jinyu and the others. Of those present, probably only Chen Mobai knew why she had lost her composure like this. Under the threat to their lives, 99% of the relevant cultivators gathered at the Snowfall Palace within 3 days, while 7 people did not come. According to Zhu Jinyu, the message has been delivered. Since he didn't come, then we'll just treat him as a demonic cultivator. True to his word, Master Bingyun took the portraits of the 7 people and personally went to hunt them down. Because Chen Mobai had ordered all the major markets in Zhejiang to shut down the teleportation arrays in advance, these 7 people did not escape very far. 10 days later, Master Bingyun returned with 7 corpses. At this time, everyone in the Snowfall Palace had made a vow of Tao heart. As it turned out, Kong Lingling did a good job of keeping it a secret. Only Bai Si knew about it. Then let's make this judgment. If you two have no objections, please sign and affix your fingerprints. After Yuan Zhen finished dealing with this matter, he had his female disciple draft a document and then showed it to Chen Mobai and Master Bingyun. Master Yuan, as a minor sect in the Eastern Wilderness, our 5-element sect is somewhat worried about retaliation from the Ice Heaven Palace for exposing and reporting Kong Lingling's demonic acts. Because Bai Si was dead, Chen Mobai was worried that the agreement he had reached with Master Bingyun would be invalid, so he couldn't help but speak up. Since that's the case, why don't you make a promise, Master Bingyun, that once you return to the Eastern land with me, you won't come back to the Eastern Wilderness? Yuan Zhen thought about it and realized it made sense, so she spoke up for Chen Mobai. Upon hearing this, Master Bingyun's eyes widened in surprise. How can I retrieve the Azure Ice Heart rope if I don't come? End of this chapter. Chapter 739, 7th level of Golden Core, 7K. Chapter 739, 7th level of Golden Core, 7K. 5th-tier magic treasures have already developed their own spirituality. Apart from recognizing a master on their own, they can only be refined using unique magic treasure refining incantations. Master Bingyun had no idea he would encounter this treasure again. Therefore, she still needs to return to the Ice Heaven Palace to see if there is any refining incantation for the Azure Ice Heart rope among the scriptures passed down from the Holy Land. If not, we'll need to look in the other 2 branches. Moreover, in that case, she would have to find an excuse, because if the other 2 factions found out, the Azure Ice Heart rope might not fall into her hands. Even if a personal disciple were sent to retrieve a 5th-tier magic weapon, Master Bingyun wouldn't feel comfortable with it. In the Heavenly River realm, there are countless examples of disciples taking their master's magic treasures, elixirs, and cultivation techniques and running away. Therefore, Yuan Zhen told her not to come to the Eastern Wilderness from now on, which she definitely couldn't agree to. But if she doesn't agree, wouldn't that mean she really has a desire for revenge? Holy Maiden, the Eastern Wilderness is, after all, the border of our human race's territory. If the Holy Land issues an edict in the future, ordering our Ice Heaven Palace to send cultivators to explore the wilderness, I cannot refuse to come. Master Bingyun recalled something he had heard before and used it as a reason to refuse. After hearing this, Yuan Zhen frowned slightly and gave her a deep look. Recently, the 3 Holy Lands have actually discussed reorganizing the army of pioneering cultivators. Some nascent soul cultivators who have close ties with the Holy Land were also subtly notified by them. Unexpectedly, even the impoverished Ice Heaven Palace received this news. I underestimated them a bit. Then let's set a time frame of 120 years. Yuan Zhen recalled the news she had heard from the Yuan family, that 2 cycles of 60 years later, the 3 Holy Lands would reorganize their pioneering army to open up a 5th-order golden flame Suweni containing true spiritual blood in the depths of the desolate ruins. The reason for setting this time was mainly for this group of Taoist disciples and saintesses. The Dayad sect's Tong Sheng Zhen Ling Dan, true spirit pill for attaining sagehood, requires the blood of a true spirit to be refined. 2 cycles of 60 years later, it is likely that, apart from Yuan Zhen, all the other Taoist disciples and saintesses will be able to cultivate to the nascent soul stage. When that time comes, it will be the perfect time to take the elixir and break through to the nascent soul realm. Isn't 2 cycles of 60 years a bit too long? Our sect might need to come over earlier to make preparations. Master Bingyun wished he could set a 2-year time frame, and thus politely declined. Let's make it a cycle of 60 years. After hearing what Master Bingyun said, Yuan Zhen thought that the golden flame Suweni's innate blazing yang true fire might indeed need the assistance of the 3 lineages of the ice and snow realm to suppress it. So he gave her face and allowed the 3 lineages of the ice and snow realm time to come and set up their positions in advance. Okay. Although Master Bingyun was unwilling to agree, he could only nod reluctantly in the face of Yuan Zhen, the holy maiden of the 9 heavens demon-slaying sect. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai thanked Yuan Zhen. Master Bingyun made a promise in front of the 2 of them, which could be considered a small vow of Tao heart. However, the punishment for breaking the vow was merely that he would not make any progress in his cultivation for 20 years. Because of the seriousness of the vow of the Tao, it is only made on particularly important occasions that it involves life and death. Since Chen Mobai began his cultivation, none of the vows he made concerning his Taoist heart had ever touched upon life and death. Even if you download the Yuan Yang Sword Manual from the Immortal Sect National Library, you only need to check the box to agree to its unauthorized transmission, which would stagnate your cultivation for 10 years. With 60 years to go, Chen Mobai felt confident that he would be able to break through to the nascent soul realm, and then he would no longer need to fear Master Bingyun. Master Yuan, what should we do with this heavenly demon holy embryo? Satisfied, Chen Mobai asked another question. I'll take it away. If it has a true spirit bloodline, it might be suppressed into the Tower of Heavenly Refining. As Yuan Zhen spoke, she took out the azure mirage bottle, opened the bottle, and pointed it at the heavenly demon holy embryo, which was sucked in without any resistance. Seeing that everything was resolved, Chen Mobai was very happy and invited Yuan Zhen and the others back to Beiyuan City. Master Yuan, I will return to the Eastern Land to await the Holy Land's decision. Master Bingyun shook his head, greeted Yuan Zhen, and then transformed into a streak of white light, disappearing from the spot. Kong Lingeling is, after all, a core formation cultivator nominally affiliated with the Ice Heaven Palace. This time, with conclusive evidence of her demonic actions, once Yuan Zhen returns and reports, she will at least be punished by the Holy Land and confined to her home for 10 or 20 years, forbidden from recruiting disciples from the mortal world. Yuan Zhen thought that Master Bingyun was in a hurry to return because he planned to stay in the 9 heavens demon suppression sect and shorten the time of the sect's closure to the minimum. So I didn't pay any attention to it. Sect leader Zhu, your Snowfall Palace bears full responsibility for Kong Lingeling's fall into demonic possession. As the Lord of the Eastern Wilderness, I hereby punish you by sealing your mountain and closing your gates for 60 years. Do you have any objections? Before leaving, Chen Mobai asked Zhu Jinyu a question. The latter nodded with a pale face, indicating that she agreed with any of his judgments. This is already the best possible outcome. In Zhu Jinyu's view, this was because Yuan Zhen, the Holy Land's world walker, was present. Otherwise, according to the customs of the Tian realm, if Kong Lingeling had fallen into demonic possession, and the Five Elements sect had directly wiped out the Snowfall Palace, everyone would have applauded. If your snow palace needs any necessary supplies in the future, you can have Zhu Ting come to Bei Yuan City to purchase them, and I will have someone allow her to pass. Chen Mobai saw Zhu Ting standing among a group of cultivators from the Snowfall Palace, and immediately granted her the only right to travel during the period of seclusion. Zhu Jinyu was naturally extremely grateful for this. Although the Snowfall Palace possesses a fourth-order water vein, with their cultivation level, they simply cannot live on dew and wind. They still need spiritual rice or fasting pills. If Chen Mobai were more ruthless and sealed off the mountain for 60 years without providing supplies, he might have been able to starve all the qi-refining cultivators to death. Yuan Zhen was somewhat surprised by this. She had encountered very few kind-hearted cultivators like Chen Mobai in all her years of traveling the heavenly river realm. Even Zhu Yun, who had been observing silently, turned her head and glanced at Chen Mobai with some surprise. "Thank you, sect leader Chen." Zhu Ting, who had been chosen, lost the faint look of fear on her face and bowed deeply to Chen Mobai. "Yes, you can look for Yi Yun when you come to Beiyuan City. I will give you instructions in advance." After saying this, Chen Mobai thought for a moment, took out a talisman, and drew a azure flame sword talisman on the spot, giving it to Zhu Ting as a token. Afterwards, the group left on the sunbathing golden boat, but Chen Mobai left Fu Zhangju behind because Giant Wood Ridge would send cultivators to set up an array to surround Snowfall Palace. He will also send cultivators from the Five Elements and Five Veins to take turns guarding the place to prevent the cultivators from the Snowfall Palace from escaping. After the Snowfall Palace was sealed off, they naturally had to send people to take over their businesses outside, such as spirit stone mines, in order to prevent them from falling into disrepair. Chen Mobai was busy thanking Yuan Zhen, so these things could only be left to Fu Zhangju. With no core formation cultivators left in the Snowfall Palace, Fu Zhangju was more than capable of maintaining order. Of course, when Chen Mobai left, he secretly told Fu Zhangju that he could hint to the cultivators of Chuixu Palace that, as long as they announced their departure from the sect, they could avoid being sealed inside the mountain gate. According to his estimate, in about 10 or 20 years, Fubuki Palace should be completely empty. Beiyuan City Tiankanlu Restaurant. Upon his return, Shen Shanking personally cooked a luxurious spiritual meal for Yuan Zhen and Chen Mobai. However, both Yuan Zhen and Zhu Yun were upper echelons in their respective sects, so the food at Tiankanlu was only so-so for them. Chen Mobai had anticipated this, and to express his gratitude, he specially asked Zhuo Ming to send over a 4th-grade immortal peach spirit wine. Furthermore, they sent people to Xianshan in advance to cut down 2 mature 3rd-tier pure bamboo spirit rice plants. These were all things that Zhuo Ming researched himself, and they didn't exist in the eastern lands. So after Yuan Zhen and Zhu Yun tasted it, the novel taste made them both very excited. Sect leader Chen, as far as I know, only Huishan Valley in the eastern wilderness cultivates Tier 3 Panlong spirit rice. I wonder which merchant guild provided this new Tier 3 spirit rice variety. As a high-ranking member of the Eastern Yi Bathing Sun Sea, Zhu Yun attached great importance to the 3rd-grade spirit rice. Upon seeing the pure bamboo spirit rice, which he had never seen before, he asked with a solemn expression. Back then, my senior brother Zhou Shanking from the Eastern Yi obtained the method of making jade bamboo spirit rice at auction. My disciple and I used it as a foundation to develop and research, and derived many kinds of spirit bamboo and spirit rice. This pure bamboo spirit rice is one of them. Chen Mobai was no longer afraid of revealing his 3rd-tier spirit rice, so he spoke of it openly. It's actually jade bamboo spirit rice. I remember this method of cultivating spiritual plants. When Kongseng Valley found out about it, they immediately seized it by trickery and force. But they studied it for over 100 years without success. I never expected that sect leader Chen's 5-element sect would actually figure it out. Zhu Yun was even more surprised after hearing this. Among the 3 major sects of Dongyi, only Kongseng Valley, lacks a complete method for cultivating third-tier spirit rice, which is why Kuju was expelled from the sect in the first place. Hahaha, if we don't mention anything else, the five elements sect's wood lineage is at least taught the true teachings of the Holy Land in the art of cultivating spiritual plants. Kongseng Valley may not be able to compare with us. Chen Mobai also started boasting without any restraint. After all, their five-element sect was about to leave the eastern wilderness and would definitely have to deal with the eastern barbarians. So, they wanted to show off their resources first. Sect leader Chen, this spirit wine is quite good. It even seems to have improved my cultivation level. Compared to Zhu Yun, Yuan Zhen's focus was on the fourth-tier immortal peach wine. After all, as the holy maiden of the Nine Heavens demon-slaying sect, she had never lacked spiritual rice. This is a spirit wine brewed using the immortal peaches from my little South Mountain as its core. It requires 108 processes, followed by 30 years of aging in cellars to ferment and mature. Chen Mobai immediately began to boast, emphasizing that his immortal peach wine was extremely precious and produced in very limited quantities, and that only a distinguished guest like Yuan Zhen could warrant him bringing it out to entertain him. What a pity! I was originally thinking of buying some. With this immortal peach wine, I might have been able to save a true blood pill. Upon hearing that the yield was extremely low, Yuan Zhen couldn't help but show a look of regret. Since Master Yuan likes it, when buy, go and pack up that jar of immortal peach wine on the top shelf in my cave and bring it to Master Yuan so he can take it away. Chen Mobai, feigning generosity, ordered his eldest disciple, who was standing at the door, to run errands. Yuan Zhen immediately waved his hand, indicating that since it was something that sect leader Chen cherished, it should be kept. But in reality, Zhuo Ming still had more than half a jar at Liujia Mountain. This time, Chen Mobai only asked her to send over 3 small jars. The reason why the Snow Palace matter was resolved so easily this time was thanks to Yuan Zhen, the world traveler of the Nine Heavens demon suppression sect, who made a special trip over. Chen Mobai definitely had to show his appreciation. Otherwise, if you really encounter a demonic cultivator in the future, your prayers won't be answered. Yuan Zhen declined twice, but seeing Chen Mobai's insistence, she accepted it somewhat embarrassedly. Zhu Yun remained unfazed by this. She had already reached the peak of core formation, accumulating spiritual power to its limit. Even consuming any rare and precious herbs could not improve her spiritual power in the slightest. The next step forward would be nascent soul formation. Yuan Zhen stayed in the eastern wilderness for a month. They processed all the reports and complaints about the eastern wilderness that had accumulated within the Nine Heavens demon suppression sect. With the help of the local five-element sect, the efficiency was extremely high. They actually discovered 6 cultivators who practiced demonic arts. They had left traces during their daily cultivation and were reported by those around them. One of them was actually the ancestor of a cultivation family. Because he had been stuck at the 9th level of qi refining for a long time, he obtained a recipe for refining the blood foundation building pill in a ruin and began to rob cultivators of the pill. At first, they only targeted rogue cultivators and those who had broken through enemy lines, but later they became ruthless and began targeting cultivators from rival families. Then the clues were discovered, and it was reported immediately. After Chen Mobai found out, he cooperated with Yuan Zhen to wipe out the entire family. Sect leader Chen, there is also this anonymous letter accusing you of practicing demonic techniques, which is why you were able to break through to the next realm so quickly. Finally, Yuan Zhen smiled and produced a letter of complaint that infuriated Chen Mobai. This is blatant slander. My current cultivation level is entirely due to my own upright and diligent practice. It must be the work of our five-element sect's former enemies. Unable to defeat them head-on, they resorted to this trick. Chen Mobai never imagined that he would be slandered one day. If the cultivator who wrote the defamatory article was in front of him, he would have already torn him to pieces with his purple lightning sword. Of course I trust sect leader Chen. Our Nine Heavens Demon Suppression sect does not accept anonymous reports without evidence, but since I was here, I brought it along for you to see. Yuan Zhen smiled and handed the letter of complaint to Chen Mobai, who took it and put it away, intending to have the Five Elements sect investigate who was slandering him. There is one more thing that sect leader Chen needs to pay attention to. 100 years from now, our three holy lands may join forces to reorganize the pioneering cultivator army, open up the seventh domain, and at the same time capture the fifth-order golden flame Suani to refine the saintly true spirit pill. Your place is a bridgehead. If you manage it well, the precious resources that are opened up in the desolate ruins may be able to be digested here, earning you a lot of spirit stones. Before leaving, Yuan Zhen revealed this news to Chen Mobai. Isn't the Yiyuan Dao Palace participating? Upon hearing this, the first thought that flashed through Chen Mobai's mind was this. This is a discussion among nascent soul cultivators in the Eastern continent. The One Yuan Dao Palace has no nascent soul cultivators. Yuan Zhen spoke with a touch of arrogance, stating that the One Yuan Dao Palace in the current Eastern Holy Land definitely does not have any nascent soul cultivators. Even if the primordial spirit of the One Yuan True Lord were still present, it would be impossible for him to leave the One Yuan Dao Palace. Therefore, the Yiyuan Dao Palace had no way of participating in the highest level distribution of benefits from this land reclamation. Thank you for informing me, Master Yuan. Chen Mobai solemnly thanked Yuan Zhen. He had basically no favors owed in the Tianhe realm, but he had to remember this holy maiden of the Nine Heavens demon-slaying sect. I hope that when we meet again someday, both sect leader Chen and I will have reached the nascent soul stage. As Yuan Zhen boarded the sunbathing golden boat, she said her last words to Chen Mobai. For her, a wandering member of the Nine Heavens Demon Slayer sect, the next time she comes to the eastern wilderness will almost certainly be when it's time to start exploring the wilderness. Because she also wanted to strive for the divine elixir of immortality. Zhu Yun glanced at Chen Mobai again, somewhat surprised. She was also a person with high standards. If she hadn't failed to form her nascent soul this time, she might not have even looked down on Yuan Zhen, the holy maiden of the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression sect. Although she felt that Chen Mobai had good talent, she didn't think he could successfully form a nascent soul. It seems we'll need to focus our attention on the eastern wilderness from now on. With this in mind, Zhu Yun steered the sunbathing golden boat, carrying Yuan Zhen and the others, away from Beiyuan City. After watching them leave, a beam of light landed beside Chen Mobai. It was Zhou Shenking. Fortunately, the holy maiden of the Nine Heavens demon-slaying sect is on our side. Otherwise, we would probably have to be on guard against the Ice Heaven Palace for the next few decades. Zhou Shenking also breathed a sigh of relief. This was the first time he had fought a real nascent soul cultivator after becoming a nascent soul cultivator, and he could only say that he was no match for him in any aspect. If it weren't for the excellent protection provided by the longevity scripture and the golden orchid pearl, it's likely that they wouldn't have been able to stop it. Since Master Bingyun has set a time frame of 60 years, it is clear that he harbors a desire for revenge. I will gradually hand over all matters of the sect to my disciples and devote myself to seclusion and cultivation, hoping to achieve nascent soul formation within 60 years. Zhou Shenking nodded in agreement to Chen Mobai's words, indicating that he would look after the Five Elements sect while Chen Mobai was cultivating. There's also the matter of pioneering. That fifth-tier golden flame lion is a treasure trove for the sunbathing sea. Junior brother, if you can also get some of its essence blood while cultivating the crimson flame sword technique, it will be of great benefit. Zhou Shenking had heard of the golden flame Suani, a fifth-tier demon beast deep within the desolate ruins, containing the bloodline of a true dragon, and a mortal enemy of the yellow dragon demon beast that once occupied the Yunmeng River. Huanglong was subdued by the true lord of One Yuan. It is conceivable that if we want to open up the past and take down this golden flame Suani, it would probably require the nascent soul cultivators of the three holy lands to all take action to have a sure chance of success. We should do our best and leave the rest to fate, Even the Yi Yuan Dao Palace is not qualified to be on the table. We should avoid it if possible. Chen Mobai, however, was very clear-headed. The golden flame Suwani was clearly seen as a meal by the three great holy lands of the East. When the time came, the most precious inner core and essence blood would definitely not be available to him, the mere sect leader of the five-element sect. Let's focus on the present and prepare for nascent soul formation first. After discussing with Zhou Shenking, Chen Mobai, now free from worries, returned to Giant Tree Ridge and began his secluded cultivation to break through to the 7th level of the Golden Core stage. Theoretically speaking, the 4th-order fire vein in Dangxia City is the most suitable for breakthrough. However, Chen Mobai had previously displayed the aura of breaking through to the 5th level of the Golden Core stage in order to show off his progress. Only 5 years have passed, and he's already skipping the 6th level of the Golden Core stage. Even with the potential to become a nascent soul cultivator, such a rapid cultivation speed is a bit too outrageous. So after thinking it over, he decided to break through in the second familiar place, Giant Tree Ridge. As soon as he returned, the array formation was activated by the array department, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that had been accumulating for a long time began to flow continuously toward his longevity wood Dao field. Soon, with the help of top-grade spirit stones, the third spiritual root enhancement of the 8 Yang body was completed smoothly. Metal 23, wood 49, water 39, fire 99, earth 60. Looking at his fire spirit root value of 99, Chen Mobai began to look forward to the day when it would reach 100. I wonder if there are any other benefits after reaching the immortal spirit root. Unfortunately, even among the immortal sects, those with immortal spiritual roots are few and far between, so information on this is not available outside. Chen Mobai also asked Wenren Zuwei, who was very knowledgeable about spiritual roots, and she said that the essence of this part was all in the Bushan Dao Academy. Because the immortal spiritual roots recorded in the history of the immortal sects were basically all obtained after the nascent soul ancestor used the immortal technique of mending the heavens. Some cultivators have also achieved this through their own arduous cultivation of spiritual roots, but since these are isolated cases, there is a lack of evidence to support their claims. The Imperial Medical Academy does have files on these cases. If Chen Mobai is interested in the future, Wenren Zuwei can put in a good word for him with the 3 Absolutes Master. After breaking through to the 8 Yang body, Chen Mobai went to the Divine Tree Secret Realm to relax and also obtained a great technique from the Longevity sect. Good luck, it's another powerful wood attribute spell. Named Dead Trees Come Back to Life. It can bring some nearly extinct spiritual plants back to life. Chen Mobai immediately thought of the 5-pointed ancient maple tree in the Tianpeng Mountain Villa in Yun County, wondering if he could revive it by using this great technique. But that's a story for later. Chen Mobai called Gu Yan in, wrote down the dead tree comes back to life, talisman he had just obtained, and asked her to make a trip to Liujia Mountain to deliver it to Yin Qingmei. If he wants to cultivate the great wood element technique, he will need her help. Chen Mobai planned to let her comprehend it first, so that time could be saved when using the dual cultivation technique later. Moreover, this great technique also plays a significant role in combating desertification and planting trees in Han County. Many spiritual plants, even with the meticulous care of a spiritual plant master, often wither and die and cannot survive. With this amazing technique of bringing dead trees back to life, the survival rate of plants can be increased by at least 20% to 30%. After sending Gu Yan out, Chen Mobai felt that he had adjusted himself and his spirit had reached its peak. He then took out the complete pure Yang purple qi. Although it wasn't the first time he had taken it, the previous recipe was condensed by someone else, so its effects weren't fully realized for Chen Mobai. This one was different. Although Yin Qingmei's hard work accounted for most of it, the key core, the Haitian mirror, was his natal magic weapon. Therefore, as soon as the pure Yang purple qi entered his body, it was easily refined by his pure Yang spiritual power. Then Chen Mobai's dantian, like a heart, began to throb gently. With each tremor, the dantian expands by one circle. Just as it instinctively tries to shrink back, a purple radiance bursts forth from the pure yang spiritual power, supporting the expanded dantian. During this process, the purple aura, along with spiritual energy, continuously merges into the dantian and the sea of qi. Having broken through his cultivation realm with pure yang purple energy, Chen Mobai possessed hundreds of insights and experiences within the immortal sects. Before using them, he had already thoroughly read and memorized these contents. Therefore, he was fully aware of everything that would happen during the breakthrough. The scenes he observed with his divine sense were all within his expectations. In this slow but steady expansion, Chen Mobai felt that the bottleneck of the sixth level of the golden core stage had been broken through. After the final tremor, the dantian expanded by a large circle. His originally dense and solid pure yang spiritual power became thin again. As a result, the originally expanded dantian and qi si, lacking the support of solid spiritual power, showed signs of shrinking and regressing. Chen Mobai immediately activated his avatar, and a huge phantom of a celestial being lit up behind him. Then, a small void opened up in his spine, and the pure yang spiritual power stored within began to slowly pour down. Since this was pure yang spiritual power that he had cultivated himself, it merged perfectly with the spiritual power in his dantian, and dantian without any obstacles. However, this time, after breaking through to the seventh level of the golden core stage, the improvement was quite significant. The pure yang spiritual energy stored in one small void was not enough, so Chen Mobai opened a second one. At the same time, he also began to absorb pure spiritual energy from the outside world. He didn't know how much time had passed when Chen Mobai felt his spirit reach its limit, and he could no longer control any more pure yang spiritual power, so he slowly stopped the process. At this moment, the pure yang spiritual energy in the dantian had condensed into a fist-sized, round and radiant golden pill. Moreover, the dantian and qi si have been stabilized, with no signs of regression. I've finally reached the seventh level of the golden core stage. A surge of genuine joy welled up within Chen Mobai. It was at this time that he discovered that each breakthrough in his cultivation level was the moment when he felt most satisfied. The joy of spiritual practice surpasses any of the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Chen Mobai couldn't help but want to burst out laughing, and then he did. Fortunately, the Longevity Wood Dojo had already activated its array restrictions when he went into seclusion, which could isolate all noise. Otherwise, the entire Giant Wood Ridge would probably have heard his loud and unrestrained laughter. After breaking through his cultivation level, Chen Mobai did not immediately emerge from seclusion. He made himself a pot of tea, something he rarely does, and began to sip it gently. At this moment, what he regretted most was that he could not publicize his breakthrough in cultivation level to the immortal sects. Otherwise, I would invite 2 or 3 friends, including Qing Nu Yan Bingxuan, to come over, enjoy tea and wine together, and share my joy at reaching the 7th level of the golden core stage. That would probably be the most joyful moment of his life. End of this chapter. Chapter 740, Introspecting Oneself. Observing the World, 7K. Chapter 740, Introspecting Oneself. Observing the World, 7K. After breaking through his cultivation level, Chen Mobai could only shout to Fu Zongju at Giant Tree Ridge to celebrate. Junior brother is truly a genius. Your years of cultivation are less than a fraction of mine. I am still in the mid-stage of core formation, while you have already broken through to the late stage of core formation. Fu Zongju looked very happy, but his words also carried a hint of regret. When he first formed his core, he looked down on all cultivators in the world and even thought that he might reach the nascent soul stage in his lifetime. But the reality is quite cruel. If it weren't for the blood spirit pill, he would probably still be stuck in the early stage of core formation. Senior brother Fu has a solid foundation. He was only delayed by the puppetry technique. If he had focused on cultivation, he would definitely be at a higher level than I am now. Chen Mobai spoke very modestly, and although Fu Zhangju knew it was just to comfort him, he still felt much better. The two drank and talked about the recent events in the eastern wilderness and the sect. Before the mountain was sealed off, nearly a third of the cultivators at the Snowfall Palace chose to abandon it. Chen Mobai recognized the person in the lead. It was Lan Lingping. Following Chen Mobai's instruction, Fu Zhangju did not exterminate this group of traitors from Chuixu Palace. After leaving the Snowfall Palace, Lan Lingping wanted to establish her own sect and chose a third-tier water vein from her former sect as her base. But Fu Zhangju rejected him. This means that since you have already betrayed the Snowfall Palace, you are not qualified to inherit the Snowfall Palace's property. Since the Five Elements sect has entrusted it to them, they will absolutely not allow the Snowfall Palace's assets to fall into the hands of outsiders. After hearing this, Lan Lingping's face turned pale and then red, but she couldn't think of any reason to refute it. If she wanted to avoid being sealed off for 60 years, she would have to betray Fubuki Palace. But since she was a traitor, everything in Fubuki Palace would indeed have nothing to do with her anymore. The main reason is that the Five Elements School has a large following. She could only swallow her anger and wanted to use spirit stones to buy a third-tier water vein for her and the disciples she had trained to cultivate in the future. She was previously the head elder of the Outer Sect, and she was in charge of almost all of the Snowfall Palace's businesses, so she took many spirit stones and precious resources with her when she left. Of course, this decision was made after she and Zhu Jinyu discussed it. She endured humiliation and hardship as a traitor, leading this branch of disciples to continue the lineage. If another core formation cultivator or even nascent soul cultivator could emerge in the future, perhaps the reputation of Snowfall Palace could be restored. However, Fu Zhangju didn't care about these spirit stones at all. For the Five Elements sect, squeezing out the enemy's living space and not giving them any chance to develop was the right thing to do. Fu Zhangju gave Lan Lingping two choices. Either go to places like Baiyuan City and buy or rent a cave dwelling to survive, or leave the eastern wilderness. The former is like boiling a frog slowly. It's not easy to make a living in Baiyuan City with a large group of cultivators. Moreover, once they are integrated into the group, it will be almost impossible for them to escape the control of the Five Elements sect. In the future, they will probably have to act according to Chen Mobai's wishes. Leaving the eastern wilderness would be even more hellish. After all, beyond the eastern wilderness lie the eastern Wu and the eastern Yi, and to get to these two places, one needs to pass through the Yunmeng Marsh and the desolate ruins. Moreover, Lan Lingping was terrified that she would be hunted down and killed by the Five Elements sect as soon as she left with her disciples. She knew the locals' ways best. So after much deliberation, Lan Lingping chose the path ahead. She led her elite disciples to Baiyuan City to make a living. However, she still had another idea. She planned to go to Yunmeng's to find an island with spiritual veins, open a market, and even establish a sect. The reason we're not going now is because Yunmeng's is still in the midst of a war with the demonic beasts. She clearly understood that although the group of disciples she led was a powerful force in the eastern wilderness, second only to the Five Elements sect and the returning Heaven Valley, if they were unlucky enough to encounter a third-tier demonic beast, they would basically all be wiped out. Chen Mobai knew about this but didn't bother with it. Once Lan Lingping enters Baiyuan City, the fierce competition within Daxian City will show her just how difficult it is to gain a foothold there. Moreover, this is a group of decent cultivators, all practicing water-based cultivation techniques. If Luo Yixuan could utilize them, the Blackwater Development Project might be completed a few years earlier. After thinking about this, Chen Mobai made a note of the matter and planned to pass the order to Yi Yun later, asking him to find a way to communicate with Lan Lingping and see if she was willing to lower herself to dig a river channel for irrigation. Apart from the fourth-tier water vein at its headquarters, all other properties of the Snowfall Palace have been taken over by the Five Elements sect. Chen Mobai only cared about the most precious medium-sized spirit stone mine. I have already sent Quan Shanlin to personally lead the team to take over. He failed to form his core, and it's time for him to retire. He can just stay there and mine for the rest of his life. Fu Zong, you said something that surprised Chen Mobai. He never expected that while he was in seclusion, Quan Shanlin had already taken the golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill and had failed miserably. What a pity! To this, Chen Mobai could only say one regretful thing. Fu Zongju remained calm about this. After all, his other disciple, Yin Qingmei, had already successfully formed her core. Although he was saddened by Quan Shanlin's failure, he could accept it. What about the other apprentices? With a total of 5 golden elixir jade rejuvenation pills, Chen Mobai turned his attention to the others. The other 3 are all in seclusion. Only Shanlin knew that after Qingmei succeeded, he couldn't sit still and took it directly, which caused him to fail in his breakthrough attempt. This news relieved Chen Mobai, but also filled him with even greater anticipation. The remaining 3 are Meng Hong, Zai Yunchen, and Yue Zudo. Hopefully, there will be another success. After discussing that, Fu Zongju then mentioned the candidate for the new Deputy Hall Master of the Punishment Hall. Because Quan Shanlin failed to form his core, although the golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill saved his life, he was severely weakened. According to Fu Zongju, it was time to promote the sect's remaining strength. His expression was very appropriate for Yin Qingmei. Chen Mobai naturally had no objection to this, but he also said that Yin Qingmei would spend most of her time in Liujia Mountain from now on. That fourth-order spiritual vein was her training ground. If she were to become the deputy head of the Hall of Punishment, she would definitely just be a figurehead. Although some of the cultivators here are fond of power, most, like Chen Mobai, prefer to improve their own abilities and believe that trivial political affairs would hinder their cultivation. Now that the 5 elements and 5 meridians have been unified, the 3 great halls are also preparing to include all 5 meridians. Qingmei, as a core formation cultivator, is capable of keeping things under control. Fu Zongju revealed his true thoughts, and Chen Mobai was surprised that he could see so far ahead. According to Chen Mobai's plan, after unifying the Eastern Wilderness, the next step was indeed to integrate its internal affairs. At that time, their Divine Wood Palace will definitely have to be renamed back to the Hunyuan Palace of the 5 Elements sect. The Hall of Rewards and Punishments is a standard feature of the 5 families, and Chen Mobai also intends that from now on, the 5 families will jointly respect only one of the 3 main halls. The 3 palaces and 12 departments are certainly based on their wood vein, but if they want to encompass the 5 veins, these positions must be open to all cultivators of the 5 veins. The 12 departments are one thing, but the 3 main halls definitely need to be controlled by our own people. As core formation cultivators, Fu Zongju and Yin Qingmei were appointed as the Hall Master and Deputy Hall Master of the Punishment Hall, respectively, who controlled the criminal law and martial power. The cultivators of the 5 veins would certainly not dare to have any objections. Chen Mobai was in charge of the Hall of Rewards and Benevolence. In the Hunyuan Hall, besides Zhou Shenking, a nascent soul cultivator, we definitely need to bring in Zhou Yi, Nujiang, Sheng Jiaxi, and others as well. As the highest decision-making hall of the 5 Elements sect, their wood vein will need to cultivate more core formation cultivators in order to gain more than half of the say. Qingmei has just formed her core, so why don't we transfer her to the Hunyuan Hall first? Let's let junior nephew Fu Huakun serve as the Deputy Hall Master of the Punishment Hall for now. When the hall is fully open to the 5 lineages in the future, if junior nephew Fu Huakun can't handle the competition from the other 4 lineages, we can transfer Qingmei out to replace him as Deputy Hall Master. After thinking for a moment, Chen Mobai proposed a better solution. After hearing this, Fu Zongju nodded repeatedly, indicating that it was even more thoughtful than he had imagined. The same principle can be applied to the Hall of Rewards and Benevolence. If Yue Zudao fails to form his core, Chen Mobai plans to recall Yi Yun and then arrange for Luo Yixuan to enter the Hunyuan Palace as well. After the successors were arranged in the 3 main halls, Fu Zongju felt relieved and took his leave. Having reached their level of cultivation, the things that they can personally care about are already very few. By the way, junior brother, the remains of the little azure dragon of the primordial ancestor should still be in the hands of the earth vein, right? If there is an opportunity in the future, you can mention it to Zhou Yi and ask if you can get it for me to study. Before leaving, Fu Zanju mentioned something. Chen Mobai immediately nodded, indicating that he would write a letter to inquire about Zhou Yi. As a fourth-order puppet, the little azure dragon is also a secret technique of the longevity sect. Fu Zanju had long been involved in it, but his cultivation level was not high enough, so he had never been able to master it. Over the years, he had been studying the puppetry techniques of Mount Rikaku, but he had reached a bottleneck. He wanted to relax and see if he could get some inspiration from the little green dragon. This was also Chen Mobai's oversight. Since he is the head of the Five Elements sect, the remains of a fourth-order puppet like the little azure dragon should naturally be kept by their wood vein. The only doubt is whether Zhou Yi is willing to give it. But Chen Mobai felt that he should be willing. After all, Zhou Yi now has the hope of forming his nascent soul. For this, he is even willing to give up the orthodox principles of the Five Elements sect. Although the little azure dragon is precious, it has been shot down and damaged by the ghost cultivator, and it cannot be repaired or activated in his hands. Chen Mobai asked for it, and Zhou Yi would definitely give it to him in order to secure his own nascent soul stage. Believing he had accurately grasped Zhou Yi's mindset, Chen Mobai immediately wrote 2 letters. Greetings, sect leader. A short while later, Gu Yan, who had already returned from Mount Liujia, flew over and bowed respectfully to him. Go to Beiyuan City. Give this letter to Wen Bai and have him send it to Zhou Yi in Hunyuan Immortal City. Give the other letter to Yi Yun. After hearing this, Gu Yan stretched out her hands, took the gift, and immediately left the Longevity Wood Dojo, preparing to take the teleportation array of Giant Wood Ridge to Beiyuan City. Previously, Liu Wenbai took the materials for the heretical golden elixir to Eastern Wu. According to Zhang Zibo, it would take at least a year to refine it. I don't know if the transaction will go smoothly. Chen Mobai thought of his eldest disciple and remembered this matter again. After finishing the last half cup of wine, Chen Mobai didn't relax any longer. He prepared to return to the immortal sect to take good care of his parents. But just as he was about to click on Turtle Baby, he suddenly remembered something else very important. Before long, he sat upright in the wooden house, and his enormous avatar appeared in midair outside the window, like another towering divine tree reaching into the clouds. As Chen Mobai activated his divine sense, a white jade crown appeared on the head of his external avatar. This is the crown of all living beings in heaven and earth. Before his battle with Master Bingyun, he had attained enlightenment. His merits were imbued with his body, and he was formed by the combined power of the thoughts of all beings in the eastern wilderness. At that time, I was in a hurry to fight a big battle, so I didn't study the specific effects of the crown of heaven and earth in detail. Now we have the time. Chen Mobai first contemplated the role of introspection in the crown of heaven and earth and all living beings. After a cultivator develops divine sense, they can see into their own body. As their cultivation level increases, they can see more and more details, even the most subtle and mysterious acupoints. Therefore, Chen Mobai initially thought that the introspection of oneself, mentioned by all living beings in the world, was redundant with the introspection of divine consciousness and would not be very useful. But after careful reflection, I realized that I was too superficial. Beneath the crown of heaven and earth and all living beings, he saw the pure Yang scroll, which he had just broken through to the 7th level of the golden core stage, and a detailed progress bar suddenly appeared. The moment the progress bar appeared, a thought popped into his mind. Pure Yang chapter, core formation stage, level 7, 3.5%. In other words, he can clearly know how much progress is needed to cultivate the 7th level of the golden core to perfection, just like playing a game. What amazed him even more was that this ability to introspect himself allowed him to know how to cultivate so that he could perfect the 7th level of the golden core in the shortest amount of time. Among these options, He can choose either a solid foundation for perfection or a rapid path to perfection. The crowns of all living beings in heaven and earth can provide different progress bars according to his thoughts. If Chen Mobai were to think of another pill that could enhance his spiritual power cultivation, the progress bar would change accordingly, allowing him to know the probability of breaking through to the next level after achieving this. Such a miraculous discovery left Chen Mobai somewhat incredulous. He delved deeper into the study, carefully observing the progress bar of the Pure Yang scroll, and finally uncovered its secret. This crown of all living beings in heaven and earth seems to be based on the knowledge and thoughts in his sea of consciousness, which is how this progress bar of cognition was formed. In other words, the progress bar and probability assessment it generated were based on Chen Mobai's own knowledge. If he doesn't have the necessary experience in this area, then there won't be a progress bar or a breakthrough probability. For example, he wanted to know the probability of breaking through to the nascent soul stage, but because he had not met the prerequisites of essence, energy, and spirit, and also lacked understanding in this area, it could not be shown. After pondering for a long time, Chen Mobai suddenly had a feeling that the crown of heaven and earth seemed to have incorporated the essence of the Book of Square Inches. This nascent soul technique, which he could only master during battle, was actually mastered by him through enlightenment. Now that's great. In the future, Chen Mobai can openly and legitimately show off that he has mastered the Fangkun book in the immortal sect. He wasn't afraid of being exposed. After all, once a cultivator has mastered the Fangkun book, the abilities they can develop, apart from the basic ability to enter a supercomputing state and perform detached analysis, are all incredibly diverse and varied. For example, the most famous one is the illusory simulation of Master Yuangsu, which he has almost perfected. It's quite reasonable that Chen Mobai, with his potential to become a nascent soul cultivator, developed the feature of displaying a progress bar in the square-inch book. Thinking this way, Chen Mobai excitedly began to check the progress of his pure Yang Dharma body using the crown of heaven and earth. 9 Yang body 0.5%. Compared to the golden core, which is infused with pure Yang spiritual energy from the small void after a breakthrough, the pure Yang Dharma body is much more normal. If he hadn't made the progress bar display numbers, people would probably have thought it was 0. After mastering the pure Yang Dharma body, Chen Mobai began to study the other spells he had cultivated. Sure enough, the expected progress appeared in his mind. After reviewing all the major techniques, Chen Mobai looked at the heaven-severing line of longevity sword intent that he had hidden in the corner. By looking inward at oneself amidst the myriad beings of heaven and earth, the long-sealed sword intent was gradually unveiled, revealing a wisp of mystery. All the ancient texts and techniques of the longevity sect in his mind were brought out by the heavenly king of all beings, and compared with the misty, severing heaven's line longevity sword intent, and he began to analyze it little by little. Chen Mobai glanced at the grayed-out progress bar that hadn't been unlocked yet, and then ignored it. He then focused his inner vision on the sword intent of cutting through the sky to achieve immortality, and began experimenting with the external view of heaven and earth function. However, this feature is a bit strange. Chen Mobai could only see various thick and thin lines from the eastern wilderness connecting to the crowns of all living beings, which were then placed on the heads of his external avatars. Completely bewildered, Chen Mobai dared not touch the lines rashly. Fortunately, he discovered that the many lines extending from the crown of all living beings in the world all ended at this giant tree ridge. Chen Mobai immediately steered the crimson cloud smoke robe along one of the lines, and soon discovered that it was Gu Yan, who had just left and was heading towards the teleportation array at Giant Wood Ridge. Sect leader, is there anything else you wish to instruct us on? Gu Yan was surprised to see Chen Mobai descending from the sky. She bowed and asked a question. Yes, there's one more thing I'd like you to pass on to Minger. As Chen Mobai spoke, he observed the lines extending from Gu Yan's head that only he could see, and casually said something to Zhu Ming. Yes, sect leader, I will certainly deliver it. Gu Yan, however, dared not relax and kept every word Chen Mobai said in mind, her expression respectful. "Yes, thank you for your hard work." After Chen Mobai finished speaking, he rode the crimson cloud and smoke robe away from the spot. Gu Yan did not continue flying towards the teleportation array until his figure disappeared into the sky. Next, Chen Mobai went to look at the ends of the remaining lines. It was discovered that almost everyone in the entire giant tree ridge had lines, some thick and some thin, above their heads. Those Chen Mobai knew and was familiar with, such as Gu Yan, were represented by thick lines, while the chi-refining disciples of sects whose names he couldn't even recall were represented by only a thin, almost transparent line. After circling above Giant Tree Ridge, Chen Mobai returned to his Longevity Wood Dojo. He looked at the crown of heaven and earth and all living beings on the head of his external avatar, and then looked in the direction that the end of another long string of lines pointed to. This is where Baiyuan City is located. There were also many people he knew and was familiar with there. Besides Giantwood Ridge and northern Abyss City, countless lines extend from all over the eastern wilderness, connecting with the crowns of all living beings in the world. It's as if his external avatar is the central hub, standing at the very center, able to control the life of the person at the end through these lines. Chen Mobai recalled the marionettes he had seen at the amusement park when he was a child. He was now the puppeteer behind the scenes, manipulating those strings. So in a single thought, could he control and decide the life and death of the puppet? The thought startled Chen Mobai. He immediately stopped exploring the function of this outer world. Even now, he still doesn't understand what the point of it is. But since he is in a state of enlightenment and core formation, the abilities he has been given as the Lord of the Eastern Wilderness are certainly not just for show. Chen Mobai plans to observe a person at the end of a line for a long time when he has time in the future, preferably someone whose lifespan is nearing its end, to see what impact it would have on him if that person at the end of the line died. After studying the concepts of introspection of oneself and external observation of heaven and earth associated with all living beings, Chen Mobai did not delay any longer. He left behind a faceless doll, then took out his phone and clicked on Turtle Treasure. In a flash of silver light, he opened his eyes and found himself back on the summit of Danxia Mountain. The towering jade-green parasol tree, like an ancient and unchanging deity, still stands majestically between heaven and earth, incredibly tall and robust. Chen Mobai felt the familiar and rich fire spiritual energy and couldn't help but stretch comfortably. Then the teachers and students at the academy at the foot of the mountain saw the free spiritual energy in the air surging towards the top of the mountain, converging into brilliant rainbows of spiritual energy. Although Chen Mobai could not say that he had broken through to the 7th level of the Golden Core stage, breaking through to the 6th level was no problem for him. Although it has been a short time since his last breakthrough, it is quite reasonable for him, as someone with the potential to become a nascent soul cultivator, to suddenly have an epiphany and break through. Chen Mobai had already made up his mind. If anyone asks, just say that Fang Kunchu has entered the inner sanctum and that his cultivation level has also broken through. He even looked forward to the scene of acquaintances asking about this matter. Unfortunately, in Danxia City, he was the retired emperor. Although his breakthrough in cultivation level caused a minor sensation, no one dared to come up and congratulate him. Chen Mobai felt somewhat lonely. He could only call his parents and say that after a long period of seclusion, he had finally mastered the Fangkun book and made a breakthrough in his cultivation. He was coming out of seclusion today and was going home for dinner. Chen Xinglan and Tang Pangqui were somewhat happier than before, compared to their previous indifferent attitude. After all, they were aware of the reputation of Fangkun book. The transformation technique of the Heaven Mending Academy is the #1 auxiliary cultivation technique of the immortal sects. Those who can master it are all geniuses among geniuses. It is said that the star-piercing ancestor was able to successfully transform into a deity because he used the square-inch book to find and grasp the various opportunities and conditions for his own breakthrough. Son, is the small book you've mastered only capable of basic functions, or does it possess some strange abilities? At home, the three of them, the mother and son, rarely ate together. Tang Pankui, who was already quite old, asked with some curiosity. With my talent, I had already mastered the basics of the Fangkun book after studying at the Patching Heaven Dao Academy. Since I'm telling you now, it must be at a higher level. Tang Pankui and Chen Xinglan felt honored by Chen Mobai's words. The two of us brought you into this world, which is the greatest contribution we can make to the immortal sect. Chen Xinglan sighed and said something. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai immediately put a piece of fish on his plate. It was a piece he had brought from Jumu Ridge and could replenish vital energy. Now that he has reached his current status, Chen Xinglan and Tang Pankui no longer ask him how he manages to bring so many local specialties every time he comes home. After all, his son was a golden core cultivator, the supreme ruler of Danxia and Yumu cities, so it was normal for other cultivators to send him small gifts. Thanks to the nutritional benefits of these foods, Chen Xinglan and Tang Pankui, despite being nearing the end of their lives, still looked quite healthy. Even if I close my eyes now, I will have no regrets. Chen Xinglan ate the tender and fragrant fish, her face full of happiness. You have no regrets, but I still have a lot of regrets. I haven't seen my son realize his full potential yet. Everyone says he has the potential to become a god, and I have to see him achieve that. Tang Pankui muttered to herself as she talked on and on about her various regrets. And I haven't seen my son get married yet. Old Who next door, his daughter who got married recently gave birth to a big, healthy baby boy. Last time she came back to her parents' home, I saw her holding him. I was so envious. Upon hearing this, Chen Xinglan couldn't help but retort in a low voice. My son is now a golden core true person, and he may be able to form a nascent soul and transform into a divine being in the future. How can he delay his cultivation because of personal feelings for his children? I know it's because our son is too outstanding, but I'm just thinking about it. Can't I even think about it? Tang Pankui's words made the father and son exchange a bitter smile. However, Chen Mobai thoroughly enjoyed this rare moment of family warmth. After finishing his meal, he sat in a chair by the window in his room, preparing to continue his research on the heaven and earth all beings crown, wondering if it would have the same effect in the environment of the immortal sect. Suddenly, an unexpected phone call came in. Seeing the name Zio Hai displayed above the contact, Chen Mobai hesitated for a moment before answering. Hello. Hello, Uncle Chen, this is Shizuohe. Are you home? End of this chapter. Chapter 741, her surname is Shi. 7K. Chapter 741, her surname is Shi. 7K. I'm here, what's wrong? After hearing this, Chen Mobai spoke up quite naturally. Uncle Chen, I passed the civil service exam and just received my job offer as a clerk at the Yumacheng Forestry Bureau. Since you'll be my boss from now on, I thought I'd come visit you tomorrow to thank you for taking care of me back in school. A girl's clear voice came from the phone, and Chen Mobai was somewhat surprised after hearing it. Because cultivators have long lifespans, and due to the effects of cultivation, they are generally healthy, and almost everyone can live smoothly until retirement. Therefore, in the immortal sect, civil servants are basically one person per position, and it is difficult for a newcomer to fill the vacancy before the previous person retires. Those who can fill the vacancy immediately when someone retires are all people with deep connections and backgrounds. Some cultivators without connections, even if they pass the civil service exam, are still waiting for job assignments decades later. Hua Zijing, Chen Mobai's former secretary in the student council of the Dance Weapon Academy, despite being an outstanding graduate of the academy and having the academy's assistance, could only go to a remote place and had no autonomy. Although Chen Mobai doesn't manage affairs, he is, after all, the highest leader of the two cities, so he has seen the list of every civil servant. If I remember correctly, no one should be retiring this year. That's great. Where are you now? If you're from Yumacheng, you don't need to come over. I'll treat you to a meal when I go there at the end of the year. As Chen Mobai spoke, He opened his computer and accessed the official website of Yumu City's government affairs system. After logging into his account, he checked the recent information on the transfer of public officials. Tu Kiuxia, a clerk at the Forestry Bureau, was selected by the Forestry Bureau of Wangu Cave to be transferred to the capital for training because of her serious work attitude, meticulous work, and conscientiousness. She is to be given special attention in the future. Furthermore, due to Tu Kiuxia's transfer and training, the Yumacheng Forestry Bureau is short-staffed and is therefore dispatching Shiziohe, an outstanding graduate of Wuki Daeyuan, to fill this position. This is to inform you. This was a transfer document directly issued by the Wangu Cave Forestry Bureau. No wonder Chen Mobai didn't know it. In theory, the fact that the capital city directly draws people and then sends others over should be communicated to the top leader by those below, since this action is very subtle for people in the official system of the immortal sect. However, because Chen Mobai's main persona in the immortal sect is that of a genius who cultivates diligently, he has basically delegated authority to the two city lords below him, and has repeatedly emphasized that they should not bother him with matters that can be handled by those below. It was precisely because of his laissez-faire approach that the population and economy of the two cities actually experienced a small boom during his term, resulting in excellent performance evaluations for him at the Kaiyuan Hall every year. So although the matter of Shiziohe being sent by Wangu Cave Heaven was somewhat delicate, when Ping felt that Chen Mobai, a core golden core true person of Wuki Dao Academy and a counselor of Kaiyuan Hall, would not be able to fall from grace at the official level, so she followed the usual practice and did not report the matter. There are no direct flights from Yumu City today, so I'm transferring here in Dangxia City. I thought I'd come here first to pay my respects. On the other end of the phone, the girl said something playful, which made Chen Mobai smile and ask a question. Given your background and status, wouldn't it be better for you to stay in Wangu Grotto Heaven? After reading the official announcement on the system that Shiziohe had been transferred, Chen Mobai knew that someone at the highest level was definitely behind the arrangements. In response, the official representatives of the Yumu City Immortal Sect also speculated that Shiziohe's family must have at least a ministerial-level background. But Chen Mobai knew best that the girl's background was the kind that reached directly to the heavens. It must have been someone from Five Peaks Immortal Mountain who made the arrangements, and then the higher-ups in the Immortal Sect made the decision for her. But at least they were still acting within the rules, so they used the excuse of a transfer. Perhaps it will be difficult for the other graduates of the Dance Academy to get good civil service positions, but for her, it should only be a question of which department she wants to work for. That's why Chen Mobai couldn't think of a reason why she would come to this small place far away from the capital. It can't be because he's sitting here in charge, can it? Here's the thing, my mother is in Yumu City. She has average talent and hasn't reached the foundation establishment stage, so I want to accompany her through the rest of her life. Therefore, after I graduated from my advanced studies in the sea area, I started taking the civil service exam. It just so happens that someone from the Yumu City Forestry Bureau was transferred this year, so I filled the vacancy. On the phone, the girl didn't hide anything and told Chen Mobai frankly. Upon hearing her words, Chen Mobai's face showed a look of sudden realization. So it was all to fulfill filial piety. That makes sense. Your mother is also from Yumu City. I'll pay her a visit next time I go there. At this point, Chen Mobai remembered that the White Light ancestor was from the Yu family of Yumu City. It was because of this connection that Zio Hai was taken to the Five Peaks Immortal Mountain. However, Chen Mobai had only met Zio Hai a few times before, and since she was backed by the White Light ancestor, he had never investigated her, etc. Since she is a member of the Yu family, why does she have the surname Shi? Chen Mobai suddenly realized that something was wrong, especially the surname, which reminded him of an embarrassing incident from his youth. She happens to have the same surname. Could it be? Okay, Uncle Chen, I'll be waiting for you at Yu Macheng's house at the end of the year. Just then, Shiziohe's somewhat disappointed voice came through the phone. After being rejected by Chen Mobai twice in a row, she seemed quite dejected. What I mean is, it's too late tonight, so let's skip it. It's not appropriate for a young lady like you to come here so late at night. How about tomorrow morning? After considering that possibility, Chen Mobai suppressed his slightly trembling voice and immediately changed his tone to make up for his previous refusal. Really? Uncle Chen, could you send me your location? What time tomorrow morning? I'll definitely be there on time. On the other end of the phone, Shiziohei's previously low spirits instantly returned, and his voice was full of energy. 7 o'clock. No, you can come whenever you're comfortable. You must be tired from catching your flight tonight, so get some rest and wake up naturally. Just give me a call when you're ready to come over. Chen Mobai's attitude was completely different, but Shiziohei didn't notice. She said that she was still young and would definitely be there at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. Okay, you should get some rest. Have you booked a hotel for tonight? Do you want me to arrange it for you? Without realizing it, Chen Mobai's tone became very concerned. Thank you, Uncle Chen. It's all booked and on its way. You should get some rest too. After saying goodbye, Shiziohei hung up the phone. Chen Mobai immediately sent his home location. The girl quickly replied with a cute received emoji. Chen Mobai chatted with her for a few more minutes, and only reluctantly ended the conversation after she had taken a car to the hotel. He looked up at the clock hanging on the wall. 10:23 p.m. There should be enough time. Chen Mobai retrieved Wen Ping's phone number from his contacts and called him. Yumo City. After the department dinner, Wen Ping organized a small group to have another drink. She had just picked up her glass, ready to clink glasses with a capable subordinate who came over to toast her, when her phone on the table vibrated. He glanced at it, and his eyes widened instantly. He almost spilled the wine he had just poured. The moment he saw the caller ID, he picked it up as fast as he could, silenced everyone, cast a soundproof spell, and carefully answered the call. After saying a few words, he started nodding repeatedly. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, no problem. Don't worry, I've got your back. At the dinner table, the heads of Yu Macheng's other departments exchanged surprised glances, wondering which important figure had made the call that made Wen Ping adopt such a humble posture. Excuse me, everyone, something urgent has come up. Let's finish this drink and call it a day. I'll treat you all to another meal another day. After ending the call, Wen Ping's expression turned serious, and she said the following to the people below. While the others had their doubts, some astute individuals had already guessed who was calling. They immediately finished the rest of their drinks and then got up to leave. Director Zhu, could you stay behind for a moment? Just as Zhu Xiang, the director of the Forestry Bureau, was about to grab his bag and leave, he heard Wen Ping call out. He looked surprised, but he was the only one present with the surname Zhu, so he stopped getting up, put his bag down again, and sat back down. Soon, only the two of them were left in the private room. Counselor Chen just called to ask to see the file of Shiziohei, the clerk who was recently transferred to your Forestry Bureau. Wen Ping spoke seriously to Zhu Xiang, the director of the Forestry Bureau. Upon hearing this, the latter thought that Chen Mobai was dissatisfied because the matter had not been reported to his superiors. He slapped his thigh, looking annoyed. I knew it. The Beijing branch wouldn't send people here for no reason. Could it be that they want to audit our accounts? Wen Ping remained silent after hearing this. This was the first time Chen Mobai had called Yu Macheng after 10 p.m., after controlling him for so long, and it was to investigate Shiziohei, an ordinary clerk sent by the Capital Bureau. Such a clear signal made him, the city lord, feel extremely apprehensive. As one of the blessed cities in the south of the Immortal Gate with the richest forest resources, the Forestry Bureau's annual revenue is the largest part of the official treasury in Yumu City. Although the immortal sects are bound by various laws, it is still very easy for these people to manipulate things and gain some benefits. Although these benefits are obtained within the rules, they will not fare well if things get really serious. I don't know either. You should prepare as soon as possible. Counselor Chen said he's on his way from Dangxia City and will arrive in about 2 hours. Chen Mobai sounded urgent on the phone, so Wen Ping didn't dare to ask too many questions, but she carefully remembered all the instructions he gave her. Upon hearing this, Zhu Xiang's eyes widened in disbelief. So late, Counselor Chen came in person. Wen Ping glanced at the completely dark sky outside the window, got up impatiently, and told Zhu Xiang to prepare the file on Shizaihe as soon as possible. Within the official system of the immortal sect, much information is not archived online. Chen Mobai couldn't find any information about Shizaihe, so he planned to go to Yumu City to retrieve her file himself. After making the call, his figure flashed with silver light in the room and disappeared from the spot. Because flying is prohibited within the city without permission, and Chen Mobai didn't want his overnight journey to Yumu City to be discovered, he directly activated the underworld array. In the city, he began to teleport repeatedly, and was even seen by some passers-by. However, he left very quickly, and many people only saw silver light flashing on the road and the roof of tall buildings, and then it seemed like there was a figure. But when they tried to take a closer look or use their divine sense, they found that it had already disappeared. Chen Mobai was naturally unaware that this matter had been broadcast on Dangxia City's Unsolved Mysteries radio station that evening. After leaving the city gate, he leaped over the dragon gate like a fish, immediately riding the crimson cloud and smoke silk, heading towards Yumu City at top speed. However, he was still careful to conceal himself, gathering all the colorful glow of the crimson clouds and mist, turning them into a dark cloud. Under the cover of darkness, even if someone looks up, they won't notice anyone flying in the sky. Yu Macheng and Wen Ping's office. When Chen Mobai entered, he saw that the two of them had empty hands and couldn't help but frown slightly. "Where are the files?" Hearing his words, Wen Ping felt somewhat embarrassed and asked Zhu Xiang, who was standing to the side, to explain. "That's right, Counselor Chen. Although Shizaihe's position has been transferred to the Forestry Bureau of Yumu City, her personnel file is still with the Forestry Bureau of the capital. We below don't dare to urge the higher-ups. We usually wait for the higher-ups to remember to send it over, or the staff members have to urge them themselves." Zhu Xiang's words made Chen Mobai's expression turn somewhat unpleasant, but this was indeed the official way of doing things. Chen Mobai then retrieved the Yu family's files. Upon hearing this, Wen Ping broke out in a cold sweat. Although the Yu family of Yumu City has dispersed, this lineage produced a nascent soul ancestor. If we take the Yu family's files, wouldn't we also have to pull out the files of the White Light ancestor? Chen Mobai is the highest leader of Yumu City, so of course he can see this, but the information revealed by this matter made Wen Ping and Zhu Xiang suddenly feel weak in the knees. "Bring them to me as quickly as possible, only those branches that are not from the main branch of the Yu family, especially those that have changed their names." Seeing the pale expressions on Wen Ping's and the other woman's faces, Chen Mobai realized their concerns and immediately spoke up to dispel their worries. Chen Mobai didn't want Shi Wanyu's existence to be exposed, so he didn't mention her name. However, based on what he knew about Ziohai's background and what Shi Wanyu had told him when he was young that her hometown was also Yu Macheng, he was able to pinpoint the possible location of her file. Yes, Congressman Chen, but it may take a few days because the number of people is simply too large." Upon hearing this, Wen Ping immediately wiped the sweat from her forehead and said she would make arrangements right away. Chen Mobai checked the time. There were still nearly 6 hours until 7 a.m., leaving him 3 hours to return to Dangxia City. "Where is the archive? I'll go find it myself." Upon hearing this, Wen Ping breathed a sigh of relief and immediately took Chen Mobai over. "You two wait for me outside." After entering the archives, Chen Mobai immediately sent Wen Ping and Zhu Xiang away. Although he was a golden core cultivator and had broken through to the second level of the phoenix rising to the sun diagram, his spiritual strength far surpassed that of foundation establishment cultivators. However, he still felt somewhat overwhelmed when faced with the vast and complex archives of the Yu family accumulated over 3,000 years. Fortunately, he can now enter the state of Fangkunshu at any time. In this state, he was like a ruthless computing machine, starting to search from the family genealogy and quickly finding Shi Wanyu's file. An hour later, Chen Mobai walked out of the archives. Shiziohe will be reporting for duty tomorrow. Among the graduates of the Dance Weapon Academy after me, she is second only to me in talent. Since she has been assigned to Yumu City, I will take good care of her at the academy. From now on, you two will be her superiors, so don't let me lose face in the academy. After Chen Mobai finished speaking, Wen Ping and Zhu Xiang immediately nodded repeatedly. She said that her colleagues at the Yumacheng Forestry Bureau are all like family, and they will take good care of her like a daughter, and will never let her suffer any grievances. After listening, Chen Mobai nodded and immediately transformed into a streak of silver light, disappearing from the spot. This scene shocked both Wen Ping and Zhu Xiang, who stared wide-eyed in disbelief. This is walking through the void. Although their cultivation was only at the foundation establishment stage, they were still members of the immortal sect system and had heard of this legendary technique that only nascent soul cultivators could master. Seeing Chen Mobai teleport away instantly, everyone felt that it was exactly the same as the legendary description of walking in the void. I never expected that Counselor Chen, who is only at the core formation stage, would have already mastered this. After realizing this, the two admired Chen Mobai's talent for cultivation even more. He truly deserves the potential to become a god. Not a single word about what happened today can be leaked. The two went inside to inspect the archives and found no signs of disturbance. As they were leaving, Wen Ping suddenly said something solemnly to Zhu Xiang. "Don't worry, City Lord. I understand the gravity of this matter. If this gets out, we two insignificant people will definitely be the first to be dealt with." Zhu Xiang nodded with a wry smile. People in the immortal sect system know how terrifying it can be when it comes to things they cannot explore. Moreover, Chen Mobai is now a core figure in the Wuki Dao Academy lineage, and is one of the golden core true persons with the greatest connections and power in the immortal sects, second only to nascent soul cultivators. Even if it might involve ancestor Bai Guang, that's an internal matter of the Wuki lineage, and it's not something they can touch. However, at this moment, the two of them were also very shocked. They were speculating about the background of Shiziohe, who was about to take up his post, and why Chen Mobai had personally come over at night to investigate his files and instruct them to take good care of him. If they didn't know that Chen Mobai cultivated the pure Yang scripture and remained single, they would all suspect that Shiziohe was Chen Mobai's illegitimate daughter. Qingsang Academy. Gu Mingxuan, who was meditating and resting at night, suddenly received a phone call from an unknown number. He frowned and hung up immediately. But the phone kept ringing. After hanging up twice, Gu Mingxuan was so annoyed that he was about to block the number. "This is Chen Mobai. I need to speak with you. Call me back." Suddenly, a message came from this unfamiliar number. Upon seeing this, Gu Mingxuan's pupils suddenly contracted. He held his phone, his expression shifting between light and dark, but considering the power and status Chen Mobai represented in the immortal sect, he finally sighed and dialed the number. A moment later, there was a knock on the door and Gu Mingxuan, wearing a coat, opened it. The person standing at the door was Chen Mobai. "I apologize for disturbing you at night." Chen Mobai apologized to Gu Mingxuan and then entered the room. Once inside, he immediately cast a silencing spell. He found Gu Mingxuan's phone number on the internal campus network of Qingsang Academy. As one of the university's teachers, everyone's contact information is on it. Chen Mobai found Shi Wanyu's file, but it was a file sent by Liuguang Academy more than 40 years ago when she graduated and returned to her hometown. It had not been updated in all these years. Chen Mobai went to the address listed above, only to find that it was already deserted. He dared not use official power to investigate, and just as he was about to give up and return to Dangxia City to see Shiziohe, who had come to visit him that morning, he suddenly remembered Gu Mingxuan. He was also there when he first met Shi Wanyu. That's why he knew that both of them were from Yumu City. It just so happens that Gu Mingxuan is a teacher at Sang Academy, and Chen Mobai is currently serving as the principal of the academy, so they came directly to him. Is there something you need from the principal who came to see me so late? Gu Mingxuan had already guessed what was going on, so he took the initiative to speak after Chen Mobai entered the room. Do you know where Shi Wanyu lives now? Really? Upon hearing Chen Mobai's words, Gu Mingxuan sighed inwardly. He hesitated for a moment, then gave an address. Thank you. Chen Mobai was surprised that he got it so easily and sincerely thanked Gu Mingxuan. After she graduated, she had a daughter out of wedlock and refused to reveal who the father was, so her parents felt ashamed of her and she didn't have a good life. Just as Chen Mobai was about to leave, Gu Mingxuan suddenly said something. Chen Mobai's figure suddenly stopped as he turned around. The next day, Chen Xinglin, who got up early, was practicing health-preserving boxing in the living room. This was the most widely spread boxing style in the immortal sect. It was developed by the Imperial Medical Academy and was the most effective way to exercise all the muscles and joints of the body. When Chen Mobai was in school, he would practice with the leader of the exercises on the playground every morning. In the kitchen, Tang Pengqi, who had long since retired, was making breakfast. Since Chen Mobai was home today, she planned to make a more elaborate meal. Ding dong! Ding dong! Just then the doorbell rang. Old Chen opened the door. Tang Pengqi thought it was a neighbor or relative coming to visit. After all, Chen Mobai's status was different now, and many people knew he was at home and would try to find an excuse to come and show their faces. Even just letting Chen Mobai know that such a person exists would be a great gain. The sound of the door opening rang out, followed by a clear, girlish voice from the doorway. Hello, Grandpa Chen, I'm Zio Hai. I called Uncle Chen last night, and he told me to come here to find him. Upon hearing the girl's energetic and lively voice, Tang Pengqi involuntarily wiped her hands with her scarf and left the kitchen. She saw the girl smiling and greeting Chen Xinglin at the door. The morning sun wasn't too harsh. Its soft light shone on the girl's graceful and slender figure, highlighting her beautiful curves. Her long, smooth black hair, reaching her waist, shone like the surface of a lake in the sunlight, its luster as clear as if it were transparent. For some reason, Tang Pengqi felt an extraordinary sense of familiarity whenever she saw the young girl. Is this Mobai's friend? Come in and sit down, old Chen. Why are you making him stand at the door? Tang Pengqi immediately called Zio Hai in, and the second half of her sentence was a complaint directed at Chen Xinglin. Thank you, Grandma. I am Zio Hai, who came to Yumacheng Forestry Bureau as an administrative staff member this year after passing the exam. Uncle Chen took good care of me when we were in school, and now he is my direct superior, so I came to visit him as soon as I was appointed. As Zio Hai spoke, he had a smile on his face, and then placed the basket of fruit he was carrying on the living room table. You child, you've come all this way, but why did you bring things with you? When Tang Pengqi saw the fruit, she said a few words of reproach. Zio Hai immediately said that it was just a small token of her appreciation. Come, sit down. Old Chen, go upstairs and call your son. Since you made an appointment, why are you still lying in bed? Tang Pengqi's words made Chen Xinglin smile wryly, and the latter went upstairs. He knocked twice on Chen Mobai's door and then called out twice. But after waiting for a while, there was no response. Chen Xinglin looked puzzled and was about to go downstairs to get her phone to call Chen Mobai to ask when the door suddenly opened. Huh? Chen Xinglin looked at Chen Mobai, who came out with a strange expression. Because he broke through his cultivation level early, Chen Mobai has always had the appearance of a young man with a youthful face and usually dresses casually. But today, he specially combed his hair into a mature slick-back style and wore a rare formal suit. However, after careful consideration, Chen Xinglin realized that since Chen Mobai was the leader, it was appropriate for him to be more mature when meeting with his subordinates. However, he did not notice that Chen Mobai, who had come downstairs, saw a young girl in the living room who was full of youthful energy, with tense muscles as if she was a little nervous. "They're here." Chen Mobai casually greeted the girl sitting on the sofa, and the girl immediately stood up and greeted him in return. "Uncle Chen, from now on I'll be your subordinate. Please take good care of me." After hearing this, Chen Mobai immediately nodded, indicating that there was no problem. "Although I don't manage things, my words still carry weight. I already spoke with Wen Ping and Zhu Xiang last night, and I assure them that no one will dare to make things difficult for you." End of this chapter.